Nice. We've heard so much about you, Mrs. Granger gushed. Looking at Hermione, I could see a guilty look on her face. Her parents wouldn't be greeting me with such enthusiasm if they'd known the whole story. Most parents tended to give the side eye to a kid who was known to beat up other children. I'd spent the last school year murdering adults, most of whom were publicly known. It's nice to meet you, I said solemnly. The Grangers had picked us up in a rented 9-seat minibus. I'd slipped into the third row along with Hermione, and her parents were sitting in the front, with Lupin in the middle set of seats. Mrs. Granger was twisted around in her seat. She stared curiously at Lupin. And this is your bodyguard, I said. And yours. There's been troubles, and they wanted to keep us safe. Her face tightened. Mr. Dumbledore told us a little about that. It's part of the reason we're taking the whole summer. She never should have let him in the car without knowing exactly who he was. Even Hermione seeming to recognize me wasn't enough, not in a world where anyone could be polyjuiced as anyone else. We'd have to work with them on operational security. I've got a partner in my business, Mr. Granger said. Other than my wife. Summers tend to be slower for us anyway, since so many people are on holiday. Both the Grangers were dentists, apparently. Although they were making light of the financial hit they would take, I could see from the look on Hermione's face that she knew as well as I did that it would be a strain. Of course, they weren't having to feed her for most of the year, so it wasn't as bad as it might have seemed at first, and the wizarding world was taking care of her health care. Was healthcare as expensive in Muggle Britain as in America? I wasn't sure. So what are we planning? I asked. We'll be traveling all over the country, Mr. Granger said. We'll be going to the French version of Diagon Alley, Hermione said excitedly. Can you imagine all the books? Won't they be in French? I asked. I speak French, she said, surprised. Don't you? I'm an American, I said irritably. We barely speak English, much less other languages. There was a strange sense of triumph on her face as she stared at me. Was that a hint of a smirk? I couldn't help but wonder uncharitably what she would think if she knew that I could speak Snake. I still wasn't very good at it, even after several months of practice, but at least I could make myself understood, if barely. Well, I'm sure that they will have a lot of joke products that aren't sold at home, Hermione said. You like joke products? I've got some friends who do, I said. And if you're clever you can repurpose things in useful ways. That won't be until the end of our trip, Mrs. Granger said. We went to Paris last year, and Mr. Lupin says it's best if we avoid the obvious places. Neither of Hermione's parents showed any indication that they knew what I'd meant, which told me that Hermione definitely hadn't told them anything important about me. It was confusing. The fact that they were taking a months-long vacation indicated that they knew about the danger they were in, but apparently Hermione hadn't given them any context. Was she afraid they'd pull her out of school? That would actually put her in more danger, unless they decided to relocate countries. I wasn't sure their medical licenses would transfer, either. Let's go, then, Lupin said. He was watching all around with a wary look on his face. Just because we were in France didn't mean that we were entirely safe. If I'd been Voldemort, I'd have hired a Muggle private investigator. Of course, it wouldn't be as easy now to track us as it would have been in my time. In my time, it would have been a matter of a little work on the internet by someone who knew what they were doing to track the Grangers' credit card receipts, their hotels, and everything else. With no internet, people tracking us would have to work a little harder. You didn't tell anyone where you were planning to go, I asked Mr. Granger. He looked down at me, startled, then shook his head. My partner was upset that I wasn't leaving forwarding information, but Mr. Dumbledore was insistent. He seemed to think that wizards could easily control our friends and family into telling them where we'd gone. I told several people that we were going to Poland, Mrs. Granger said. I always wanted to go to Poland. We aren't going to Poland, Lupin said shortly. They've got a werewolf infestation there and it's not particularly safe. Also, the Death Eaters were likely going to Poland. If Voldemort bothered sending people after us instead of just waiting until the summer was over, then he'd waste manpower. Say, Hermione, I said casually. Do you still have those things that I left for you? I'd stolen several brooms, wands, and other items from the Death Eaters before I'd made sure they were dead. I'd shrunk them, and hidden them on Hermione, who hadn't been forced to go before Moody and his all-seeing eye. He'd only been interested in interrogating me. She nodded. They went back to normal after I got home to my parents. And you brought them? The customs agent looked at me funny, she said. Leaning over, she murmured, there were bloodstains on one of the handles. It was getting dark, I said defensively. I'd missed an entire head, I could hardly be blamed for missing a few blood splatters. I wouldn't approve, she murmured again, but if we'd had these in the first place, we might have simply been able to run. I've looked at the prices on new brooms, and they are frightfully expensive. I'd looked too, a cheap broom cost at least 200 galleons, which was worth about £1,000 British, or about $2,000. Given inflation, by my time, it would have been worth over $3,000, or about as much as a crappy used car. Unfortunately, a cheap broom wouldn't be fast enough to help us escape anything. The top-of-the-line models were worth a lot more. The people I'd asked had just shaken their heads. Apparently only the richest families could afford one. In my mind, it was probably like owning a sports car. It was functionally faster, and it looked better, but at least part of what you were paying for was the status it gave you. It's not a good idea to buy used brooms either, Hermione said. Because they often aren't safe. Like the brooms we had before Malfoy got us new ones. I asked. She nodded. I could see Lupin stiffen. Apparently he knew enough about Malfoy to be wary. The Grangers didn't react at all. I'd been like Hermione at her age. Even at 15 I hadn't told my father about my career as a supervillain. I'd put him in danger by doing that, though, even if it would have been more difficult. Mr. Granger made a terrible joke, and Hermione giggled. Her mother was watching both of us and smiling. I felt a sudden sense of melancholy. Hermione lit up when she was talking to her parents, and they were just as joyful when they talked to her. It was utterly innocent, and it was as though all the worries that had slowly been accumulating over the course of the last year just vanished. I'd had that once, when Mom was still alive. I could remember laughing and being joyful. I'd lived in the moment then. I hadn't worried about anything because I'd had an absolute certainty that my parents would be there for me always, and they would always love me. Mom's death had begun the end of my innocence, and Emma had hastened its demise. Lung and Coil and the slaughterhouse had killed it off forever. I'd spent so long trying to save the world, all the worlds, that nothing else had mattered. Time spent with my own father would have meant less time training, or looking for the Slaughterhouse 9. I hadn't been able to stand the thought that my slacking off would mean the deaths of everyone I had ever loved, and even people that I'd never known. Over the past year I'd been completely focused on survival, or on learning more magic so I could survive. The fact that it was likely that I would never see my father again wasn't something I'd let myself think about. Even if we hadn't been close in years, I'd always thought there would come a time when we could become a family again. Now, even if I somehow found a spell that would let me jump universes, and another one that would let me find the one universe in a practical infinity where my father was located, I no longer looked anything at all like his daughter. Would he even recognize me? Would he still be alive in the 7 to 10 years that it would take me to learn that much magic? Even if I found the universe he was in, an entire planet was difficult to find someone. It was obvious that wizards didn't have any spells that easily tracked people, or the Death Eaters would have been rounded up shortly after the first one had been caught. It might be possible to buy a wizarding owl and write him a letter, though, assuming I could find the right dimension. What were the limits on those owls? Did they have to fly directly to their targets? If so, a letter to Australia might take a very long time. Or did they take shortcuts along the route? If they did, was it possible that one could find my father even from the dimension that I was in? It wasn't something I could even try now. The chance of my owl being intercepted was far too high, and it might not even be the Death Eaters who did it. I couldn't trust anyone with knowledge of my origins. Even someone as seemingly loyal as Hermione could have her mind easily read, or been mind-controlled into revealing what she knew. She was laughing still, and it was bittersweet watching her with her family. Lupin was watching me, and I saw a strange sort of understanding on his face. I quickly pushed my emotions into my bugs, and everything immediately felt better. Was that part of the reason that I'd been so emotionally flat all year? In my old life I'd actually felt my own emotions, even if I'd been able to push my reactions into them. Was I pushing my pain and anger, depression, and loneliness into my bugs as a way of staying focused? What kind of long-term effects would that kind of emotional numbing have on my psyche? Was I even feeling my own emotions at all? While I still had my own memories, the hardware my mind was running on was Millie Scrivener's brain. I'd assumed that some of my personality changes were due to having an 11-year-old brain, but what if it was more than that? Antisocial personality disorder often had hereditary causes. What did I really know about the Scriveners? I hadn't really given much of a thought to them since I'd woken up in that alley. Was the brain I was using influencing me, or was it the fact that I was becoming addicted to pushing my emotions into my bugs? Were the bugs at Hogwarts the most depressed bugs in the world and I just didn't know it? Was I even me anymore? When Lupin turned back to say something to Mrs. Granger, I deliberately allowed my emotions to seep back into my bones. It was a stark contrast. Moments before my mind had felt clear and sharp. Now everything felt dull and grey. Now, melancholy filled me, and I forced my features to remain impassive. What part of America did you come from, dear? Mrs. Granger asked. It was a place near Boston, I said. You wouldn't have heard of it. I've heard nice things about America, she said. Most of America is great, I said. But there are places that are terrible. I guess that's true everywhere. I spent some time in Chicago before I came here. I'm sorry to hear about your parents, dear, she said. I'm sure they'd be happy to know that I'm all right, I said. And safe, at least for the moment. My real dad would have felt that way, and I'm sure the Scriveners would have too, at least until they realized that I was really a kind of eldritch abomination wearing their daughter's skin. I'd been lucky that hadn't shown up as my boggart, my face melting away to show my real face underneath. That might have given people a few too many clues. Talking about the gangs where I'd grown up with around Hermione's parents might make them cautious around me, yet it wasn't fair to keep them in the dark either. I'm glad Hermione had good parents, I said to Mrs. Granger. I think that makes things easier. We were afraid that she wouldn't make any friends, her father admitted. So we're very glad that you befriended her. She tells us that she'd made several friends because of you. Hermione flushed. She'd have made friends eventually, I said. Once she realized that she didn't always have to be the smartest person in the room. That was all that was holding her back, really. Taylor and I are neck and neck for top of our classes, Hermione said proudly. But Hermione no longer has to let everybody know that and that's made all the difference, I said, giving her a glance. It had taken her a long time to stop her habit of bragging about her intellectual abilities. I'd called her on it every time I'd heard it, and there were still times when she backslid. Draco's bragging had lessened as well, but not as quickly. Partially that was because I had less contact with him, and partially because he was less motivated than Hermione. Still, he'd done a lot on the basis of a few conversations I'd had with him, and I expected that he'd continue to get better. I'd had Dumbledore arrange for him to have his trunk sent back to him with an anonymous letter of thanks. The last thing he needed was written proof that he'd sided with me against the Death Eaters. It was possible that he'd complained to his father, but his father was undoubtedly smart enough not to let his compatriots know what had happened. Hopefully Draco had been smart enough not to say anything. Most likely his father would have instructed him on the value of keeping quiet. I listened to Hermione chattering away like a monkey about her school year. I noticed that she avoided any subject that involved danger. She didn't mention that I'd killed a boy in a duel, or the deaths of the Death Eaters over the holidays. How had the Ministry explained the attack on the train? What had Hermione told them? When things finally got quiet after 45 minutes, I finally asked. Where are we going then? La Londe-les-Morts, Mr. Granger said. It's a seaside resort in southeastern France on the French Riviera. Have you ever been scuba diving? No, I admitted. Well, there's snorkeling, and windsurfing, beaches, and there's a tropical bird garden. We'll be visiting some vineyards. Taylor won't be drinking, Lupin said. I have a feeling none of us would be comfortable with that. She's an American, Hermione rushed to say. And they are a little more prudish about alcohol. Was Lupin worried that I might stab someone if I was drunk? Little did he know that my aim was terrible when I was drunk. It was one of the reasons that I'd rarely ever bothered to drink when I was in my last body. The fact that I was underage hadn't been a factor at all. Still, I stuck my tongue out at him. He grinned at me, and the smile made him look a little less sickly for a moment. Maybe this could actually work. After a moment of consideration, I said, but I don't have a bathing suit. We'll get them when we get there, Mr. Granger said. She's grown enough in the past year that I doubt that her old bathing suit would fit her anyway. I was smaller than Hermione, and I had a feeling that I'd never be tall. I hadn't seen either of Millie Scrivener's parents standing up, but neither one of them had seemed particularly tall. I wondered for a moment how Lupin was paying for all of this. For all I knew there was a bounty on the heads of the Death Eaters I'd killed, or maybe Dumbledore was paying for this out of his own pocket. In any case, I had some ideas about how Lupin could use magic to make money in the Muggle world, and I'd broach them with him when we were alone. My only worry now was how I was going to hide a wand on the beach. Could you shrink a wand? Not mine, of course, but one of the extra ones I'd stolen? Still, being able to relax on the sand for once without worrying that the world was going to end, that sounded nice. Vox. Putting on my old identity was like slipping into a coat that no longer quite fit. My first year at Hogwarts had required that I always be on my guard, and that I keep a distance between myself and everyone else. I'd been creating an image of myself as someone dangerous and competent. I was that, but there was more to me than that. At first I'd been alert for attacks that never came, but as the summer had progressed I found myself relaxing a bit. I'd never completely relaxed. The possibility that they'd wait until the middle of the summer to attack had occurred to me more than once. Yet it never happened. It had been amazing just to lie on the beach and simply be in the moment, even if I'd been amusing myself by having the crabs under the water stage mock battles with each other out of the sight of everyone. These were experiences I wouldn't have had even if I'd stayed in my own world. There I'd have been working to repair the damage Scion had done to the world, assuming that people hadn't just abandoned it altogether. Even if Scion had never attacked, I'd have been busy working for the Protectorate. Even if they'd let me go to college, the summers would have been filled with work. I never would have had months of uninterrupted rest and relaxation. If it wasn't for the fact that I was likely never going to see anyone I cared about from my old life ever again, I'd have thought that this was a blessing. It was the first time in years that I'd gotten to relax and just be a kid. I'd spent my days with the Grangers, and my nights practicing fighting with Lupin. He was enormously better than the students I'd fought, and I'd lost more times than I'd won. I hadn't cheated, because there, in the silence, I was free to lose. I didn't have a reputation to maintain, and failure wouldn't result in me being in more danger. I could finally relax a little, and actually be myself. I'd been free to laugh and play and be the child that I hadn't had a chance to be even the first time I'd been through this. It should have been boring. Most teenagers found spending time with children to be tiresome. But Hermione wasn't most children, and the Rangers were actually interesting people. They'd taken us to museums that were actually interesting, and to see things that I'd never seen before. It had been a shock to realize that beaches in France were topless, but it hadn't seemed to bother Hermione, so I assumed that she'd experienced it before. It wasn't mandatory, though, which I was happy about. Hermione had even stopped having nightmares. Apparently the Death Eater attack had affected her more than I'd thought, because I'd heard her moaning in her sleep for the first couple of weeks. The nightmares had become less frequent with time, and within a month they were gone. At least we weren't attacked on the train platform, I muttered to Hermione. She was sitting in a compartment in the middle of the train, along with Neville and Millie and Harry. I hadn't seen Tracy. The Ministry has tightened up security this year, Hermione said. I'm not surprised at all. The Aurors in the first and last cars, with 2 more riding on top of the train, certainly seemed alert. I wondered if they'd taken pepper-up potions or some other kind of stimulant. The Death Eaters have been quiet all summer, I said. Probably regrouping and re-evaluating their plans. It's what I would have done if I'd been Voldemort. The kind of losses he'd already taken weren't sustainable, not given the limited population of wizards. I'd have probably started using improvised patsies and maybe hired foreign mercenaries. My guess was that he'd spent the summer cleaning house. I'd have been improvising as many people as I could to find out who the traitor was. Someone like him wouldn't have been able to believe that an 11-year-old child had been able to slaughter so many Death Eaters, so his first and natural assumption would have been that someone had helped me. He'd assume that traitors had given away the information about the attack on the train, and that someone had helped me slaughter his men. Given that Moody's men seemed more interested in capture than killing, that would suggest that it was either a third party, or someone within his own ranks who was getting rid of competition. If that was the case, it might mean that someone was preparing for a coup within the Death Eaters, and something like that would be terrifying for Voldemort. The name he'd chosen for himself revealed his own fear. Flight from death? Why call yourself something that meant you were running? Why not simply call yourself Death? Thanatos was a classic, although that could also mean a desire for death. The truth was, I wasn't good at coming up with names, but sooner or later people would have named me something. Of course, if you were terrifying enough, even Bob could become a name to be feared. Are you excited about the school year? Hermione asked. Personally, I think Lupin could have taught me everything I needed to know, I said. But I can't leave you and Harry by yourselves. I wouldn't saddle Lupin with the task of raising me either. I'd come to respect him over the summer, even on the days before the full moon when he became irritable and snappish. The fact that he'd had to leave once a month hadn't escaped the Grangers, but they hadn't asked questions. I'd given him a few tips about raising funds in the Muggle world with magic. He'd told me that they were in a grey area, legally speaking, but he'd looked thoughtful. It would be easy enough for him to buy salvaged cars and repair them magically. He'd never be able to sell them as new, now without magically changing memories and documentation. He assured me that actually would be illegal. Even as salvage could easily sell them for 10 times the price he bought them for, possibly as much as £1,500 a transaction. Finding the cars would be harder in this pre-internet world, but I'd suggested that he find a squib car dealer or auto mechanic. If he couldn't find one, then convince one to be his front man, to do all the legwork and take half the profits. At 500 galleons each, he might be able to make up for some of the income that the Ministry and Wizarding Society had cheated him out of. I'd had some other ideas, but Lupin had assured me that most of them would be highly illegal and end up sending him to Azkaban. The door to the compartment slid open. Pansy looked in. Taylor. She said, her voice artificially sweet. I'm surprised to see that you came back this year. We'd heard through the grapevine that people had withdrawn their children from school in the aftermath of the train incident. I could understand the impulse, but unless they were going to leave the country, it was even less safe in their homes. I'm surprised that you passed last year, I said mildly. Weren't you worried about not passing? She flushed. At least I'm not a werewolf, she said. What? I stared at her. You and Potter and Granger disappeared during the werewolf attack, she says. Everybody is just horrified about how the boy who lived was infected. From the look on Neville's face, he wasn't sure whether to be relieved or insulted that people weren't talking about him too. Harry scowled. That's a lie. It wasn't werewolves at all. It was the Death Eaters and Voldemort. Pansy shook her head. Poor, deluded little boy. You just don't want to admit the horrible truth. It was in the papers over the summer, so everybody knows about it. That's probably why so many kids aren't coming back to school. They don't want to be in class with 3 werewolves. Say Pansy, I asked. Is werewolfism contagious when you are in human form? What do you mean? She asked suspiciously. Well, if I were to bite you right here, and right now, would you become a werewolf, or maybe something halfway, like a werpoodle? Harry grinned. She looks like the kind who'd become a poodle. Wanna try? Pansy sniffed. You can't make fun of me, werewolves aren't real people. Whoever said I was a real person in the first place? I asked. Do you think that the Boggarts are all out of the castle? Do you think some of them might have slipped onto the train? I smiled at her, channeling my best Jack/grin. I cocked my head, and began walking toward her with a jerky motion. Her face paled and she staggered back, falling onto her rear. She stumbled to her feet and slammed the door shut, and we heard the sounds of footsteps racing off into the distance. No one else came to disturb us, but as I closed my eyes and listened into the conversations in the other part of the train, it amazed me to find that the students had bought into the ministry line that it had been werewolves who had attacked the Hogwarts Express. They really did believe that I and my little group were werewolves, and even Harry's house was uncertain about dealing with him. The door opened again, and Ron Weasley slipped inside. You'd tell me you were a werewolf, wouldn't you, mate? He asked Harry. When my brothers told me, I thought they were lying like usual, but I heard it from Romilda Vane and a couple of Hufflepuffs. It's a lie, Harry said tiredly. Then why didn't they let you have any visitors over the summer? Ron asked. I tried to send you a letter, but they were all returned. The Death Eaters were trying to kill me, Harry said. So the ministry was sending all my mail back just in case something cursed got through. And it was Death Eaters that attacked the train, not werewolves. I wondered if anyone had tried to send me any packages over the summer. If they had, it had probably been a bomb. I'd have to find out whatever spell kept us from getting our mail and learn it myself. If I could use that and if I could find some way to evade the trace, then I'd be able to slip into the Muggle world entirely, and I'd be able to do whatever I wanted. Lupin had taught me the disillusionment spell over the summer. He'd been reluctant, but when I'd explained to him that it might save lives, he'd finally agreed. I think he'd caught the underlying meaning, I might not have to kill so many people if I had other options for escape. That was the law in the Muggle world, after all. Self-defense only applied if you had no way to escape. If you did, it was your duty to try. Listening in to the children in the other cars for the next few hours, I realized that there was an element of unease to many of their conversations. They spoke more quietly this year, and it was only with their closest friends that they spoke about overheard conversations between their parents. Almost everyone had parents who'd discussed pulling them out of school. Many of them had parents who'd talked about leaving the country. That was less true of the Slytherins, of course, but even among them there were some. They were quieter about it. I'd taken to checking my faux glass all summer, I'd checked it shortly before packing today. It had looked like Avery and several figures I hadn't recognized were closer than they had been all summer. They weren't so close as for me to be terribly worried. It was dark by the time we reached our stop. A prefect stopped by our compartment. You don't go with the first years, he said. You go to the left, where there are carriages. I nodded. We disembarked. I still felt uncomfortable letting the house elves manage my luggage. Part of me was afraid that people would interfere with it before the house elves got to it. I'd just have to go over everything thoroughly when I got to my rooms. Are those Thestrals? Hermione asked, blinking. I'd mucked their stalls out enough to know more about them that I wanted to. There's nothing there, Harry said. Are they pulled my magic? The Thestrals, Hermione said. Only people who have seen death can see them. For some reason everyone turned and looked at me. How can you not see them? I asked. You were all at dueling club last year. He didn't die until later, Hermione said. And none of us saw that. What about you? I asked Harry. With the Acromantulas? Harry asked. It was dark. I didn't see anything except a guy with his jaw blown off. So you've seriously been hanging around me for months, and you've never seen anybody die. It seems incredible, but no, Hermione said. Some blood on a broomstick doesn't count when it comes to the Thestrals. As we approached, I stepped up beside one of the Thestrals. I patted its side. They know yet, Hagrid said, walking up. Aren't you watching the first years? I asked. He shook his head. The Aurors have taken over. Want to make sure the Sprogs get to where they're going. New security this year. I nodded. You be careful this year, Taylor, he said. I've heard that it isn't just the Death Eaters that have it out for yet. There's people who'd love to see ya in Azkaban. Not all of them were Death Eaters either. Some of them were sympathizers, and others were just uncomfortable with the way I interfered with the status quo. Unfortunately, some of them had the power to make problems for me. Thanks, Hagrid, I said. I patted the Thestral on the side. I'd be happy to help you with these, I said. As long as it isn't poop duty. There won't be any of that this year, Hagrid said. The ministry is serious about security, and there's a curfew after dark. No student is to be out on the grounds. I nodded. After what had happened last year, I'd had no intentions of being out where Death Eaters could take pot shots at me. It had been easy enough for one to apparate outside whatever protections the school had and then walk onto the grounds. Let's get you in the castle, where it's safe, he said. As we made our way up the trail, my bugs smelled disillusioned people all along the trail. I suspected that these were the Aurors who were providing security, but I couldn't be sure, so I kept my wand in my hand until we reached the castle. It was a relief to step inside the door. A single killing curse from a disillusioned imper I used Patsy could have ended me before I'd had a chance to respond. The only reason they likely hadn't tried it was because of the Aurors, and because they would have assumed I could see the attack in advance with my seer powers. As I sat through the opening feast, everything felt unreal. The summer itself had already felt like a dream, and getting back into my role as the person who everyone feared didn't feel like something I was going to relish. Partially it was because I hadn't been suppressing my emotions much over the summer. I'd been getting better over the school year, but it had been terribly slow. I found myself tired as I went to my room. Tracy still hadn't shown up, so I could only assume that her parents had planned to homeschool her. Mildred didn't know anything about it. They hadn't been in contact all summer, since her parents had decided to take her to Venice for vacation. I had the impression that this wasn't their normal way of doing things. They had been afraid and had friends in that area that people didn't know about. Despite my exhaustion, I began going through my trunks methodically. The last thing I needed was some cursed item giving me an incurable and fatal condition. Cursed items could be some of the deadliest things around. I'd heard that there were curses that no wizard had the cure for. So it was with some trepidation that I found a box in my trunk, one that I hadn't put there. It was plain and nondescript, about 10 inches on a side. It had been stuffed haphazardly into my chest, which was now filled with all kinds of clothes that Lupin had gotten for me over the summer. I levitated the box and put it on the floor. "Get Snape," I said tersely. Lupin wouldn't have left me a box without telling me. He was sensible enough to know that I'd never open one without knowing who it was from. That meant that this was likely from someone who didn't mean me well. I stared at the box. I had an uneasy feeling I knew what was inside. My bugs could smell rotting meat inside. The fact that it smelled tantalizing when filtered through their senses was vaguely disturbing. Snape arrived shortly afterwards. "This box shouldn't have been in my trunk," I said. "And I haven't learned curse breaking yet." He nodded grimly. He spent the next 10 minutes performing a series of spells and actions that I watched carefully. Was this what curse breaking was, and if so, was he any good at it? Eventually, he said, "I have detected no curses on the box, nor poison on its surface. I will lift the lid off now." I pulled out my wand and cast a shield spell. He levitated the lid of the box off the wand, and floated it to its side. A moment later he leaned forward. If there was hesitation he hid it well. His face turned grim. "I fear that I must summon the headmaster," he said. I leaned forward. Beside me, I could hear Millicent begin to scream. Tracy's head was in the box, staring up at us, an expression of agony and horror permanently imprinted on her face. Bones saw. The Death Eaters hadn't sent their kids to school this year. When I'd noted that people had been missing from the train, it had seemed natural to me that some parents would hold their kids back, even Slytherin parents. The fact that it was a certain subset of Slytherin parents had escaped me, especially since Draco had come to school. Was leaving Malfoy a gesture of trust toward me? Or was Lucius Malfoy on his way out of the organization, and he hadn't been informed of what was going to happen until it was too late? Apparently he'd passed along my idle threat of killing the kids and they'd taken it seriously. I was sitting in Dumbledore's office. It was late, about 1 in the morning. The Aurors had gone over my room with a fine-toothed comb. There were some of them who had been looking for things to hang me with, but most of them had been angry and upset, which I thought was a good sign. "What do you intend to do, Miss Bear?" Dumbledore asked. He was looking at me quietly. His eyes had lost their usual twinkle. "That's not the question," I said. "The question is what you will do. They killed a child, and not just any child, but a half-blood. They did it under your watch, and if this is allowed to continue, I have no doubt that this school will be closed for good." Wizards tended to be callous about their children being injured, but death was another matter. "I have been cautious in applying myself," Dumbledore admitted. "The allure of power has been something that I have struggled with, and I fear that it would be all too easy for me to fall prey to it. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing," I said. "Edmund Burke was right, you know. Every time you stay your hand, allow a Death Eater to live, you are responsible for every death they cause afterwards." He looked much older than usual. His face seemed almost gaunt in the firelight. "It is a slippery slope," he said. "Who am I to decide who lives and who dies? Who else is there?" I asked. "Look at the world around you. The blood purists are winning. Every time they kill an Auror, they replace him with one of their own. Every Muggleborn they kill is a life that will not have a chance to contribute to society. He looked down, and I shook my head. Tracy was more of an acquaintance than a friend. She was never really able to get over her initial fear of me. She was Millicent's friend, though, and she came along because of that. Killing her was a message not just for me, but for everyone. Bow down, or have your head removed. He sighed. I understand, and this will be answered, he said. I will not allow another child to be killed under my watch, not as long as it is in my power to prevent it. The only way to stop this kind of thing is to strike back in kind, I said. Hard and fast enough that they will not want to ever try that again. It is not that easy. He began. I handed him a list. These are people that I know to be Death Eaters. Some of them I'm sure you know about, some of them you may not know about. I handed him a list of names that I'd gathered together from my time looking over children's shoulders as they wrote letters, and my time in the ministry. This isn't all of them, of course, I said. It's a list of 25 names that I am fairly certain are Death Eaters. Fairly certain isn't enough to act on, Miss Bear, Dumbledore said. Isn't it? I asked. I understood that wizarding law tended to be looser about the rules than Muggle laws. If you were to hit those with seats in the Wisengamot first, then they'd think that it was politically motivated, and I'd risk turning my own faction against me, he said. I stared at him, and he had the grace to look embarrassed and look away. I'd had enough of excuses. People always talked about the reason that they couldn't take action, but they never actually did anything. We were both silent for several long moments. I stared at Dumbledore as he stared at the fire. He looked exhausted and as old as I had ever seen him. How did the box get into my luggage? I asked finally. There was an unfamiliar house elf, Dumbledore said. No one recognized him. They'd make perfect assassins, you know, I said. If the Death Eaters wanted you dead, all they'd have to do would be to have a house elf slip poison in your soup. They couldn't even say no if they were commanded to do it. I am taking steps to address this, Dumbledore said. Are house elves expensive? I asked. Very, Dumbledore said. And you may not have the loan of one of the school's elves. He'd been talking to Snape then. I doubted that Millicent's family was rich enough to have one, but I had no doubt that she'd have lent it to me if I asked. If you start that kind of warfare, they will retaliate in kind, Dumbledore continued. So I would ask that you think long and hard before you start it. It was just a theoretical question, I said airily. Dumbledore looked as tired as I currently felt. Go to bed, Miss Bear. Tomorrow will be a long day. I nodded. He escorted me back to the Slytherin dorms, and as he left, I turned to head up to my rooms. Millicent was in the infirmary, under the effect of a sleeping draft. There was talk of obliviating her for her own good, she was so upset by what she'd seen. I was surprised to see Draco waiting for me. He was pale. My father didn't know about it until afterward, he said. He hesitated, then looked around. You knew about my father? I nodded coldly. I'm aware of his allegiances. Draco hesitated a moment. He told me to tell you that Avery will be waiting for you outside. Your father would betray his own people like that. Draco shook his head. He's going to be killed anyway, after everything he's done, he said. He looked sick and pale. But this is a gesture of goodwill. Avery had cost Voldemort, and he had to know that this was going to cost him a lot more than anything else he'd done. Tracy had been a half-blood, which meant that a lot of people who thought they were going to be safe were now going to reconsider. People were protective of their children, and this was exactly the sort of thing that would turn cowardly wizards into lions. Malfoy was playing both sides against the middle. He wasn't giving me any information that I wouldn't have known anyway, not if I was the kind of seer I pretended to be. Most likely Voldemort had told Avery to challenge me, and having Draco deliver the message had been a punishment for Malfoy for one crime or another. The fact that it was going to be a trap wasn't even in question, and Malfoy would assume that I understood that. I remember favors, I said. He looked relieved. Apparently he'd been afraid that I'd take Tracy's death out on him. The fact that he'd still come indicated a certain amount of bravery or possibly stupidity. I hope you didn't have trouble because you lent me your chest. I told my father that you took it. He said to tell no one, and he obliviated Crabbe and Goyle before they could tell anyone. You've seen how his friends deal with things they don't like, I said, nodding toward my room. He paled even farther. Your father is likely right. They wouldn't. He began. She was a Slytherin, I said. A Slytherin and a half-blood. You think it would bother them to put your head in a box? He paled even farther. Go to bed, I said. What are you going to do? He asked. Aurors are going to come to you tomorrow, I said. And you are going to tell them that you fell asleep here. You never saw me leave, and you never saw me come back. This conversation never happened. What? He asked. Or you might find out that your father's friends and I have something in common. He frowned, then I saw my meaning dawn on him. He nodded. Get a blanket and pillow, I said. He turned and went up the boys' stairs. Pulling my faux glass out, I stared at it. Avery was close, along with two others that I didn't recognize. Maybe Voldemort really meant for Avery to die, or maybe he wanted to know what I could do against wizards who were ready for me. Most likely the people with Avery were liabilities to his organization, people who had helped in the murder and so deserved almost as much punishment as Avery himself. There were more than one way that this could be a trap. It might be more than physical. If they could catch me murdering my enemy, they'd be able to get me sent to Azkaban, and possibly killed on the way. I'd escape on the way, of course, but they had no way to know that. I'd studied the ways in which the supervillains in my world always escaped, and I suspected that Azkaban couldn't be as hard to escape as the birdcage. It didn't matter. I had to respond to the murder of my acquaintance in a way that made it clear what would happen if anyone attacked my other friends. Otherwise none of them would be safe. I closed my eyes and allowed my actual emotions to flood back into me. First came rage. Tracy had been a child, she'd never hurt anyone, and she'd been innocent. Then came guilt. Being emotional wouldn't help. I pushed my emotions back into my bugs and I straightened my shoulders. Before I could think about it too much, I disillusioned myself. I slipped outside, and I headed for the girls' bathroom. A quick hissed command to open, and I was on my way down to the chamber. I tied my blindfold on and I closed my eyes. Hello, I hissed in Parseltongue. Hello, stupid speaker, the basilisk hissed. Is it time to feed yet? Apparently snakes were language snobs almost as bad as the French. I shook my head. No. I ask help. Oh. The basilisk asked. Need kill egg breaker, I said. Help me. I could almost feel her eagerness. The bitch will never be able to resist, Avery was saying. I'd seen his face in the glass often enough to know exactly who he was. A direct challenge like that. We'll finally be done with it once and for all. It'll be over after tonight, yes, one of the men behind him said. I wondered if they had orders to murder Avery no matter what happened. If Voldemort could kill us both, it would solve a lot of his problems. He'd be able to blame the murder on a rogue faction, and claim that he'd killed him and provided the justice that the wizarding world couldn't. I think so too, I said. I stepped out from behind Hagrid's hut. Hagrid was gone with the Aurors, which was probably why they'd chosen this location. They'd failed to provide hidden people either inside or behind the hut. Most likely it was because with only 3 of them, they'd been afraid I'd pick them off one by one. I'd been careful to check with every sense my bugs could muster. Green light flew toward me, but I threw my darkness powder down. Every one of them had a hand of glory, I could sense all of them lighting theirs. That meant that they could see but I couldn't, perfect. Coming after me, that I could understand, I called out in the darkness. But the moment you came after my friends, you sealed your death warrant. My voice rang out across the lawn, even as they charged around the corner. I'd like you to meet my friend, I said in a conversational voice. The basilisk reared up behind me, I could tell from the bugs I had on her. They dropped dead almost at the same time, even as I dropped to the ground in case or more of them managed to get a shot off. They didn't though. I'd have preferred to cause more pain, Avery had done enough that he'd deserved a lot worse than a quick and painless death. However, I was tired, and he wasn't worth it. Shall I eat? The basilisk asked. No, I said. Eggs. The last thing I needed was for the basilisk to get a taste for human flesh. I had a suspicion that it had tasted it before, but after 1,000 years the memory was likely a little hazy. As it turned out, the basilisk loved the taste of eggs, considering them a treat, even though I had to make a lot of them to feed its ravenous appetite. Most likely it had eaten eggs when it was small, but once it had gotten large it had no longer been able to find anything with eggs large enough to taste. When it was satisfied, it slithered away, and I set about the work of sending the message that I'd planned to send. Getting rid of the tracks was the first task. I'd figured out how to do that a long while back, and I set to it with a gusto, using Avery's own wand. Next was the message that I meant to send. I began shrinking bodies, and then I was going to have to hurry to Hogsmeade while disillusioned. I couldn't cast any spells between those locations, so I was going to have to be ready. Deshrinking the broomstick I'd gotten from the Death Eater from the train, I mounted it and disillusioned myself. I was going to have to channel my inner bonesaw for this one. Where were you last night? The Auror demanded. His face was red, and he looked as though he wanted to punch me. Professor Sprout was the one who was watching us silently from the back. Snape and Dumbledore were still dealing with the aftermath of Tracy's death, and Flitwick was busy consoling students. I should have been exhausted, but I'd taken a pepper-up potion so that I would look fresh and not like I'd spent all night decorating Hogsmeade with body parts while disillusioned. In my bed, asleep, I said calmly. Is there anyone who can corroborate that? He asked. Dumbledore himself sent me off to bed, I said. My roommate was in the hospital because of the shock of seeing her friend's murdered corpse. I saw Draco Malfoy on the way up to my room. He was sleeping out in the common room. We've spoken to him, the Auror said. It's suspicious that he was there to provide you with an alibi. I'm sure the paintings did too, I said. They were supposed to be on alert last night after what happened. The fact that I had known how to sneak by them while disillusioned wasn't relevant. Your roommate was so upset at the death that she had to be sedated, he said. But you went to bed as though nothing had happened. You don't think that's suspicious? I shook my head. I've been in a running battle with the Death Eaters all year. It was likely to happen sooner or later. She wasn't really my friend anyway, she was more Millicent's. I think you are lying. We can order Verita serum, the Auror said. You don't even have parents who can object. I'm a natural accoutrement, I said. I wouldn't want you to waste your time. What's this all about? There were brutal murders in Hogsmeade last night, the Auror said. You were the person who had the most reason to kill them. Me? I said. I smiled. I'm just a little girl. What could I possibly have done? Spread body parts all over town, the Auror said grimly. Check my wand, I said. You'll find no killing curse. We'll check both of your wands, he said. Moody told us. I shrugged. I'd done most of the cutting work with Avery's wand. I'd snapped all of their wands, and I'd used them to further desecrate the bodies. Having both ends of their wands shoved into an eye socket was meant to make an impression. This was about respect. I needed everyone to believe that not only had I been able to overpower 3 wizards, but that I'd been able to torture them without anyone seeing what had happened. Handing over the wands, I watched as he performed a number of spells on them. He seemed almost disappointed as he handed them back to me. We aren't finished with this, he said. You really think I'm capable of something like this? I asked. He stared at me. Dead certain. You'd think you'd be more polite then, I said. He frowned, and then a look of outrage appeared on his face. You can't threaten an Auror. I wasn't threatening anyone, I said, lifting my hands. I was just wondering why you'd threaten someone who could kill multiple wizards. That wasn't me, of course, but you've already decided it was. Get out of here, he said. I left Snape's office, which had been converted into a temporary interrogation room, and turned back to the Slytherin common room. Everyone was waiting, staring at me. You've all heard what happened last night, I said. From the looks on their faces they had. They've been coming for Mudbloods for a long time, but no one said anything, because it didn't affect them, I said. But what about now? Tracy was one of you, she was a half-blood, but she came from a good family. Her entire family was brutally murdered because they wouldn't turn her over. I'd overheard that from the Aurors. How long will it be before even being a pureblood isn't enough? I asked. When will they come for you, or when will they ask you to step aside when they kill your mother, your sister, your brother? They were all watching me quietly. The smart thing was to keep your head down, I said. But that was before they started coming after your kind of people. I paused. Sooner or later, you'll have to pick a side, I said. That's what all this is about. It's not the Mudbloods versus the purebloods. You think the Death Eaters will let purebloods rule when they take over? They'll rule and everyone else will kneel. Think about it. I turned and headed for my room before anyone could say anything. The potion was wearing off, and I needed to collapse onto my bed while no one was looking. Classes were cancelled for the day. News. Death Eaters desecrate Hogsmeade. The headline screamed. The pictures splashed all over the front page barely showed anything. It was difficult to understand what you were seeing at first, and then the whole picture suddenly sprang into focus. I'd used every bit of artistry I remembered from following the slaughterhouse. I hadn't expected the papers to show much of it, but it had been meant to send a message to the Death Eaters and possibly to the Aurors. I could hear people gagging all over the Great Hall. Apparently what little was shown in the picture was more than some people could handle. The evening papers had just come in, and people were still eating when they opened their papers. I was surprised that the school hadn't confiscated them all. I calmly continued eating as I read the article. Apparently the leading theory about the deaths was that it was the work of Death Eaters, although there were some people who thought it was the work of werewolves. I'd have thought that I'd left no doubt that it wasn't an attack by a violent beast, but wizards were apparently gullible. Unthinking monsters didn't artfully arrange things, only thinking monsters did. People were staring, not just at me, but at Hermione and Harry at the other tables. Nobody was bothering with Neville. Last night wasn't even a full moon. I heard Hermione shout indignantly. Hasn't anybody read the textbooks about werewolves? Nobody was sitting near me. I'd assumed that was because of the lower number of students this year, but apparently people were still believing the werewolf rumors. Or maybe rumors of what I had done to the Death Eaters had spread before the Death Eater kids had left. Having this attributed to the Death Eaters, had that been Voldemort's plan all along, or was it fortunate happenstance? He'd managed to avoid some of the public relations damage from his former failure. The incident with the acromantulas wasn't known to the general public, and the incident on the train had been attributed to werewolf terrorists. However, he had to work with the damage to morale within his own ranks. Having so many of their members killed by a small girl would be crushing, and undoubtedly there were members who were reconsidering their loyalty. He needed to win, and he needed it to be visible. With this, he'd steal my message and make it his own. Undoubtedly, very few people would even know that Avery had come to meet me, possibly only Lucius Malfoy and Draco. Everyone else in his organization would think that he'd done what he'd done to send a message. He might even send a message to the newspaper later, explaining that the Death Eaters were not responsible for Tracy's death, and that it had been a copycat trying to use their organization as an excuse. He didn't even have to make up much of a story. Avery had struggled with an unhealthy obsession with me, and he'd done what he'd done to hurt me. It blunted my message to the people at school, but it was useful in that it might divert the attention of the Aurors. I'd gotten my message across anyway. Voldemort knew that if he continued to escalate against my friends that I'd find ways to make his life a living hell, or I'd find a way to end it. He was likely to spend a while regrouping and consolidating his power. He had time, and I had little doubt that he'd get stronger as memories faded. I looked up, both Dumbledore and Snape were looking at me with disquieted looks. I smiled and waved a piece of bacon at them. Snape scowled and Dumbledore looked troubled. I'd given Dumbledore a chance, but even if he was honest, he couldn't protect my friends. A school was too soft a target. A determined attacker would get in sooner or later. Finishing my meal, I stuffed some bacon in my pouch. The basilisk liked bacon too, it rarely got cooked foods. The food enlargement spells were turning out to be highly useful. As I stood up, Hermione stormed up to me, followed by Harry and Neville. They had the nerve to ask if I did this. Hermione said, waving her rolled-up newspaper. If I was a werewolf I'd have eaten them all last night. Well, it wasn't Harry, Ron said. I was with him last night. It could have been a werweasel, Draco said, walking by. I think there are some red hairs on the bodies. Oh, that's blood, my mistake. He sneered at Ron, but he did not look at me at all. On the surface he looked like he always did, but I could tell that his posture was stiff and he looked like he wanted to run. He was trying to bolster my story, such as it was, which meant that I couldn't punish him, even with little things like I did with Pansy. Shut up Malfoy, Potter said. This isn't funny. Hogsmeade is right outside of Hogwarts. If the Death Eaters are this close, then nobody is safe. Draco glanced at me, then shrugged. Glad you're the one they're after, and not me. They're after all of us, I said. The room went quiet. Why do you think they did this? I asked. This wasn't some random act of violence. They did this to make your parents afraid. They're telling your parents that they need to bow down, because they've got every one of us as hostages. People were staring at me now. They didn't just kill Tracy, I said. They killed her mom and her dad, her little sister and her brother. They murdered them because they wouldn't give her up. That was your fault, Pansy said quietly. Was it? I asked. Personally I agreed with her, but that didn't fit the narrative I was creating. They'd have come for her eventually, just like they'll come for every one of you. Maybe the purebloods will be able to join up, but what kind of life will you have? As a Death Eater, they'll threaten your family as a way to keep you loyal. I stood up higher. They'll throw you at Aurors like Mad-Eyed Moody, and at Dumbledore, thinking that it doesn't matter how many of you die, because all it takes is one man who gets through. How many of you would like to face the other side of Dumbledore's wand? So what do we do? A Slytherin third year asked. Learn to fight, I said. Because sooner or later you are going to have to. That, or run. Miss Bear, Snape drawled from behind me. Kindly stop trying to start a revolution. The headmaster would like to speak with you. I nodded. I'd expected it, really. There had been only two paths that the man could take, pretend that nothing had happened, or face up to it. The fact that he was calling me in now wasn't necessarily indicative of which path he would choose, but there was some hope. I followed him down the hall. We were silent until we reached Dumbledore's office. I seated myself without being asked. Miss Bear, Dumbledore said. He stared at me for an agonizingly long moment. I told you yesterday that I would handle the Death Eater problem. Like you've been handling it? I asked. These things take time, he said. I did not expect you to take matters into your own hands less than an hour after we spoke. What are you talking about? I asked. It was the Death Eaters who killed those men, the papers said so. It's taken more than a day to piece enough of them to identify them, Dumbledore said. His eyes were hard. But all three of them were Death Eaters. Is that what the tattoo on their arms means? I asked. I was curious. I've seen that tattoo on a few people in the Wizengamot, but nobody seems to care. Are you admitting that you did that? Dumbledore asked. No, I said. I may have seen a thing or two, but I wouldn't be surprised if things like that keeps happening. What do you mean? Vigilantes arise when the people in power don't protect the people, I said. The rule of law can only be firm if it is enforced. Right now, people don't feel protected. Is this something you have seen? Dumbledore asked. I don't see the future, usually, I said. But it's obvious. I wouldn't be surprised if you see other people in masks doing the work that the Aurors don't. Is that what you think happened? It's how these things work, I said. It's like a riot. There are people who won't break windows or destroy things on their own. But if one other person does it first, they might. Both he and Snape frowned. Other people might not do it if one other person does it, but once two do, and down the line, 3, 4, or more. I'm sure you have seen something like that at dances. This isn't a dance, Snape said irritably. Isn't it? I asked. Isn't war a dance? You anticipate your opponent, move in tandem with how you think they will move. If they anticipate you, it becomes a thing of beauty. Do you think war beautiful, Miss Bear? Dumbledore asked. He sounded almost disappointed. Because I was involved in the last Great War, and I can tell you that it was horrible. It's only beautiful from a distance, I said. Up close, it's blood and death and destruction. War should never be the first resort, but there are times that it is inevitable. So you think this will keep happening, Snape said. You think it won't? I asked. All it takes is for the right people to get the idea, and then it will start. So you are saying that you did not do this, Dumbledore asked. When the Aurors ask you, I said. You can tell them that I've always only defended myself. That's not an answer, Dumbledore said. What do you expect me to say? Admit to some kind of atrocity? Hasn't it occurred to you that Voldemort wanted Avery dead just as much as I did? Neither asked what I meant. Obviously they knew what I was talking about. He had every reason to kill him, and every reason to take credit for it. I'm going to assume that it was a peace offering for the death of my roommate. And that means that you have no intention of further action. Dumbledore asked. I've always said that I just wanted to be left alone, I said lightly. I was lying, of course. Conflict between me and the Death Eaters was inevitable by this point. They hated what I was with every ounce of their beings, and I'd killed enough of them that every member probably knew at least one person I'd killed. Many of them were likely family members. Were we to discover that you were the one to do this, I would be forced to expel you. Dumbledore said. Which would not be a healthy option for you, not at this point. If you do so, what do you think I will do? I asked. Both of them stared at me silently. This is the safest place in Britain, I said. And I just had an entire summer without incident, when I wasn't being attacked. You put me out there, and I won't have much of a choice. Most likely, I'll die, but I won't go alone. I am not asking you to leave, Dumbledore said. But I can assure you that I will be taking action. The information you gave us is being double-checked as we speak, and once we are sure, he said. If it was true, then that was what I needed. I needed time to get stronger, and having Moody's people and Dumbledore harass the Death Eaters would take attention away from me. If I was lucky, I might get an entire school year free of interference. I couldn't depend on that, of course, because a sudden attack after months of inactivity might be their smartest move. Then we have nothing else to talk about, I said. If people believe that their government can protect them, then they'll be happy to leave it to them. By people I meant me. I could see that they both understood me. Hopefully, Snape would send my message to Voldemort. Letting him know that I didn't plan to go after him anytime soon would mean that he wouldn't feel forced to take action himself. I doubted that I'd survive something like that. I stiffened. Aurors were entering the building, and they were heading in our direction with a sense of purpose. I rose to my feet. I'd better get back to class, I said. I carefully didn't reach for my wand. Both Dumbledore and Snape were undoubtedly able to stop me without much effort. Dumbledore nodded. As long as we understand each other. There are Aurors coming, I said. They don't look happy. The fact that they didn't try to stop me from leaving meant that they weren't trying to betray me. I stepped out into the hall, and I disillusioned myself. I moved quickly toward the closest secret passageway. If the Aurors were coming for me, I wouldn't make it easy for them. I'd been hiding supplies in the chamber for a while. Sooner or later the Ministry was going to come for me, and I was going to need a literal bug-out bag. My plan to escape was simple. I could disillusion myself, and I had a broom down there. Once I was out in public, I'd have to watch my magic usage, so I'd been slowly accumulating some useful items. With a broom, it would be simple for me to get to France, and from there, I'd be able to move wherever I needed. Lupin had gotten me a small book filled with maps. He hadn't known why I wanted it, but he'd seemed relieved that I'd had a seemingly normal interest. I'd had him buy me a few other things as well. Escaping wasn't the problem was what I would do afterwards. I could start a guerrilla war against the Death Eaters, but I wasn't ready yet. If it weren't for the trace, I might have more of a chance. I moved farther away. If they were coming for me they weren't going to find me easily. The group of 4 Aurors were grim-faced and they moved directly toward Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle let them in without asking for a password. "Sir," the first Auror said. "Are you here for Miss Bear?" Dumbledore asked. "I fear she has already fled." The man shook his head. "I have news. An hour ago Minister Fudge was assassinated by the Muggleborn wife of a ministry official." "What?" Dumbledore asked. "She's claiming to be part of a Muggleborn terrorist organization," the man said. "And they say they won't rest until every pureblood is dead. She says they were responsible for what happened in Hogsmeade too." I closed my eyes. Obviously the woman had been mind-controlled. Voldemort was trying to change the narrative. If he could create a fictional danger, it was possible that he could gain the loyalty of the people. "Who is taking command?" Dumbledore asked. "The Wizengamot is being called to a vote," the man said. "You have been asked to attend." Dumbledore nodded. His face was grim. He should be. The Death Eaters wouldn't have risked killing Fudge unless they were certain that they had the votes to put one of their people in the office of minister. If that happened, I might need my bug-out bag sooner than later. The whole reason why I'd gotten away with as much as I had was because of the support of Dumbledore and his people. Had the scales finally tipped in the other direction? There was nothing I could do but wait. Election. Everyone was huddled around the wizarding radio waiting for the results of the election. I could see anxiety on the faces of my classmates. Although they were Slytherin, they had as much reason to worry about this as I did. "The votes are in, folks," the announcer said excitedly. "A new minister has been chosen. It was only to be a temporary appointment until elections could be held at the end of the year, but the results of this election would affect everyone. Dolores Umbridge has been chosen as Minister for Magic." The announcer shouted. "Damn," I heard Bletchley say. "I don't know her," I admitted. "Is she a Death Eater?" "No," Bletchley admitted. "Not as far as anyone can yell. That's probably why she was chosen. I doubt that Dumbledore had the votes to get one of his people in office, but he worked hard to block the Malfoy vote. There were a couple of others up for the position who would have been even worse." "Is Umbridge that bad then?" I asked. "She hates non-humans," Bletchley said. "She's tried to push several bills through the Wizengamot but she's never had any success, even as the aide to the minister. Most people were still shunning me, but the people I'd protected during the troll attack still spoke to me. The new minister is going to speak." We could hear the sounds of the crowd quieting down as a woman spoke in an amplified voice. "The Ministry of Magic exists to protect its citizens," she said in a prim voice. "A task that I fear it has failed in repeatedly under previous administrations." Hadn't she been part of the previous administration? "My administration will be different. No longer will rogue werewolves be allowed to attack our school, no longer will children be murdered and mutilated. Bloodshed has been allowed on the very threshold of Hogwarts itself, and it will no longer be tolerated." She paused. "My first act as minister will be to depose Albus Dumbledore from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts. He has allowed children to be murdered on his watch, and he has failed his sacred duty. He was a hero in his day, and perhaps it is time that he retire to his well-deserved laurels. My second act is to propose legislation to control the werewolf scourge that has been afflicting our nation. Werewolves have proven themselves to be traitors in addition to being monsters." When several people turned to look at me, I stared at them with a cold look. Some of them paled and turned away quickly. "We will root them out wherever they are, and we will contain the threat. I am giving all werewolves 1 week to leave Great Britain. After that, any who remain will be sentenced to Azkaban." Everyone was silent, staring at the radio. Werewolves had always been looked down on by wizarding society, but I knew that several of the Slytherins in the room had relatives who were werewolves. Some of them might even have people they cared about as werewolves. Anyone who would threaten the stability of this great nation must be prepared to pay the ultimate price. Ahem. She continued. "We will once more have peace and harmony," she said. "But we must work together to eliminate disreputable elements. The Muggleborn do not understand our way of life. They cannot be blamed for their weakness, but they cannot be allowed to disrupt our nation. A new class in wizarding culture will become mandatory for all Muggleborns at Hogwarts, effective immediately," she said. "And anyone who intends to hurt or threaten real wizards will be punished to the full extent of the law." Real wizards meant purebloods in political doublespeak. "We will not tolerate insurrection. We will not tolerate attacks on our values. Those who try to enter our world with bad intentions will be stopped. I pledge the full force of the ministry to protect our way of life." "Thank you," she said. "And we will speak again. It might not be so bad," one of the fifth years said to another. "Maybe if the Muggleborns learn the right way to do things, then people won't have to fight so much." His companion glanced back at me. "You think she's going to learn the right way to do things?" "We'd be better off if she was a werewolf," the fifth year said. Werewolves are stupid. I think a werewolf who bit her would get sick. You think the Dark Lord was like her when he was young? He was probably nicer. When they saw me looking at them, they paled and hurriedly got up. None of this was good. Things had been bad enough for the Muggleborn and the werewolves before the death of Fudge. It sounded like Umbridge was planning to increase the pressure. That was likely to force people to fight back, which would be taken as further proof that they were enemies of the state. Well, nothing we can do about it now, Flint said. He looked at me. I've been meaning to talk to you. I'm not interested in being beater, I said. At his look, I said, I'd probably hurt somebody, and I've got more important things to do. He stepped up close to me and spoke in a low voice. If you want people to follow you, you have to get them to like you, he said. And nothing is more popular in school than a Quidditch star. The way you're going, nobody is going to want to get within 1,000 feet of you. That's a bad place to be when people come gunning for you. People don't have to like you, I said. Fear works just fine, and respect works even better. They'll be coming for you sooner or later, he said. You'll need people to watch your back. Why do you care what happens to me? I asked. You saved the team last year, he said. Bletchley is actually my friend. Also, I like my intestines inside my body. A lot of us know you had a problem with Avery's Day, and suddenly he's dead and scattered all over Hogsmeade. I'm just a second year, I said. I forced myself to smile and he shuddered. Think about it, he said. Tryouts are in a week. I would like to introduce you to the new headmaster of Hogwarts, McGonagall said. She didn't seem particularly pleased. The new headmaster was an enormous man, so large that he dwarfed everyone else except Hagrid. He was almost 7 feet tall, and he was heavily muscled, which was unusual for wizards. This is Finnegan Roll, McGonagall said. Your new headmaster. The applause was muted. The man stood, and he scowled. It is my understanding that your former headmaster was entirely too lenient with you all. He literally allowed some of you to commit murder. He glared at me when he said that. That will stop immediately, he said. Discipline will be enforced, and those who are sent to my office will regret it. The system has been entirely too lenient and that will be changing. Was he a Death Eater, or just an ass? I'd find out eventually, but even if he was a Death Eater, killing him would bring the entire weight of the ministry down on me. All detentions will be supervised by me, he said. He snarled. And there are chains in my office. He was actually making things worse for himself. I knew the professors, and even Snape wouldn't leave students to be tortured. That meant that professors would be reluctant to do detentions at all, and discipline would be worse than it would have otherwise been. Dumbledore had been too lenient, but this man was making a mistake too. At the least he shouldn't have been so blatant about it. I will speak to Miss Bear in my office, he said. She can't have done something already. McGonagall said. No, but unless I lay down the law early, there is no telling what she is going to do. Miss Bear, McGonagall said. After dinner. I nodded. I wasn't close enough to hear their conversation, but McGonagall had assumed that I'd be listening. How much did she know about my supposed seer powers? After dinner, I headed for the headmaster's office. Professor Snape stepped in behind me. I won't hurt him, I said. But I won't let him hurt me either. I'd prefer not to trust your idea of self-defense, Miss Bear, Snape said. And I wish to see his methods for myself. He's not. I began, then glanced at all of the paintings around us in the hall. Unlike you, I do not have the benefit of limited omniscience, he said. And not all wizards know each other, as much as Muggleborn might assume otherwise. There's only 10,000 of you, I protested. And you all go to school together. There's a pretty good chance that you know him. I do not, he said. But I must work with him. The ministry has assigned him, in all of their wisdom. As I stepped into the headmaster's office, I saw the chains hanging from the back wall first. There were several other objects whose purpose I couldn't be sure of, but they reminded me of trips to the dentist office. Miss Bear, the man said. Sit down. I slowly sank into my chair. My hand was on my wand. This was an obvious attempt to intimidate me, but why? I don't like you, he said. And would you like to know why? Because you're a pure blood. I asked. Playing the race card this early in the discussion was a sign of weakness on my part, but I really didn't know what he wanted. No, he said. It's because I see you wasting your potential. You are violent much like a mad dog, attacking anyone who gets in your way. And you know what happens to mad dogs. I stared at him without speaking. Mad dogs get put down, he said. And that's what will happen to you. I've seen your school records, and you are a gifted young witch, possibly the most gifted in our age. That hardly fits the whole Muggleborn not having magic narrative, does it? I asked. There are exceptional individuals in every walk of life, he said. And the cream will always rise to the top. That does not mean that the rest are salvageable. He stood up, looming over me. The Hogwarts curriculum is a joke. Every year a new defense teacher? Classes on music, on Muggle studies. Muggle studies might be useful, I said. How many wizards are going to live among the Muggles? He asked. For everyone who does, the statute of secrecy gets strained more and more. It's already strained to the breaking point, and you want us to send purebloods out among them. He shook his head. It's better for each kind to stay with their own. You may think I know nothing about the Muggle world, but I do. How are wizards going to live there without records, without a Muggle education? They'd never be able to get a good job there, and the temptation to cheat would be almost overwhelming. He did have a point, although I suspected that it could be done. Memory charms, I began. It's not safe for us to live among them either, he said. Repeated obliviations can cause problems. The only way to keep Muggles and wizards safe are to keep them separate. What does all of that have to do with me? I asked. You're a natural troublemaker, he said. Even if you weren't out murdering people, you think that wizarding society should be more Muggle. You don't know me, I said calmly. I'd pushed my anger and irritation into my bugs. How could you know that? Because that's what all of the Muggleborn want. It's perfectly natural to want things the way you grew up, but if we made our world the same as the Muggle world, then we'd lose something incredibly special. I didn't agree with him. By its nature the wizarding world would never be like the Muggle world. Adding in the things that made the Muggle world an improvement could only make things better. There were things that the wizarding world did better, and it wasn't just healthcare. There seemed to be no sexism here, and no prejudice against skin color. Because every wizard could maintain a good status of living, there were no truly poor wizards, not in the way that the Muggle world had. No wizard was ever going to starve. What do you want me to do? I asked. Be a normal student for once, he said. Don't kill anybody, and don't hurt anyone. If you do, I won't lock you in these chains. I'd be watching my back for the rest of the term. I will call the Aurors, and I suspect that you know how well that would go for you. Was he trying to say that I would be killed, or just that I'd end up in the Wizengamot? I won't have you being the standard bearer for those Muggleborn terrorists, he said. If I had my choice, you'd be expelled right now, but Dumbledore still has enough supporters in the school board that I have to show just cause. He leaned forward. Please give me that cause, he said. The smile he was giving me wasn't particularly nice. And should I go missing, everyone will know you did it. You'll end up in Azkaban then as well. I stood up. I'm not sure why you think I'm some kind of terrible person, I said. I just have terrible luck. Terrible luck? He asked. Death Eaters tend to die around me, I said, glancing at his sleeve. His expression didn't change though. But except for that time with the troll, and the time with the duel, and a few schoolyard incidents, I've been a model student. And the rumors about your being a werewolf. You can watch me next full moon, I said brightly. I promise I won't eat your face or anything. He paused and stared at me assessingly. I don't take well to threats, he said. If I'm not a werewolf, it wasn't a threat, I said. And I'm not. The Death Eaters on the train never touched us, and even if they had, werewolves are only contagious on nights of the full moon. Professor Travers taught us that last year as first years. Travers had been an ass, but he'd been a good defense teacher. Move along, Miss Bear, he said. And reflect on what we've talked about. I've got to get to defense class, I said brightly. Don't want to miss my first day. As I left I listened in. She's as bad as I had heard, Headmaster Roll said. I fear she is lost. Are you sure this is the best tack to take? Snape asked mildly. In my experience, Miss Bear is capable of responding to reason, if it is expressed properly. That is the problem with this school, Roll said. Children think that adults should cater to them. That's not going to happen on my watch. I frowned. It still wasn't certain that the man wasn't a Death Eater. There were pictures of former headmasters in the office, and it wasn't smart for them to speak about anything truly damning. I barely slipped into my seat on time. A handsome man stepped into the middle of the room. I'm sure you all know who I am, the man said. My fame extends from the shores of darkest Africa, to the Great Wall of China. I am the award-winning author of over a dozen books, and I am your defense professor. We'd been briefly introduced to this man this morning, before learning about the headmaster. Gilderoy Lockhart is my name, the man said, bowing deeply. He smiled and beside me I heard Hermione sigh dreamily. I stared at him suspiciously. For our first lesson of the day, he said, we will speak about the scourge of wizard kind. Cornish pixies. Something in a covered cage was eating my bugs faster than I could send them. I tensed, and my hand went to my wand. He pulled the cover off the cage and opened it. After that it was chaos. Lemonade. That was rather more enthusiastic than I expected, Miss Bear, Lockhart said. Cornish pixies apparently had blue blood. I hadn't known that, it was an electric blue that didn't appear in nature. They were coming right at me, I said absently. Had to defend myself. Couldn't you have stunned them? He asked faintly. I suppose, I said. But I've read that they reproduce like cockroaches, and if you let them get loose next thing you know the whole place is infested with them. We had a boggart infestation last year you know. I've heard a little about that, he said. Weren't you involved? I shrugged. Everyone else in the room seemed shocked. They really shouldn't have been, they'd gone to school with me for a year. I was proud that Hermione had gotten off some shots as well, even though the others hadn't done nearly as well. Most of them had frozen when the pixies were released. The few who hadn't were dueling club alumni, and I needed to keep an eye on them. Am I in trouble? I asked. Part of me almost wished I was. I had a plan to escape Hogwarts, and I could likely make my way in France reasonably well now that I knew where the magical neighborhoods were. If it didn't mean leaving Hermione and Neville and the others, I might do it anyway. After all, why should I save people who were too stupid to save themselves? Voldemort was a big deal in Britain, but I doubted that he'd get much traction in the wider magical world. The Americans would set things right if he caused too much trouble. There was pixie blood all over my robes. I cleaned it with a spell. He shook his head. 5 points to Slytherin for a rather enthusiastic defense. I fear I'll have to change my lesson plan for the other classes though, those were the only pixies I had. You've got bodies, I pointed out. Some of them aren't even completely exploded. Why not do an anatomy lesson? He stared at me for a moment, and then smiled. An excellent idea Miss Bear. When life gives you lemons, make lemonade. I've heard that Cornish pixies also are used in some potions ingredients, I said. You might ask Professor Snape if he could use any of the rest of this. He frowned thoughtfully. You are full of ideas, young lady. My life is full of lemons, I said wryly. You either roll with it, or you get rolled. He stared at me for a moment. It's good to have practical lessons, I said. Are you going to bring other monsters for us to kill? I think this will be the only time, he said carefully. I'd thought the rumors about you to be exaggerated. I shrugged. All lies, I said. I'm a perfectly normal 12-year-old girl. I have trouble believing that, he said. Ask anybody, I said. I heard a few incredulous guffaws in the background, but I chose to ignore them. I had planned to have a pop quiz, he said finally. But it looks like we are well out of time. Please study the first 3 chapters of my book Wanderings with Werewolves. We all nodded. As we stepped out of the room, Hermione turned to me. He's really pretty, isn't he? She asked. Yes. I said dubiously. He wouldn't have been my type even in my old body, and in my new body that sort of thing hadn't even been on my mind. It would have been disgusting anyway. But I remembered what you said about people lying, even in books, she said. And these things in the newspapers about us being werewolves has really made me doubt some of the things that I've read. Okay. I said slowly. I think he's a fraud, she said in a low voice. Oh. I've read all of his books 3 times, she said. She flushed a little. And at first I was really impressed. But I started to notice that the timelines don't match up. That's interesting, I said. Supposedly he fought the Wagga Wagga werewolf in Australia at the exact same time that he banished a banshee in Thailand. Maybe he apparat. It gets more dangerous the farther you go. Maybe Dumbledore could apparate that far, but nobody else. Most wizards can barely apparate the length of Britain in one go, it's part of the reason we use portkeys. Maybe he used a portkey I said. He was also rescuing the giant fire crab in the forests of Fiji and fighting vampires in Romania on the same day too, she said. There's other discrepancies. Maybe he got the dates wrong, I said. It could be human error or maybe his editors made a mistake. Not this many, she said. She scowled. And I really wanted to believe that we had a good defense professor this year. Professor Travers was decent last year, even if he was a little opinionated. I asked mildly. What if he made it all up? She asked. Maybe he exaggerated a few things to make it sound better, I said. They call that artistic license. She stared at me. Are you actually Taylor, or are you a transfigured Death Eater? You should have your wand out when you ask me that, I said. But I'm really me. Why? Why are you defending him like this? I'd have thought you'd be the first one to be suspicious. I hope he's as good as he says he is, I said. Because we're going to need that going forward. If he's a fraud, we'll deal with that when it comes to it, same as if he's a Death Eater. If he was a Death Eater, it was likely that this was going to be my last year at school. I didn't say it, but I could see understanding on Hermione's face. Stupid no murdering rule. I'll keep an eye on him, I said. But there isn't really anything we can do about it now. I don't think the headmaster likes me, so if I run to him complaining that the defense professor is a fraud, he probably won't listen. And maybe he'll be good. It was irresponsible to release the pixies, she said. Especially when he knew how you'd react. Maybe that was the point, I said. It was our class that he released them in. Maybe he was trying to see how I would react. Judging me by my own actions. It was manipulative, but I could respect the urge. He'd heard rumors about me, and he'd experimented to see whether they were true. It wasn't a bad thought process. It also made me think that he wasn't a Death Eater, they wouldn't have had to test me. They'd have known how I would react. Still, it was possible that he was going to be a fraud. I'd have to pay attention in the future to how he taught the class. If he was good, I didn't particularly care if he'd embellished his actions. Hermione's lips tightened. The idea that books would lie offended her on a fundamental level, and she was outraged that a man would be reaping benefits from being a good liar. I didn't care personally. The wizarding public was gullible, that was probably because in the absence of decades of television and radio and with basically only one outlet for news they were more credulous. In all likelihood, the muggles of this time were probably more credulous than they had been in mine. The generation before that had probably been even less so. I'd heard somewhere that 40% of the men who fought in World War II couldn't read. A population like that would believe anything, which is why people like P.T. Barnum had been able to sew half a monkey on a fish, and people had believed him. Wizards only had the benefits of a 5th grade education before starting a school that didn't educate them at all in anything other than their specialty. While there were credulous educated people too, not having a basic understanding of political science and history would make anyone less prepared to deal with what they read. Even Umbridge's strategy was suspect. It was likely that she was ramming through legislation as fast as she could while she still had support due to the emergency at a time when she still had the votes. Yet she was likely to create more problems than she solved by scapegoating the werewolves. It was likely to drive them into the arms of Voldemort, simply as a way of protecting themselves. Scapegoating the Muggleborn might actually create resistance movements. She should have implemented the changes more gradually, but it was likely that she was doing it in part to placate a panicked public. People liked to see the people in charge doing something, it made them feel safer. Even if it didn't accomplish anything, in the eyes of a politician, doing something was always better than doing nothing. In reality, sometimes doing nothing was the best thing. I heard you were asked to be a beater this year, Hermione said. Are you going to try out? Millie told you. I asked. She nodded. No, I said. It's a good way to become popular fast, she said. In fact, I've heard that Harry is trying out. A year ago, I'd have said it was just an excuse to get me up on a broom where someone could hurt or kill me, I said. But that's no longer true. So why not? Being a beater will make me popular with the Slytherins, I said. But how will the other houses feel about me? She frowned. How will Harry and the twins feel when I give them broken arms and black eyes, knock some of their teeth out? I asked. I shook my head. I already have a reputation as somebody who is crazy and unstable. Seeing me up on the pitch beating the hell out of people will just make that worse. You do that in the dueling club, she said. It's accepted, wizardly, I said. Beater, that's just going to remind them of what I did with a sock full of galleons that time. All right, she said. I just thought you might enjoy yourself. I might, but it's not worth the risk of losing friendships over, I said. And I suspect that before this is over we're going to need all 4 houses if we're going to get through this with minimum casualties. Maybe you could be Seeker, she said. Take the K out of that word, and what do you get? I asked. Seer. Right. It wouldn't be fair to anyone. How fun would the game be if I caught the snitch in the first 5 minutes each time? How soon would it be before everyone hated me? I asked. Even if I was somehow able to shut it off, which I wouldn't because that would leave me vulnerable, would anyone believe that I had? She frowned, and then sighed. It's not fun if one team always wins, I said. So how are you going to get everyone on your side? She asked. And what are you going to do with them if you have them? We're just school kids. School kids have killed Death Eaters before. You've killed Death Eaters, she said dryly. A lot of people don't even believe that you're actually a school kid. I carefully kept my expression neutral. Some people think that you are actually an aura polyjuiced into the form of a little girl, or that you are the reincarnation of Grindelwald, which is ridiculous considering that he is still alive. Some people think you're the Queen of Boggets, or that you're a little girl who's been possessed by a demonic spirit. The last one was a little too close for comfort, but I didn't let my face show any expression. But I know what you are, Hermione said. What's that? I asked. A genius, she said. I mean, some people are geniuses at math or physics, and some people are geniuses at hurting people. I stared at her flatly. Just the people that need to be hurt, she said hurriedly. I know you'd never hurt an innocent person. Right, I said. There were extenuating circumstances for that one time I had. It had been a mercy killing. Are you ready for the class in wizarding culture? She asked. I'm actually kind of excited. I'm not, I said. They've had a couple of days to prepare it, so it's probably going to be half-assed and insulting. Well, they've lived as wizards their entire life, so they have to know something about the subject. They'll put a pureblood in the position, I said. And he won't know what we don't know. All he'll know is what muggleborns do that annoy purebloods. Well, won't it be good to at least learn how not to annoy them? She asked. Maybe, I said. But a half-blood would be a better professor. Someone who knows how both worlds work would be able to tell us just how far apart those worlds are. Maybe you're wrong, she said. At least this professor hasn't published any books. We'll see, I said. We headed for the classroom we'd been assigned. Wizarding class had been shoehorned in during a period that normally would have been free time for us. That means that the pureblood kids would have 3 hours a week where they could study or relax that we didn't. The fact that it would make studying for owls harder probably had nothing to do with it. If the muggleborn suddenly started struggling with their classes, that couldn't be blamed on the administration, right? Stepping into the classroom, I heard Hermione murmur beside me. The classroom was at least twice as large in each dimension as it normally was, presumably to accommodate the larger numbers of students. As I entered, the first years turned and stared at me, murmuring to themselves. Apparently I already had a reputation. The older students however were very careful not to make eye contact. They were very quiet. I suspected that they were afraid that I would sit by them. Whether it was because of what I might do, or because my roommate had been sent to me in a box and they were afraid of what becoming my friend might mean, I didn't know. I was the only Slytherin in the room, but the other 3 houses were equally represented. I took a seat next to Hermione in the Ravenclaw section, and I heard an audible sigh of relief from the other sections. I turned to stare at them, and people paled, turning away quickly. Welcome class, a woman said. She was a tall and slender woman. Her face was long, and not entirely attractive, but her robes were immaculate and hung well on her frame. My name is Morna Burke, she said in a sing-song voice. She spoke slowly and loudly, as though all of us were in kindergarten. I will be your professor today. I glanced at Hermione, who looked perplexed. The wizarding world may not have any of your televisions, or electricity, but it's got charms of its own. There are also dangers. It's easy to offend people when you don't really mean to. The way I spoke to you just now? How did it make you feel? Everyone was silent for a long moment, as though they were afraid she would take points for what they were inevitably going to say. Hermione raised her hand slowly. Like you thought we were stupid, she said. Slow. But I just introduced myself, she said. How could that be a problem? It was the way you introduced yourself. A male 4th year said, without raising his hand. And that's the problem with the wizarding world, she said. Sometimes it's not what you say, but how you say it. There's a lot of little assumptions that people don't understand, and it creates friction. And what makes you an expert on what we don't know? I asked. I married a muggleborn, she said. And I watched him struggle for years, even with my help. I've been pushing for a class like this for a long time, and this is the first year that they called me up and decided to give it a try. I thought this was just a way for the ministry to humiliate us, a 7th year said. It is, I think, Professor Burke said. But I've been given free rein over the curriculum, and I'm going to work hard to make this a class that will actually be of use to you. This won't be a class like Muggle Studies. Oh? I asked. When I was in school, Muggle Studies was a class created by people who didn't know the first thing about Muggles, or their information was outdated by 50 years. It didn't really prepare me for the world my husband lived in, and I want something better for all of you. How will this help us? A 3rd-year girl asked. Some of you will be in the opposite of my situation. You'll marry into pure-blood families, and you'll have to deal with the in-laws for the rest of your lives. Others will have to do business with pure-bloods. At the very least, it would be useful to know when they are insulting you. I saw a lot of people sitting up, suddenly looking more interested. Maybe this wouldn't be a waste of time after all. Beside me, Hermione began taking notes. Infested. In the absence of the Death Eater's kids, life quickly settled into a routine. There was no one left at the school who would try to bully me. The Slytherins knew me well enough not to try, the Hufflepuffs were too intimidated. The Ravenclaws seemed to think of me as an interesting specimen to study, and the Gryffindors pretended that they weren't afraid of me, but they didn't try anything either. Given that, it was easy to settle into the role of being a regular student. I followed the news, of course. There were stories of Aurors battling werewolves all over the island of Britain. How many of those were actually Death Eaters I couldn't be sure. There were terrorist attacks in a number of areas, with the Muggleborn Liberation Front claiming responsibility every time. I suspected that most of them were disguised Death Eater attacks, designed to put more pressure on the new government to force them to make life more difficult for the Muggleborn. Curfews were put into place, ones that affected everyone except the government. Wizards were used to having their freedoms, so the curfews were unpopular. Still, things at Hogwarts had never been quieter. My guess was that Voldemort was spending time rebuilding his forces, while occasionally launching terrorist attacks to keep the government lunging at shadows. The new headmaster was a humorless bureaucrat, but he was good at discipline. The same couldn't be said of our new defense professor. Now, as I was saying, he said, fighting werewolves is tricky business. In their wolf form they are simply beasts, but they are smarter than ordinary animals. They have a native cunning, and if they cannot get you head-on, they will attack from the shadows. The more I watched him, the more I was certain that Hermione was right. Lockhart didn't have a certain look in his eye. Someone who had done everything he'd claimed to have done would have had a hardened look. Those kind of experiences changed a person. I'd seen that kind of look in Moody, in Snape, even in Dumbledore, although he did his best to hide it. Lockhart, though, seemed soft. Half the girls in the class seemed enraptured by him, while the boys seemed disgusted. There was a rumor that Miss Abear and Miss Granger were werewolves, Lockhart said. But last week certainly put those rumors to rest. I'd shown up to a nighttime Quidditch game, along with Hermione. Potter was their team's new seeker, and he seemed to be doing amazingly well. He was an ace at flying, and he seemed to have a natural eye for seeing things moving. Flint had been angry that I had chosen not to join the team, but he hadn't pressed the issue after I'd looked him in the eye for a long while. More importantly, he said, werewolves are simply wizards during the day. You can deal with them as you would deal with any other wizard. And how is that? I asked. Lockhart had mostly ignored me during the first few weeks of classes. Apparently my first incident with the Cornish pixies had spooked him. With a stunner, my dear, he said, smiling widely. After which, you simply call the Aurors. I'm a Muggleborn, I said. How do you call the Aurors without a telephone? Well, he said. There is the Patronus spell, which is exceptionally good at sending messages. You can also communicate through the Flow network. I don't think many of us can cast a Patronus, I said. And we won't always be near a fireplace. In that case, your best bet is to run, he said. He looked at me for a moment. Murdering a fallen adversary is a good way to end up in Azkaban, after all. Even if it's a werewolf. Malfoy asked. He seemed to have an irrational fear of werewolves. I hadn't understood until I had learned that one of the most notorious werewolves in the country was an associate of his father's. Fenrir Greyback wasn't simply a Death Eater, there were unsavory rumors about him that made Draco's unease perfectly sensible. The Ministry right now might look the other way, Lockhart said. But they might not. It depends on your connections. That was actually useful information. So you're saying that the justice system depends on whether people like you? Lockhart smiled sadly at me. Was he implying that no one liked me? I'm afraid that has always been the case, he said. But never more than now. The current administration is very much determined to prosecute those who do not abide by the rule of law. He frowned pensively. Why, several of my adventures would now be considered illegal by today's standards, he said. He frowned, then said, but class is ending, so read chapters 3 through 7 of Magical Me, and write a one-page report on why I am the most amazing hero of the modern age. I could hear some Ravenclaw girls sigh. I would have preferred to believe the Slytherin girls to be wiser, but some of them had an expression on their faces that I didn't like. Can I speak to you, Professor? I asked. As the other students filed out of the room, he nodded. He looked a little anxious. I'm doing an independent research project, I said. But some of the books I need are in the restricted section. Books are in the restricted section for a reason, he said. Have you asked your other professors? I shook my head. It's a defense project, so I thought it wouldn't be right going over your head. Besides, who better to help me than the hero of 1,000 battles? Hero of 1,000 battles. I like that, he said. You don't mind if I borrow it? Feel free, I said. What is this project? Last year there was an incident in Dueling Club. Someone attacked me with cursed snakes. He nodded sagely. I'd noticed that he'd shown no interest in renewing the Dueling Club, which had been cancelled at the end of last year, once Traverse had been fired. I want to know how to protect myself from that, and maybe learn how to teach my friends. I was lying, of course. What I really wanted to know was how to curse animals in the first place. If I was able to deliver curses through bugs, then I would have a massive advantage. It would be the kind of game changer that would make everything easier, at least until people understood my power. That seems like advanced magic, he said. If it were any other student, I'd be inclined to say no. However, you have a greater need to defend yourself than the other students. The other professors knew better than to let me have access, but with a little luck. He scribbled out a permission slip, I'd used my bugs to read the titles on the spines of every book in the restricted section, so I knew what books to ask for. Heading for the library, I stepped up to Madame Pants. She stared at the permission slip. "What is this?" she asked as though it wasn't obvious. "Permission slip," I said. "I've got a special project." She stared at me, intensely enough that I wondered if she was a legilimens. Presumably she was waiting for me to back down, as though I was trying to pass along a forgery. Most people were intimidated by silence and would be tempted to fill the silence with anything, often incriminating themselves because they were nervous. I simply waited, any anxiety I was feeling pushed into the insects in the walls. She examined the slip for what seemed like forever before leading me back to the stacks. She hesitated as she waited to lift the rope. I watched her carefully. If there was some spell she used to deactivate the books, I wanted to know it. I didn't see her do anything, though. It was possible that there was some other mechanism that I could not see. "You aren't allowed to take the books out of the library," she said. I nodded. Stepping inside, I moved to pull the titles that I wanted. I had no way to know which books would have what I needed, although I'd found references in books in the general library that would help lead me to the books I needed. Picking a half-dozen books, I handed them to Madame Pants. She stared at me suspiciously before taking the books behind her desk. I watched what she did through my bugs. There was a series of wand movements, but she did it silently, which was a problem for me. I couldn't learn a spell like that from wand movements alone. I'd watched her with other students doing the same thing, so I was reasonably familiar with what she was doing. She handed the books to me, and I headed for the tables. It was time to get researching. I actually planned to do what I'd told Lockhart along the way. It was possible that they'd use cursed animals against me again, and learning how to protect myself from that would be just as important as learning to use the spells offensively. For the next 2 hours I made notes. It was a Friday and I had more time than usual, something I planned to use to my greatest advantage. Sooner or later, Snape would hear about what I was doing and he'd put a stop to it. I had to get as much information as I could, and then I would have Lockhart give permission slips to Hermione, to Harry and to Neville. By the time I was done, I would have a pretty good idea of what I needed to do, even if my spell casting skills weren't up to the challenge. After that, I'd have to work on getting good enough to actually do what had to be done. It would give me a secret defense that would make sudden Death Eater attacks much less terrifying than they had been in the past. I felt a young, blonde-haired girl sit next to me. I'd seen her at the sorting but I didn't remember her name. She was a first year, and a Ravenclaw, and she didn't seem like an important person. "I've never spoken to a boggart before," the girl said. Her voice had a strange, dreamy quality. "I think it's quite interesting." "I'm not a boggart," I said. I didn't look at her. There was a particularly interesting passage involving a spell designed to cause someone to cough up their own entrails. "That doesn't seem to be the consensus," the girl said. "I've seen a few of you from a distance, and a couple of them even changed forms." "There was an incident last year," I said. "And a lot of people are afraid of me." "More than one," she said. "From what I hear. You're quite famous, aren't you?" "Maybe," I said, looking at her. "Is there something you want?" "To meet a boggart," she said. "And to find out why you are infested." "What?" I asked flatly. "You were infested once," she said. "Some kind of worm creature burrowing into your brain. At first I thought it was some sort of mutated aquavirus maggot, but it was too large. I felt a chill down my spine." "And is it still infesting me?" I asked. "No," she said. "But something like that, I'd think it would keep looking." What did she know, and how did she know it? It was possible that she was just saying random things that I was ascribing meaning to, but real seers existed in this world, and it was possible that people with other wild talents did as well. After all, I'd heard of parcel tongues and metamorph magi. How many more wild talents existed, and how could I take advantage of them? "Who are you?" I asked. "Luna Lovegood," she said. "My father owns the Quibbler." "Ah. The local conspiracy rag." Still, it was the one source of news that wasn't under control of the Ministry, which made her an invaluable contact. "Look," I said. "I don't have much time with these particular books, but I'd like to talk to you later." She peered over my shoulder at an illustration on the book. "Are you sure you aren't a boggart?" she asked. "This seems like the kind of book a boggart might study." "People are trying to kill me," I said. "So I have to learn how to defend myself." "You are quite violent," she said. "It's probably the after effects of the maggots, that can't be good for the brain." "You just said I wasn't infested," I pointed out. "I didn't even have my own brain. I doubted that I had a corona. If I didn't have access to my passenger now, there was no way it would find me, not in this body, not on this world." She didn't know what she was talking about. "Or maybe you're really a ghost," she said. Again, I felt a chill up my spine. "Ghosts can't read books," I said. Pointedly I turned a page. A ghost pretending to be a normal girl, she said. Which is like a boggart, really, except that it used to be someone and a boggart didn't. I'll tell you what, I said. Tell Hermione Granger that I sent you. We've got a study group that meets 3 times a week, and you might be a perfect fit. With the defense club gone, I'd had to reinstate our old group. I'd expanded our membership to several of the more trustworthy Slytherins, as well as to some of the Muggleborns from Wizarding Studies classes. It was going very well, even though the group was unsanctioned by the school, and there was some worry that the headmaster wouldn't approve. I'd enjoy that, she said. I think a lot of the girls from my year are infested with Mesopotamian earworms. Hermione seems to be free of them. Right, I said. I hadn't detected any insects inside anyone, except for a couple of kids who had lice. I'd caused those to abandon them at night, and I'd fed them to some of my other insects. The last thing I needed was for the staff to be looking for insects or even thinking about them. Finding lice on some of the children might cause them to start using insect-repelling spells, and that would be very bad for me. Well, I said. She stared at me for a moment, then nodded. I will speak to you later, Miss Boggart, she said. She rose and sauntered out of the library. I frowned. There was something about the girl that bothered me. It took me a moment to identify it. Unlike every other first year, she hadn't been afraid of me at all. I looked back down at my book. Lovegood was a mystery to be solved another time. The project I was working on wasn't something that would bear fruit immediately. It might not even be something I was capable of for another couple of years, but if I didn't start now, it was possible that I might never learn it. I might not be at this school next year, after all. I could see the writing on the wall. The restrictions on Muggleborns weren't as draconian as those against werewolves, in part because werewolves were a tiny portion of the population, and so there wasn't that much disruption in exiling them. Muggleborn were a different matter, which meant that restrictions had to seem reasonable. Freedoms would be restricted a little at a time, each time pushing the boundary just a little bit further. Once people got used to the new order, it would be pushed forward again. I fully expected to be exiled from the school over the next couple of years, and from what I understood, a library like the one at Hogwarts simply didn't exist, at least without paying an arm and a leg to simply buy the books you needed. After 2 hours, I sighed and rose to my feet. I slipped my notes into my pouch, and I handed the books back to Madame Pants. I wrote a short list of books on a note, and heading back to the Slytherin dorms, I found Miles Bletchley in the common room. "A bear," he said. He was one of our study partners in the group, but he still maintained a certain distance in public for the sake of his family. We weren't certain that some of our classmates weren't being blackmailed into being spies for the Death Eaters. It would be easy to threaten someone's family. I slipped him the note under the pretense of shaking his hand. "Ask Fletcher if he can get these books," I said. "I'll get you the money later." Bletchley and a couple of the other Slytherins were perfect for this. As Slytherins they would be expected to be interested in books on the darker magics. Fletcher was a smuggler, but if he knew that I was the one asking, he'd likely run to Dumbledore. My connection to them wasn't clear, not in the way that it would have been if Hermione or Neville had asked for the books. He nodded. "I'll see you on Tuesday," I said quietly. "You know the place?" "Yeah," he said. He looked down at his book, even as he slipped the note into his pocket so adroitly that no one would have noticed. There was a lot in the books that I didn't understand. Despite all my work, there was a lot of theory that I was missing. Having the books would help a lot once I'd mastered that theory. Once I did, everything was going to change. Cloaks. Muggleborns freed from Azkaban. The headline screamed. Everyone was talking about it. Apparently a team of Muggleborn terrorists had broken into Azkaban. They'd not only freed every Muggleborn imprisoned by the Umbridge administration, but they'd freed some others who were certifiably guilty of crimes. A couple of others had escaped in the chaos, including a pureblood named Sirius Black, and Bellatrix Lestrange, Voldemort's second-in-command. An entire host of other Death Eaters remained in custody, so it didn't seem like a play by Voldemort, but I couldn't be sure. Several of the Death Eaters had been murdered in their cells, likely revenge for their crimes against whoever had killed them. Of course, if this was a false flag operation, the ones who had been killed could have been killed due to disloyalty, or simply to make the illusion of a Muggle resistance more plausible. "This is going to be a problem," I said to the others in Wizarding Studies class. The professor had already left the room, and I was standing up and facing them. She'd been called out to speak to members of the ministry through the Flu network. I could hear her now, arguing that her curriculum was what the ministry had asked for, even though it clearly was not. "It's got nothing to do with us," a Muggleborn fifth-year boy said. "We didn't do it." By definition it was true. Anyone with a Muggleborn parents was a half-blood, and they wouldn't be in this class. None of the students in the room were likely related to whoever did it, but it wasn't going to matter. "It's going to make the government paranoid," I said. "And that means that they'll crack down, hard. I wouldn't be surprised if we started to see Aurors patrolling the hallways, Or worse. The weather outside was getting unseasonably cold. I could see frost on the window despite the fact that it had been a warm autumn day only an hour ago. I began pulling my bugs inside the castle. There was no point in letting them get killed by an unseasonable cold spell. They wouldn't do that. A fourth-year girl protested. This is the United Kingdom. We have rights. Haven't you been listening in class? I asked. The wizards pay lip service to being part of the UK, but they've really carved out their own little secret country in the middle of the Muggle world. It's not like going from the UK to America, it's more like going from America to Iraq. In this world, the Americans had gone to war there for some reason. It was one of several differences I'd already noticed. Most things were almost identical, but apparently Scion and the para-humans had a bigger impact than I'd realized. Women have more rights among wizard kind, I said, because a wand more than makes up for being smaller and weaker. But Muggleborns, we don't have the same kind of rights we're used to here. Nobody does, a sixth-year boy said. The courts are corrupt, and it's more about who you know than what you did. We don't have any connections, I said. And the system is going to keep us from getting any. And this. I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see some pretty bad legislation over the next few days, stuff that we aren't going to like very much. I hope you're wrong, the sixth year said, but I don't think that you are. The room burst into muttering, and as it was a large crowd, it was some time before we got people to be quiet again. We need to keep our heads down, the sixth year said. Don't draw attention to ourselves. I nodded. They'll be looking for an excuse, from all of us, I said. But especially from me. I'd been working on my exit plan for the last 2 months since school had started. I'd included provisions to take Hermione if necessary, and maybe even Harry and Neville and Millie, although it would be incredibly difficult if I was to try to take all of them. My head snapped around. Headmaster Roll was headed our way. We'd better leave, I said. Or they'll assume that we're conspiring against them. We were, in a way, but I didn't tell them that. Voldemort had decided to make his own cause more popular by turning the people against another enemy. I could do the same thing. I'd been working to network over the past month and a half. It had been hard at first, people were reluctant to talk to me for some reason, but eventually some of my fellow Muggleborns had begun to thaw to me, which had led others to follow suit. Already, even the seventh years were listening to me, not like I was a little girl, but like I knew what I was talking about. Personally, I thought that I did, but only time would tell. In the meantime, I needed to get the class to stay as safe as possible. Everyone began filing out of the class. Professor Burke had a habit of leaving class a little early, almost as though she was encouraging us to talk among ourselves while maintaining plausible deniability. That wasn't the case today. I could still hear a ministry official raking her over the coals in the headmaster's office. Apparently the class hadn't been intended to be the positive experience that it had proved to be, and they were demanding that she crack down harder on us. It made sense that she might have secret urges to help us. In the course of her class, she'd shown a familiarity with the Muggle world that most purebloods would never admit to having. She loved to make comparisons that made things clear to us. I'd wondered whether or not she was really married to a Muggleborn. If she wasn't, she was very good at emulating someone who had. I followed the others into the hallway outside. I don't like the look of those clouds, the boy in front of me muttered. I could feel the cold air outside, it felt odd somehow, and my bugs were feeling something they couldn't identify. It made them afraid and they only remained in place because I forced them to. The sky was turning dark, and I could see my breath in the air. There was something coming. I shifted my awareness from the ongoing drama inside the headmaster's office to the highest open windows in the castle. I sent bugs out to see what they could see, and what they saw worried me. Cowled floating figures were circling the castle. Was this a Death Eater attack? I pulled out my wand. I hadn't been aware that wizards could fly without a broom. If that was a spell that was available, I wanted to learn it. 3 of the creatures broke away from the others, and they levitated over the walls. While the walls were proof against creatures coming through the gate, obviously flight was less protected against. Was that an intentional flaw in the defenses, or had no one thought of it? They were wearing dark hooded cloaks, and their faces were concealed. Occasionally a flash of rotting skin was exposed. Dementors! I heard a 7th-year yell. I staggered for a moment. The world around me vanished suddenly, replaced by a hellscape filled with the bodies of Scion's victims. Smoke burned my lungs, bringing with it the sickly sweet smell of burning flesh. I would have expected to hear the screams of the dying, but I didn't, because there weren't any wounded. I was alone on a world where I had failed to protect everyone. Images flashed through my mind: Leviathan, the Cymurg, Behemoth, the Nine. They flashed faster and faster through my mind, even as I felt a wave of overwhelming despair pass through me. I shoved it away. The moment my emotions passed into my bugs, the world cleared around me, and suddenly I could see again. Children were screaming and climbing over each other. A few had dropped to the ground even though the Dementors hadn't reached them yet. The Dementors almost seemed to enjoy the terror they were creating, they didn't seem as though they were in a hurry. Was this their natural state, or had they been told to do this to create the maximum amount of terror? My mind raced. Traverse had taught us about these things last year, but it had been a while. They were like boggots, but infinitely worse. They were seemingly unkillable, and only a high-level spell was able to repel them. It wasn't one that I had bothered to learn, since it hadn't seemed useful. I was regretting that decision now, of course, especially since it seemed that my classmates didn't know it either. I could see a couple of the 7th years struggling with the spell, with tiny sparks of light coming from their wands, but none of them were able to be very effective. These things ate souls, and if I was right, this part of the castle didn't have anyone in it but the Muggleborns. I pulled out my wand. I pointed my wand at a stick on the ground. Transforming it into a variation on my club wasn't hard, and a moment later I stepped forward. These things were blind, they hunted by emotions. If that was true, then I would be invisible to them. I couldn't depend on that, but it might give me the edge I needed. A Dementor had picked Colin Creevy up by the neck, and was bringing him close to his face. I'd found the boy annoying, especially since he'd followed me around with his camera almost as much as he did Harry. He seemed obsessed with celebrity. I stepped up to it and smashed it in the face with my club. I did it over and over again until it dropped the boy and lashed out at me. I ducked and smashed it in its torso. My club crushed wetly into its side. Were these things actually immortal, or were they just immune to magic? Had anyone actually tried mundane ways of killing them? A second Dementor had a struggling 7th year. I smashed it in the back of the head. I struck at its joints, even if it didn't have physical pain, at least physics would still apply. It lunged toward me, dropping the boy. The third Dementor lunged toward me as well. Apparently they were able to communicate among themselves, and they were intelligent enough to realize that they were under attack. I ducked and weaved, and lashed out with my club, even as the other students pulled the younger ones back. The entire world narrowed as I struggled to fight all 3 of them at once. Contrary to what Hollywood fight movies would tell you, 3-on-1 were very bad odds. The fact that I was invisible to them, that I was smaller than they were, and faster was the only thing that made it viable in the first place. All it would take was for one of them to get hold of me and it would all be over. I could vaguely sense Hermione and some of the older children trying to blast spells at us. They were hampered by the need to avoid hitting me, and nothing they did seemed to have any kind of effect. They ate souls, and all that remained of what was actually me was a soul. If I died here, this was it, no afterlife, no chance at another world, just eternal oblivion. It was a sign of just how crazy wizards were that they thought that this was better than simply killing people. I could hear my own breath rasping in my lungs as I ducked beneath an arm lunging at me from behind. They were getting closer, probably because they could hear the sound of my breathing, which was getting louder and louder. A summer filled with swimming couldn't make up for a year and a half of sitting in classrooms. Sooner or later I was going to have to release my insects, but I doubted that they'd do much good. These things didn't seem to breathe, and they didn't have eyes. Insects could maybe eat their bodies, but that would take hours, and I doubted that they would sit still for that for long. I was tiring and they weren't. The end of this was a foregone conclusion, unless I simply decided to cut my losses and run. If I did that, they'd turn on the other children. Many of them had run inside, but a few were still on the ground, moaning. If I stopped fighting, they'd lose their souls, and I didn't want to be responsible for that. Whoever had set this up was going to die, and in pain. It was a vow that I made for myself. Expecto Patronum. I heard a shout in a rich, full voice. A silvery wolf exploded out of a wand, and the Dementors hissed, and immediately backed off. I stared at them warily, even as I watched behind me with my bugs. Headmaster Roll was standing in the middle of the students, his face looking enraged. Go back! He shouted. This is not the place for you. You will stay outside the walls or you will not be here at all. The things tried to lunge forward, but the wolf interposed itself between us and it. It pushed them back over and over, and eventually it pushed them over the walls. Roll stared at the walls suspiciously. Is anyone hurt? He asked. I looked around, my arms and legs felt like they were made of lead, even though it hadn't objectively been that long. I was going to have to work on my martial arts skills, they'd apparently grown rusty with disuse. Every child on the ground was still alive, and some of them were starting to wake up. We'd have been dead if it wasn't for Taylor, Hermione said. Who was responsible for this? I demanded. I rose to my feet and caught my breath. Were you planning to wait until they'd kissed a lot of us, and the rest so terrified that they'd leave the school? His face flushed red and he scowled. My hand tightened around my wand. Part of me wanted to blast him right now, in front of a group of 20 of the Muggleborn who'd stayed behind to fight. You've been through something traumatic, he said. And so I will be merciful. If you make an accusation like that again, we will be having words. If I can prove it, we won't be, I said. Why are there Dementors outside the castle? I was going to make an announcement at dinner, he said. The ministry has put up the Dementors to guard the school against the Muggle Liberation Front. Also, there's some worry about Sirius Black and some of the others who escaped. And the Dementors happened to attack the corner of the castle where only the Muggleborn were it. I asked. Doesn't that seem like something that would take an inside job to arrange? Miss Bear. He said. I warned you once. This is what they think of us, I said. Maybe it wasn't Headmaster Roll, maybe it was the ministry. They want us as dead and gone as the werewolves. Dead werewolves had been popping up all over Britain. It was thought to be the work of people who blamed them for the attacks, although it could have just as easily been the work of corrupt Aurors. No one had taken credit. No matter what happened, it was likely that a number of the Muggleborn parents would withdraw their children from school. Once they did, it would be easy to pick them off one by one. This won't happen again, he said. This was an attack on the school, I said. By the ministry itself. You are paranoid, he said. If it was a few rogue Dementors. If they'd really meant to finish you off, wouldn't they have used all of them? We were both speaking to the students, some of whom were filtering back outside now that the danger was gone. Plausible deniability, I said. They wanted us dead, but for it to not be their fault. Roll pulled out his wand, and my wand snapped up. Put down your wand. He snapped. I didn't until he put the wand to his own throat. All students are to return to their dormitories, he said, his voice magically projected everywhere. To their credit, the students who'd remained to try and fight stared at the two of us uncertainly. They didn't move. Go. Roll shouted. I nodded slightly, and they began to file one by one inside the castle. Hermione was the last to do so. She looked back at me with a troubled look on her face. Not you, Roll snapped, even though I hadn't moved to go. We're going to have a discussion. He made as though to grab my arm, and my wand snapped up. He looked down at it, then in my eyes, and he took a step back. Come to my office, he said. Overthrow. Were you trying to start a riot? Roll asked. I stared up at him and didn't say anything. I was used to having to look up at everyone, but he was a very large man, and he was clearly used to using his size to intimidate people. He loomed over me, standing just a little too close, although I noticed that he carefully kept his hand away from his wand. It shouldn't have worked, even the smallest wizard could beat the largest Muggle. Human nature was what it was, however, and it had apparently worked often enough for him to keep using it. Do you really think being hauled off to Azkaban would do your classmates any good? They wouldn't be. If I was what you think I am, I'd have them sent to Azkaban or possibly home in pine boxes, he said. I'm no Dumbledore, but I could have taken the lot of them. If he was really that confident, he wouldn't be so cautious with me, unless it was because I was an unknown quantity. I'd been known to kill 6 Death Eaters, and he hadn't really seen me fight. That kind of caution spoke well of him. It suggested that he was a little less stupid than some of them. Either that, or he simply didn't have a lot of confidence in the kinds of wizards produced by this school, which might be another sign of not being stupid. The ministry just tried to kill us, I said. I agree, he said. What? Dementors don't go off plan like that, not unless they are offered a temptation they can't resist or they are ordered to. I can't imagine that any Muggleborn is particularly happy right now, not with the way the political world is, which means that they'd make substandard targets. You knew. He shook his head and scowled. I don't know why you think that we're your enemies. Most purebloods don't agree with all this claptrap. Muggleborns are wizards too, it's not like they are Muggles. I let that pass. He hadn't answered my question. There are elements of the government who don't agree that Muggleborn deserve the same rights as everyone else, he continued. I had no idea that they would go this far, but I suspected that they would try something. And that's why you were already on your way to us? I asked. He shook his head and scowled. I just knew that leaving a class of over 100 children without supervision was a terrible idea, he said. We're lucky you didn't burn down the castle. You don't think much of children, do you? I was a child once, he said dourly. That was enough. Where do you think the evil in Death Eaters and their ilk comes from? They never outgrew what comes naturally to them as children. Ah. So children were evil. So what do you intend to do about it? I asked. They just tried to murder possibly a quarter of the students remaining in Hogwarts. Whatever you think of Muggles, do you think they'll leave their children in this school once they found out what happened? Nobody was hurt, he said. Wizards think like that, I asked. Because they can heal from almost anything. Muggles are a lot more fragile, which means they were even more protective of their children. If you don't believe me, just ask Professor. He waved his hands. I'll think of something. The important thing is that you don't spread rumors that I had anything to do with this. Why? I asked. It would probably make you more popular in the government. I don't care about that, he said. I came here to turn boys into men, and girls into women, not to kill them. Presumably to make them less evil? I stared at him assessingly. It was possible that I'd misread him, I still wasn't sure. Is the ministry going to remove the Dementors? I asked. He stared at me, and then said, I'll protest, but they'll insist that this was a tragic mistake, that they are doing everything they can to keep the students safe. Then teach us the Patroness spell, I said. That's a high-order spell, he said, difficult to learn. Ask Lockhart. Do you really think Lockhart can cast it? There was the slightest wince on his face before it smoothed into impassiveness. Perhaps have Flitwick teach it in his classes, I said. To everyone who can learn it, but especially the Muggleborns since we've been targeted. He frowned, then nodded. I'll speak to Phileas, he said. He stared at me. As for you, I'm going to have you in detention. Looking at the chains hanging behind him, I shook my head. Not the chains, he said. Those are just for the worst of the worst, the Weasleys if we can catch them. But if I'm not seen to discipline you, I will have no authority whatsoever. I realized that I was shivering. What's wrong with you? He asked. He reached out and grabbed my arm, then hissed. Pulling out his wand, he pointed it at me. Immediately I felt warmth surrounding me. What is this? It's cold around the Dementors, I admitted. And once I stopped moving. This body was smaller than my last, and that meant that the cold penetrated faster. I didn't have enough body fat to keep myself warm. The cold had penetrated all the way to my bones, even with the warming charm, I felt chilled. We'll get you down to Pomfrey, he said. Do you need chocolate? Chocolate? I asked. Was he like Dumbledore? I'd always wondered if those candies he offered everyone were laced with something. I was probably wrong. To deal with the after effects of dealing with the Dementors' affect on people, he said. He stared at me. You didn't feel it at all, did you? You have to have happy memories for them to steal, I said. I met his gaze. And I haven't had that many since I moved to this world, the wizarding world. And before that? He asked. I grew up in a tough neighborhood, I said. I haven't been happy in a long time, and I know how to deal with that. He didn't look convinced, but he gestured for me to follow, and we headed for the infirmary. The room was filled with weeping students. It looked like a war zone. Some of the students had been trampled in the panic as the others tried to get away, others were dealing with the emotional after effects of what had happened. Heads started to turn as soon as we entered the room, and voices quieted, although I could hear some of the students still moaning in the background. Everyone was staring at me. Hermione wasn't here, the students who'd fought and not been injured had all been sent to their quarters. These were those who'd been left lying on the ground, the wounded, and the most vulnerable. I saw a sudden movement from my left, and my hand went to my wand. Before I could raise it, I was enveloped in a hug by Colin Creevey. He sobbed into my shirt, and muttered something, I assumed thanking me. I stood stiffly in his embrace. The cold must be affecting my reaction speed, or the exhaustion. I felt suddenly drained, as though I'd been running for miles. Slowly, Colin pulled away from me and looked up with me, with something in his eyes that it took me a moment to identify. It was gratitude. One student, I didn't see who, began to clap. The others rose to their feet, those that were able, and they all began to clap. I heard them cheering, and it took me a moment to understand. This felt strange. I'd had moments like this in my own life. There'd been a moment in a school cafeteria when students had stood up for me against the world's premier heroes, forming a human shield. But this was the first time it had happened in this world. I'd had more rejection here than I'd had at home, for being a mudblood, for being violent, for being different. It shouldn't have mattered, they were just children, and their opinion should have meant nothing to me. For some reason, though, I felt a lump in my throat. Roll must have sensed my unease, because he said being on the side of what's right often means no one notices or cares. But then there are moments like this, appreciate it while it lasts. Roll waited until the applause had died down before gesturing for Madame Pomfrey. Miss Bear got chilled when she was fighting the Dementors, Roll said. Take care of her as you will. Are you injured, Miss Bear? She asked, moving suddenly to my side. I've been hearing some unbelievable stories about you. I shrugged. Most of the stories about me were unbelievable, including some that were outright ridiculous. That Luna girl still thought I was some kind of mutant boggart. Nothing that can't be fixed, I said. She pointed her wand at me, something I wouldn't have allowed from another wizard without an explanation. Some muscle stiffness, she said. Bruises on your left arm and right knee. Your core body temperature is low, that's why you are shivering. She made several notes on a sheet of paper, which she handed to me. I looked at it, but didn't understand anything on it, except that there was an outline of a human body that looked a little like the targets used on a gun range. She's made marks on the places where I was presumably injured. I'll be fine in a little bit, I said. Why don't you help those who need it? I've got the 6th and 7th years helping with the minor sprains and injuries, she said. With those who are emotionally more stable handing out chocolate. Take a bed, Miss A. Bear, and someone will be around to you shortly. The beds were all taken up, so I sat in one of the visitors' chairs. Students surrounded me almost immediately, hands reaching out to touch me as they thanked me over and over. Some of them had questions. I didn't like being crowded like this, it would be easy for someone to slip in and attack me in the middle of all the well-wishers. Back off, I heard a male voice say. It was one of the 7th years, and he pushed his way through the others. She needs help just as much as any of you, so back the hell up. It took a little bit, but everyone seemed to get the hint. They backed up, leaving a 10-foot ring around me. I'm sorry about that, he said. I don't think anybody's really themselves right now. He pulled out his wand, and looking at my paper, I proceeded to cast spells on the parts of me that had been injured. I felt a sudden absence of a pain I hadn't even been aware of. I don't know what to make of you, A. Bear, he said. It was all I could do to stand up out there and it was like it didn't affect you at all. You don't give in to despair, I said after a long moment when I realized that he was looking for some kind of an answer. Everyone huddled around us was listening too. You fight through it, and you beat it. I knew it wasn't that simple. I'd seen my own father's depression, and there had been times in my life where I'd been so depressed that it had been hard to move. But these kids needed something more than the idea that working through despair was a long and arduous task. They needed something to aspire to. Miss Yamada had even questioned whether my throwing myself at lung on my first night as a hero had been an unconscious form of committing suicide. Looking up at everyone, I said, I've had some experience with all of this, and I can tell you one thing. Everyone stared at me expectantly. We're going to have to help each other, I said. In America, the Muggle military has a saying. Leave no man behind. I saw people looking down at their feet. These weren't the people who tried lobbing spells. These were the people who had run, or who had been trampled, or those who'd simply collapsed. I can't fight, one girl said. Not those. Then you help somebody else run, I said. Get to a door and enlarge it so they can't get through. I'm not brave, she said. You don't have to be brave to help people, I said. You just have to do it. Things like this are going to happen in this world, more now than ever. Helping people at a risk to yourself, even when you were afraid, was the very definition of brave. But I couldn't let them think that bravery was something that was inborn. It was the result of choices people made to overcome fear. Maybe I'll just go home, a 4th year said. And how will you explain missing 3.5 years of school? I asked. What kind of a job will you get without an education? I saw the realization on the faces of some of the crowd, while I could see that others had already thought about it. This place is a trap, even when there's not a war on, I said. They make it so that we can't ever go back to the Muggle world, they cut our tide and they make us live completely in their world. We could still go home, at least until this is all over, one sullen boy said. They've been killing Muggleborn before they come here, I said. How are you going to defend yourself at home? By yourselves? They'll start picking through everybody who goes home and you'll all be dead in a week. There was a sudden murmuring of dismay from the crowd. They've backed us into a corner, I said. And the only way we're going to survive is if we are better than they are. That's not just morally. Most wizards don't even know the shield spell by the time they graduate. We all need to know the patroness, shields and other spells, enough that we can get away if we are attacked. I could see some resistance on the faces of some. I'd have had an easier time convincing those who had stepped up to fight in the first place. I could see a sort of resigned acceptance on other faces. How? I heard a girl say. Lockhart isn't teaching us anything like combat spells. Then we have to take things in our own hand. How many of you were in the dueling club last year? A smattering of them raised their hands, mostly those who had collapsed without having a chance to fight. I had an ugly suspicion that those were the children who'd had the worst childhoods, given what I knew. None of the others raised their hands, or even admitted to have attending. We need to do something like that again, I said. In secret, because if some people in the ministry hear about it, they'll make it out like we are a Muggleborn army training to take over. Is that what we'd be doing? A small boy asked. No, I lied. We'd just be learning to protect ourselves. Eventually the wizarding world was going to have to change. The statute of secrecy was going to be incredibly difficult to maintain once cell phones started uploading suspicious activity to an internet the purebloods did not understand. If I were running things, I'd have Muggleborns joining the Muggle military and intelligence agencies. With key people in place, it would be easier to keep track of what governments knew, and to be able to make changes as necessary. Once those people retired, they'd be able to train Aurors to be better at their jobs as well. The 7th year said, You sound like somebody who wants to overthrow the system. You know, after today, I'm kind of okay with that. I looked around. There will be traitors among us, people who will try to sell us out to the Ministry or the Death Eaters. Everyone shook their heads. What if they threatened to kill your family? I asked. That would be different. If we were to start teaching each other, it would have to be something that no one knew about and no one could talk about. You just told it to all of us, the 7th year said. Kind of hard to keep it a secret. There are ways, I said. I'd had something like this in the back of my mind for a while, and I'd researched what had to be done. How many of you might be interested? A hand went up, followed by another, and then another. Pretty soon, almost everyone standing around me had raised their hands. What's going on? I heard Pomfrey say. She'd left the room to get some more potions, something that I'd made sure of before I'd started my treasonous remarks. Go back to your beds this instant. She said. Miss Bear will still be here tomorrow, assuming young Mr. Jeffries knew his healing as well as his marks say he does. Mark Jeffries, the 7th year said. I think this is going to be an interesting year. Requirement. I found it when I got lost, Colin said. And I, needed to use the loo. So it becomes anything you want? I asked. How had I missed something like this? It wasn't on the twins' map, and I hadn't ever really noticed any of the bugs on the wall, probably because the space beyond wasn't actually in real space at all. When Colin had showed it to me earlier in the day I'd been flabbergasted. Nothing living, Colin said. And I don't think everything in there is real. I tried taking some things out and they vanished. All right, I said. I'd already tried this out but I was speaking for the benefit of the others. It was time to show them what I had learned. I closed my eyes, and then I paced back and forth in front of the wall. I'd found that it was important to have a coherent image in your mind of what you wanted, or things could get a little weird. A door opened, and we looked inside. I heard the others gasp. Inside was a representation of Brockton Bay after Leviathan had hit. There were bodies on the ground, and the devastation looked like a bomb had hit. Above was an eternally clouded night sky. The smell of the ocean in the air was unmistakable, salt and rotten fish, and other, worse scents. Bring everyone in, I said. The whole thing only stretched 2 city blocks, but it was enchanted to look like it extended further. It smelled like it was going to rain. I felt a wave of nostalgia, it was exactly like I remembered. They slipped into the room, more than 24 of them. All of them looked a little apprehensive, which made sense, considering what we'd forced them to do. We'd gotten 50 members to agree to join, which was surprising when they learned what the contract they'd signed was meant to do. No one would speak about this on pain of the worst curses our 7th years could think of. I'd had several of the older students ready to obliviate anyone who refused to sign, they'd never know that they'd refused the call. I'd been convinced that less than half would join, we were asking for a lot, and I was sure that at least some of them would turn away. We'd lost only 2 of them. Each of them had signed the pledge, some more firmly than others, but none of them had turned away. Was it because the ministry had pushed them into a corner? Or was it because of some quirk of human nature that said that the bigger the sacrifice, the more valuable the thing was that you were making the sacrifice for? Was it personal loyalty to me? Since I'd stood between the entire class and the Dementors, the Muggleborn had been looking at me differently. It was useful, but it made me strangely uncomfortable. Even back at home as Weaver, while I'd had the fear and respect of people, I'd never had this kind of devotion. The 20 who had stood and fought had joined 30 of those who had been in the hospital / they were a ragtag group, a mixture of grades ranging from 2nd year on up. The only 1st year was Colin Creevy. I suspected that the other 1st years had been convinced that they wouldn't have anything to offer. The only non-Muggleborns here were Harry Potter and Neville. The door closed behind the last straggler, and I looked outside, even though I didn't have to. There was no one in the hall outside, and this was one of the halls that didn't have paintings. I turned to them, and I could see the look of apprehension on their faces. We're going to learn urban warfare, I said. It's the nastiest, ugliest kind of warfare there is. Most Muggle wars are fought from a distance, drop a bomb and it's quick and easy. You never even have to think about the person you have killed. Even guns kill, often from such a distance that the person you are shooting barely seems human. I stepped toward them. We don't have that option. Wizard spells are slow and imprecise, and that means that you need to be close enough to see the whites of their eyes before you can be sure of hitting them. Are we joining the army? Colin was the youngest and he looked it. He looked tiny compared to everyone else, and he looked even more nervous than most. There was a look of hero worship when he looked at me, though. I'd have preferred that he not have sent those pictures off to the Daily Prophet and the Quibbler, but he'd been certain that it would only do the cause good. Whether they would be published or not, and what kind of story was going to come of it was still to be determined. If we were lucky, public outrage would cause the Dementors to be withdrawn from the school. I doubted we'd be that lucky. Undoubtedly the ministry would be quick to claim that it was a mistake, or maybe they'd claim that Muggleborn had somehow lured the Dementors into the castle themselves. We're learning to survive, I said, taking a deep breath. I gestured, and 4 7th years stepped forward. I pulled some dark cloaks from a pile by my feet, and I handed them to them. The first thing I want to do is show you what real combat is like, I said. And to do that, we need enemies. These boys are going to play Death Eaters, and you are playing yourselves. Good luck. I'd gone over strategy with all 4 boys already. I'd taken them through this location and I'd told them what they needed to do. All 4 boys whirled their wands around themselves, and a moment later their bodies shimmered and they dissipated. There was a sound of pounding feet, and a moment later 4 of the children standing and staring went down due to invisible stunners. The others were still staring. That didn't bode well for their reaction speed. We were going to have to work on that. I think you'd better run, I said. They scattered in panic. Half of them were down in the first minute. I was pleased to see that Hermione, Neville, and Harry were not among them. Our training last year had been one-on-one, not in group tactics, but at least it had taught them how to move and how to dodge. Ducking slightly to the side, I avoided a stunner that one of the 7th years launched at me. He was known to be a joker, and I'd been expecting something like this. I pointed my wand behind me without looking and directed a stinging hex at him. No more spells were directed at me. Using my bugs, I was able to keep track of everything that was happening. Some of the students tried hiding, but against an invisible enemy it was useless. It took 5 minutes to get the last of them. Hermione was the second to fall, and Harry was the last. He was surprisingly nimble and fast, and some of the others had already woken up and were watching as it took 4 7th years to finally bring him down. I made a note of the others who had lasted the longest. They were the ones who had potential. When everyone finally woke up, I said, if those had been real Death Eaters, you'd have all been dead. We can't fight Death Eaters. Colin said. He sounded a little panicked. He wasn't the only one. I could see that a lot of the confidence the group had been showing when we'd stepped into the room was gone. I couldn't afford to leave it that way. These kids weren't recruits to the wards. They hadn't signed contracts to join up to a paramilitary organization. That meant that I needed a lighter touch. I'm going to show you how, I said. I paused. What do you know about wolves? They're like dogs, right? A 4th year asked. But meaner. If this had been a group of purebloods they wouldn't have known even that much. But the Muggleborn had watched television. Their image of wolves was formed by innumerable dramas and possibly from nature documentaries. They hunt in packs, Hermione said. Attacking from all sides. Unless you are fighting Dumbledore or the Dark Lord himself, most wizards will go down if they face enough spell fire. You probably will never be good enough to beat a Death Eater by yourself. But 10 of you. You supposedly beat 6 Death Eaters as a 1st year, a 6th year said. He stared at me. I cheat, I said bluntly. I don't care about honor, or being heroic, or any of that claptrap. When people are trying to murder me, I murder them back, and even better. The Bible says an eye for an eye. I don't believe that. If they take my eye, I'm going to take both of their eyes, their hands, and their feet. And probably their friends just in case. I saw some people wincing, but others seemed more open. I don't expect you to be that way, I said. I've been through some things, and your lives have likely been better. But you have to be pragmatic if you are to survive. You know what our motto is? Sly as a Slytherin, brave as a Gryffindor, smart as a Ravenclaw, and loyal as a Hufflepuff, everyone said. Hermione had been the one who'd come up with it. She'd said that we needed something to show that we were more than just our houses. The house system was designed to pull us apart, and we needed unity. It'll take qualities of every house to keep us alive. We can't just be better than them, we have to rub it in their faces. They think that Muggleborns aren't good at magic, we'll be the top of our class. They think we are lesser? We'll prove them wrong. How? Colin asked. They get to do magic during the summer, and the purebloods have tutors. We help each other, I said. If one of us is bad at something, the rest of us help to lift them up. If we see someone being bullied, we will not stand for it. If you aren't brave enough to do it yourself, come and get a teacher or get someone who can. I'd been thinking about this for a while now. The system is stacked against us. Being allowed to do magic during the summers gives the purebloods a huge advantage over the rest of us, so does having family libraries and tutors. The only way to counteract that is through hard work. Hermione stepped up next to me. You all signed the contract, she said. And you know what it means if you tell anyone outside of this room. The official story is that we considered creating an organization, but we decided that we didn't have time. If there is someone you want to nominate for membership, come to us, and we will consider it, I said. I very specifically hadn't signed the contract, and I wasn't bound by any of its tenets. No one had questioned that, which I considered to be a good sign. The fact that no one questioned 2 second-year girls making decisions for the 7th years was a miracle in and of itself. We looked ridiculous next to the 6th and 7th years. In the regular world they would have looked at us as children, but no one here was looking at me that way. Now, it's time to learn tactics, I said. Let's split up into squads of 5. I want people of different years in the same squads, that'll force those in lower years to catch up. It won't hold some of us back. Jeffries asked. I'll have more advanced training for you later, I said. You will be the leaders and you need to learn how to lead. I had plans for these kids. I'd have felt guilty about it, but the alternative would have been even worse. At least I planned to help them defend themselves. All right, I said. The first thing that I'm going to teach you about cover. You know what the only thing that can stop the killing curse is? Harry Potter? Neville asked. Everybody laughed, and the mood in the room suddenly changed. I'd been right to bring him along. Despite being a pure blood, he was well liked by the people who knew him. Besides that, I said, actual physical barriers can stop it. I've wondered why wizards don't use tower shields to stop it. I'd have thought that it would be easy enough to enchant to levitate in front of you. It blocks the vision, Jeffries said. And won't stop a lot of spells. The Muggle police make transparent plastic riot shields, I said. Why not use those? A good wizard would just blast the shield, and then hit you with a killing curse after, a sixth year said. Or transfigure the shield into something else. And while they're doing that, you've got time to use the Introl expelling charm on them, I said. It seems like a win to me. What if you're facing more than one wizard? They could crack it a lot easier than a regular shield, right? Colin asked. What if you used a hardening charm on it? Hermione asked. Then it might protect you from other things too. It's something we'll need to think about, I said. But the truth is that you won't have a shield most of the time. That means that you will have to learn to use the terrain around you. How many of you have seen action movies? Everyone raised their hands except Neville and Harry. Some of the things you see in those movies is wrong. Using two guns just means missing with both of them. Bullets will go right through a car door. If you want to hide, a car will provide concealment but not protection. If you want protection, hide behind the wheels or the engine block. There's other things, but the thing they get right is people hiding behind things when the bullets start flying. It doesn't seem very wizardly, a sixth year complained. I'd rather be a living muggle than a dead wizard, I said. And a living wizard is even better. How do most wizard battles seem to go? One-on-one, Jeffries said. Best man wins. And you're hoping that your man is the one who is just a little quicker than theirs, I said. We don't have that kind of luxury. If we want to win, we have to fight like muggles. We don't have guns, Colin said nervously. Just because I'm an American doesn't mean that I'm obsessed with guns, I said. I looked at everyone's expression. Oh, it's not because I'm an American. Apparently everyone just assumed that I'd use guns. I could see the appeal, but guns were too complicated to transfigure unless you were already an expert. They required parts that worked together to very small tolerances. They were loud and noisy, and I still wasn't convinced that a shield spell wouldn't work against a bullet. I suspected that it would, actually. A supersonic rifle round might be able to kill a wizard before he had a chance to cast a spell, but this was Britain. Back at home I could have gotten guns and explosives easy. Here I wouldn't even know where to start looking. I had other ideas already, though. Ambushes while disillusioned, with overwhelming force. Multiple wizards with waves of blasting curses acting as artillery. Wizards on brooms as a hit-and-run strike force. But first I had to teach them the basics. I had to teach them teamwork, how to move, to take cover. There was a lot to cover and I couldn't be sure how much time we were going to have. Let's just split into groups, I said tiredly. And let's see if we can't turn the lot of you into the kind of people the Ministry is going to be afraid of. Why the Ministry? Jeffries asked. Because we aren't going to be able to make the Death Eaters afraid, I said. And we scare the Ministry more than the Death Eaters do. What? This time it was Hermione who spoke. Think about it. If the Dark Lord takes over, it'll pretty much be like it is now, at least for them. As a pure blood, all you have to do is keep your head down and don't make too many waves and you'll be fine. The half-bloods will have it worse, but really the only ones it'll be a disaster for is us. But why would they be afraid of us? She asked. She looked confused. Because we represent everything changing. They're afraid that we'll demand some of the stuff we've gotten used to, electric lights, television, ballpoint pens. More importantly, if we gain power, they fear that means they'll have to lose it. They've been resting on the accomplishments of their ancestors for the past 1,000 years, and the thought that they might actually have to work to find their place in the world terrifies them. Power was the one universal constant. No matter what world I was on, I was sure that it would always be the same. The people who had power would do anything they could to maintain it. Groups of 5 people. I said. All I could hope was that it was going to be enough. Cloud. This was clearly the work of the Death Eaters, Minister Umbridge said. I can state unequivocally that nothing is more important to this administration than the safety of our children. Even children of a lesser status. It's a load of bollocks, Tonks muttered to Moody. Could be true, Moody said quietly. They were working as security for the event, even though nobody really thought the Death Eaters wanted Umbridge out of office. She was too useful for them. In fact, Minister Umbridge said, I am proposing new legislation for the protection of the poor Muggleborn children. After the unfortunate incident, 7 Muggleborn parents chose to withdraw their children. In each case, the children and their families were found murdered. The reporters gasped, even though it shouldn't be news at all. The story about the Muggleborn murders before school had begun had broken, and no one had seemed to care that much. It wasn't their children after all. This, though, people didn't particularly care about the Muggleborn children, but once the Dementors had finished with them, it seemed likely that they'd have gone on to murder pureblood children. That was something that had everyone up in arms, and was threatening to overturn the government. The Muggles would like to protect their children, but against wizards they are helpless, and so I am sponsoring legislation to make it a law that Muggleborn children be fostered by wizarding families. And if their parents don't agree? Rita Skeeter asked. It's for their own protection, and that of their children, Umbridge said sweetly. How could anyone argue with that? Still, Muggles can sometimes be stubborn, and so means will be taken to minimize problems. Raise them like wizards, kill off their own culture, Moody muttered. Time they're out of school they won't even remember what the Muggle world's like. Dumbledore will stop it, won't he? He's busy these days, Moody muttered. I'm not sure what. He keeps it hush-hush, but he seems to think it's important. But this. She might be right, Moody said. They've been murdering them off, and it's possible that summer will end up being a bloodbath. I don't have to like it. What about the hero of Hogwarts? The editor of the Quibbler asked. Umbridge sniffed disdainfully. She's a disturbed young girl with a history of violent behavior. The fact that it came in useful this once does not make her a hero. The Quibbler had shown pictures of the fight over the last several days, each more dramatic than the last. Their readership had exploded since the Daily Prophet had censored all references to the event. Enough children had written about it that people were intensely interested. Rita Skeeter had looked like she was going to burst a blood vessel when she'd discovered that she wouldn't be allowed to report on the story. Tonks had seen her in the ministry protesting loudly. I think you might need to go back to school, Moody said. The kids there have been a target more than once, and the ministry has ordered us to put more Aurors on the case. Tonks nodded. She was a newly minted Auror, one of a very small class, but her metamorphmagus abilities had put her in high demand. Why me, though? She asked. It's not like I can pretend to be one of the kids, and as an Auror, I'm just another face in the crowd. You just graduated, Moody said. Which means that you know most of the kids, including her. Taylor. Tonks asked. I wasn't ever close with her, she was in another house in a firstie when I was a 7th year. Most of what I knew about her was rumors and speculation, and that one time I saw her walking in from the forest with a broken arm after fighting a troll. That's more than most Aurors know, Moody said. Most of them tend to either underestimate her because she's a child, or they listen to the rumors and assume that she's some kind of a demon in kids' clothing. You should be able to be a little more objective. And you think that she'll trust me more because I was a student she might recognize? Tonks asked. She seemed pretty suspicious last year. I've heard that she's relaxed some over the summer, Moody said. She hasn't killed anyone this school year, at least not as far as I've heard. She did try to brain a few Dementors, so she might just be getting started. I'd like for you to find out if that is true and if there's anybody on staff who's working for the Death Eaters. I can do that, Tonks said. They both stopped whispering and listened to Umbridge finishing her speech. If we all work together we can create a better world, Umbridge said. One where our weakest and lowest members are just as protected as their betters. She smiled genially, even though the response from the crowd was tepid. Where's she going to get wizarding families willing to sponsor the Muggleborn? Moody asked. Everybody knows they are being targeted, and most wizards are terrified their family will be next. Hosting Muggleborns would be putting a target on your back and on those of your children. She'll have to open orphanages, Tonks said. And then there will be a lot of Muggleborn dying due to mistakes. And she'll claim she did everything she could to stop it, but that maybe it's for the best, since the Death Eaters won't be targeting the school anymore. There's people who will privately feel relieved. Are we sure she's not a Death Eater? Tonks asked. Moody shook his head. Even the Death Eaters don't like her, not really. But with the Wizengamot deadlocked, she was the only candidate everyone agreed that the other side would hate. Tonks looked over the crowd. It doesn't look like anybody's convinced. The Prophet will spin it the way the ministry wants, and that's all that's important. Most wizards believe whatever claptrap the paper gives them, and that's enough. Tonks shook her head. I'll go, but I'm not sure how much good I'll do. Watch and learn, Moody said. But don't do anything in the castle that you don't want the girl knowing about. I'm not sure she's a seer, but she seems to know everything close up to her. It makes her a lot more dangerous than she ought to be. Also she's good at stabbing and hitting things, Tonks said. She stared speculatively at the dispersing crowd. I wonder if we should be teaching our Aurors that. You get that close to something that's trying to kill you, you've already lost, Moody said. Muggle soldiers get taught to fight close up, but not that much, because they do most of their fightin' with their fire legs. The girl fights like that because she doesn't have anything better. Tonks frowned but didn't argue with him. After all, she'd find out for herself soon enough. Why are we doing this again? Ron Weasley wheezed as they ran around the castle. Taylor says that learning how to run away is the first step in learning to beat the Death Eaters, Harry said. He was much less winded than Ron, and much more cheerful, which Ron resented. It's always Taylor this, Taylor that, Ron grumbled. If it wasn't for Quidditch, you wouldn't talk about anything else. She says we can use Quidditch to learn how to kill people on brooms, Harry said. Ron stopped running. And that doesn't make you think she's barmy? She's actually killed people, a lot of people. She did it to save my life, Harry said, stopping beside him. They were coming to kill me, and she could have just stepped aside and let it happen. You think she hasn't killed people before? Ron asked. You don't get that good with a knife without stabbing a few people. She said she came from a bad neighborhood, Harry said. A disturbed look came over his face. Ron stared at his friend. He'd been keeping secrets again, he knew it. What? She showed me some pictures of what it was like once, Harry said. It was bad, really bad. It'd have to be to make somebody be like her, Ron said. Even if she did save your life, I'm not sure she's all there, you know. Have you seen how she moves? It's like she's a spider wearing a human skin. He shuddered. He hated spiders. He didn't hate a bear, although he was jealous of the times that Harry up and vanished. He knew he was spending time with her. Harry hadn't said anything, but he often came back limping and looking as though he'd been beaten with sticks. Ron remembered what that had been like when he'd been part of the dueling club. It hadn't been fun, but he had to admit that he'd gotten a lot better at fighting. After his performance in the dueling trials last year, most of the Slytherins had stopped hassling him, all of the except Malfoy. He'd been walking taller too, which he had to thank a bear for. Still, as a teacher she made Snape look lazy. She was ruthless and treated every session as though she was teaching them how to not die. Given the events at the end of the year, maybe she'd been right. Still, he had no idea why he'd been left behind. I didn't show how I felt about it because I don't think she'd like pity, Harry said. I don't think any of us knew what to say. Any of you? Ron asked. Me and Hermione and Neville. Harry trailed off. You've all been hanging out without me? Ron asked, offended. With my brothers. No, Harry said. It's not like that. Did I do something wrong? Ron asked. I didn't think she cared that I thought she was crazy. She kept you alive, and that was enough for me to consider her kind of like a friend. It's your dad, Harry admired. What? She's pretty sure that the Ministry set the Dementors on the Muggleborn. Your dad is pretty high up in the Ministry. There's no way my dad would do anything like that. Ron protested. You've got to tell her. I've tried, Harry said. But she's paranoid about people spying for Umbridge. She thinks that Umbridge wants us all dead so the Death Eaters will leave Hogwarts alone. That's even more barmy than usual for her. Umbridge is the Minister for Magic. They don't do things like that. I'm not so sure, Harry admitted. I've seen some things, and you know how much she knows. She's not Merlin, Ron said. And she doesn't know everything. She can make mistakes just like anybody else. I know, Harry said. But talking to her, it's like she's not even a kid really. You remember the Aurors that were at school last year? Ron nodded. Remember the old one that we talked to a few times? He'd fought Grindelwald and then the Death Eaters in the last war. There was a look in his eye that she's got. She's 12, Ron said skeptically. What, you think she was out fighting monsters when she was 8? She didn't have any magic. I know, Harry said. But I just have this feeling. Well, she's mental all right, Ron admitted, but that doesn't mean she knows any more about the wizarding world than you do. Harry shrugged. As long as she shows me how to kill Death Eaters, I don't care what she does. Ron gaped at his friend. It shocked him hearing Harry say it out loud, even though he'd seen signs that he'd been obsessing ever since the incident on the train. It had bothered him that he'd been sent away, but Neville and Hermione had been allowed to go with Harry. You're 12, Ron said finally. You shouldn't be thinking about killing anybody. You weren't there. Harry said. His hands were trembling. They were coming, 6 of them, and they were going to murder me, and there wasn't anybody who was able or willing to stop them except her. I had to sit and hide and do nothing other than listen to their screams as she did Merlin knows what to them, and if she'd screwed up just once, they'd have been coming to that cave to finish us off. Harry hadn't talked about this before, he hadn't wanted to even when Ron had asked. I thought I was going to die. Harry said. Me and Hermione and Neville. You wonder why she still hangs out with us? It's because every one of us owes her. The whole Muggleborn class owes her, Ron muttered. Harry stared at him then paled. The whole school does, he said after a moment. You think they'd have stopped when they killed the Muggleborn? Some of them were already running for their lives. The Dementors would have followed them, and then they'd have been in the middle of the rest of us. There were only 3 of them, Ron said. The professors would have stopped them. And when every student in the entire school was terrified, you think that all that emotion wouldn't have pulled the rest of them in. Roll stopped them, not a bear, Ron said. He'd have gotten there after a few kids were killed and he'd have stopped it. And that's why we're in trouble, Harry said. What? Ron asked, bewildered. As long as it's only a few kids and not me, it's all right, Harry said. That's what the adults are thinking too, hide in the middle of the crowd and hope the Death Eaters take someone else. Well, I don't have that choice. I killed their leader when I was a baby, and they want me dead for that. I've got to fight, and I can't hide, not for long. They haven't really tried to kill you, except that once, Ron pointed out weakly. And how many times did the Aurors or Taylor stop it that they didn't even bother telling us about? Harry asked. I lay in bed at night wondering about that. Harry had been having nightmares since coming back to school. Ron had suspected it was about the train, especially when he'd heard some of the things Harry muttered in his sleep. He'd respected his friend's need for privacy. Maybe he'd been wrong. You want to talk about it, you can come to me, Ron said. You don't have to go to her just because she was there or whatever. Oh, I don't go to her, Harry said. He laughed bitterly. Do you know what it's like trying to live up to her expectations? I was in the group last year, Ron said quietly. She made my mum look like the sweetest, kindest lady ever. Your mum is the sweetest lady ever, Harry said. She's nice to you, Ron said sourly. But get her alone with us and it's all barking orders and telling us what to do. You only think she's nice because anybody would look nice compared to your aunt. She's nice compared to my Aunt Marge, Harry said. I think the Dark Lord is probably nicer than her. None of us want to look weak in front of Taylor. Me, Hermione, Neville, nobody, Harry said. So we put on a stiff upper lip and pretend that we're tough like she is. You're kids, mate, Ron said. She's some kind of she-ogre. Why would you want to be like her? Because she always survives, Harry said. No matter what happens. I want to learn to be able to do that too. Anybody would be upset if they went through what you did. That doesn't mean that you can't talk to people about it. I'm not going to judge you, even if you want to get all weepy and start crying. Harry stared at him suspiciously. That sounds a little judgmental. Ron shrugged. I might make fun of you a little bit if you start acting like a ponce, but I won't mean it. That makes it a lot better, Harry said. Hey, at least I'm not some demon in a little girl suit that has you planning out ways to murder people. Important life lessons, Harry said. Knowing how to murder people doesn't mean you're going to do it, just that you could if you wanted to. I could bash you in the head with this rock, Ron said. Would that make me any better? If I was a polyjuiced Death Eater, then yeah, Harry said. Knowing how to use your surroundings will help keep you alive. You got that from her, Ron said sourly. Maybe, Harry said. But it's good advice. I don't agree with her about everything, I think she's a little too fast to hurt people, and I think she enjoys it more than I'm comfortable with. But I believe that she means well, and that she wants to protect me and everybody at this school. If she didn't, she wouldn't have thrown herself in front of 3 Dementors and risked her soul. I just worry that she's going to have you getting into fights you aren't ready for, Ron said. That's why running away is the first lesson, Harry said. And it looks like we've rested enough. Let's get back to it. Ron groaned, but he followed Harry as they began their course around the castle. In the distance they could see the Dementors surrounding the castle, like an unholy cloud. Dark. It's not working, I said, frustrated. I wasn't the only one, we'd been working on this for weeks, and a third of the class still wasn't able to summon even an silvery mist, much less a corporeal patroness. After a year and a half of being in the top of the class, it was humiliating to be unable to do this, most important spell. How would I protect my people if I couldn't drive the Dementors away? They'd almost gotten me the last time. It takes emotion, Miss Abear, Flitwick said. A pure, happy memory. And what if you don't have any of those? I asked. I'd tried memories of my mother, but those were tainted by her death. Memories of my father were tainted by his inevitable slide into depression. My relationship with the Undersiders had always been complicated, and my time with the wards hadn't been particularly happy. My life here hadn't been happy either. There had been happy memories, but they had always been fleeting, and none of them were pure. Not everyone is capable of this spell, Flitwick said gently. Which is why it will not be graded. At least he did not try to assure me that everyone had good memories. He didn't give me a look of pity either, for that I was grateful. Those who were failing in the task tended to be those who had more troubled lives. Despite that, most of the class wasn't able to produce anything more than a silvery mist, and I doubted that would last under the onslaught of the fear in the Dementor's presence. There was a big difference after all between doing it in a classroom, and doing it in the field. I would have liked to have used a boggart as a substitute for a Dementor, Flitwick said regretfully. But as you know, there have been issues. The Hogwarts boggarts had been getting smarter, or so it seemed, at least those that were copying me. Worse, he'd tried bringing a couple into the room, and rather than turning into Dementors one had turned into me, and the other into Umbridge. Most spells at Hogwarts were just a matter of saying the right words, and making the right hand motion. Feelings had never been my specialty, even before I was able to offload my actual feelings into my bugs instead of just my reactions, I'd been good at tamping them down. This required that I open up in a way that I wasn't comfortable with. Hermione had gotten it in the second week, and the pitying looks she kept giving me were beginning to grate on my nerves. Even Harry was doing better than I was. He'd managed to pull up a soft white mist only a few days ago. Given the bits and pieces I'd heard about his background, it was stunning that he was able to do as much as he did. Malfoy was one of the ones who couldn't produce a patroness, like me. That seemed to irritate him endlessly, given that Ron Weasley was showing minor progress and liked to throw it in his face. I'm amazed that second years can manage it as it is, Flitwick said. I'd always thought that this was something that only 5th or 6th years could manage, but I am happy to see that I am wrong. I glanced at Malfoy and he scowled. If Hermione and I tended to switch back and forth for first and second place in class, he and Harry jockeyed back and forth between third and fourth. Harry hadn't done nearly so well the year before, but since the Death Eater attack on the train he'd applied himself with a vigor I normally associated only with Hermione. It will be considerably harder to maintain the emotions under the sort of mental assault you will feel with Dementors, he said. So I encourage you all to keep working at it. Ordinarily, it would be a matter of academic interest, after all, most wizards never even meet a Dementor in their entire lives. Given the current situation though. He shook his head. I want a foot on the other uses of the Patroness spell, he said. He looked at me. Focusing on the uses as a messenger, not on creative ways of using them to kill people. I shrugged. Why did everyone think that I was obsessed with killing people? It wasn't like I spent every waking minute thinking about how to kill the Death Eaters. Just most of them. Class was dismissed, and Hermione stepped up to me. I'm sure you'll find a good memory, she said. I used my last Christmas with my parents. My mother died, I said. Friendships? She asked. They betrayed me, or they died, I said. Or I'll never see them again. She looked hurt. Not you, I said quickly. It's just. I'm not built that way. Maybe when I was younger. As we stepped out of the classroom, I saw Snape waiting for me. I'll talk to you later, I said. I need to have a word with my head of house. We both waited until everyone had moved down the hallway, well out of earshot. I asked you once not to start a revolution, Snape said quietly. It seems that you chose not to listen. I'm not sure what you are talking about. I said. I pushed any anxiety into my bugs and kept my face impassive. You have followers now, he said. 5th years are looking to you for permission to do things. They think I know how to keep the ministry from killing them, I said. And they don't trust Dumbledore or the staff here to do it for them. Do you? He asked dispassionately. I believe that we should at the very least give them the tools to defend themselves, I said. Leaving them helpless is like putting a Death Eater with a wand in a room full of muggles who have never heard about magic. I'd have thought you'd rate the muggles' chances a little higher. Under the right circumstances, with the right muggles, I said. But surprise is a power multiplier. If it ever comes to a battle between the muggle world and this one, the muggles will lose. At first. But they'll learn, and the battles afterward won't go nearly as well. Against those who would subvert their leaders. He asked. There are ways to tell, I said. Ones that don't involve magic. The Protectorate had strategies in place for dealing with strangers and with masters, and those would be the wizarding world's strongest categories. Most wizarding attack spells weren't that much better than a gun or a bomb. It was their ability to mind control leaders from in secret that made them horrifically dangerous. He stared at me. That would be of great value to certain parties, he said carefully. Another teacher might have dismissed what I said as idle bragging. Snape didn't / he'd taken me seriously from the moment we'd met, something which I appreciated about him. Why are you here? I asked. Really? It can't be to question me about the existence of a non-existent revolution. There wasn't a revolution, not yet. It would require time and for me to have pieces in place. The thought that I'd be sending children off to die should have bothered me, but it didn't. All of them were slated for death anyway, all I was doing was giving them a chance. You've heard about the new ministerial decrees. He asked. Were they planning to take the Muggleborn from their families? I asked. I'd been hearing about nothing else for the past few weeks. Nothing definitive had been done yet, but all of the Muggleborn were worried about it. It had been stalled in the Wizengamot. Apparently Dumbledore's people had been doing their best to squash it, and the purebloods were horrified at the idea that they might be forced to house mudbloods in their own houses. What will you do if they pass? He asked. Are you asking if I plan to overthrow the government, set myself up as the new Minister for Magic and go to war against the Death Eaters? I asked, amused. He stared at me for a long moment, apparently wondering if I was joking or not. Or maybe just assassinate the Death Eaters and their leaders, ending with him. I asked. At his look I shook my head. I probably won't do that this year. Ultimately, of course I plan to kill them all. It was the only way that I and my friends could live uninterrupted lives. Right now wasn't the time for it, I still needed to gather more power. After all, even if I killed Voldemort, I'd have to go after the Ministry next. Neville kept pushing for peaceful solutions, but I knew that it would never end until a fundamental change was made. You think that the Dark Lord didn't believe that he was in the right when he began? Snape asked quietly. Tom's always been a little sloppy, I said. Instead of cursing the defense position, he should have put his own agent in. He could have influenced an entire generation of students. I'm sure it's not as easy as he began. Lockhart? I asked. Most likely the reason they'd struggled to find competent instructors was because of the curse, otherwise the moment they'd found one they'd have kept them. The curse on the position, if it was real, was actually rather clever. By ensuring that an entire generation of wizards were unable to use magic effectively, he'd have made it easier for his people to take over. An armed populace was one that was difficult to conquer after all, especially if you didn't have superior weapons. It wasn't like the Muggle world, where a few rednecks with rifles weren't going to be able to stand up to tanks and planes. One wizard was much the same as the next in their capabilities. The only real difficulties were in skill. I was doing everything to close that skill gap with my people. Already the grades of the Muggleborn were skyrocketing as they worked together in study groups. We were keeping the groups small, groups of 4 to 5, usually led by one students from an older grade. Just the process of teaching was helping some of the students remaster the basics, and our sessions 3 times a week were helping even more. Why is it that the entire Muggleborn population seems to vanish sometimes? Snape asked, staring at me. I shrugged. I'd have thought you'd have been happy not to have kids underfoot all the time. If I've noticed, others have too, Snape said. It's only a matter of time before it gets to the minister's ear. The minister? I asked. Why should she worry about what a few school children do? She sees you as an inconvenience, someone who supports changing the natural order, Snape said. Should you become more than that, accidents have been known to happen. Unlike with Death Eaters, if you kill Aurors, the entire weight of the ministry will come down upon you. So what should I do? I asked. Sit down and wait to die. Be more circumspect, he said. Continue whatever you are doing, if you must, but cloak it under some socially acceptable aegis. People have been telling me that since I came here, I said. Don't make waves, keep up the status quo. The whole reason that the wizarding world is in the position it is in is that not enough people have stood up for what's right. That may be. Snape began. But it's like the way things are is a river, it will sweep any one person away. But plant a boulder in the right place at the right time, and the course of the river may change. If that boulder is followed by enough smaller rocks, the river will change. And you see yourself as that boulder. Someone has to be, I said. I hesitated. Mark Twain once said, when the mob and the press and the whole world tells you to move, your job is to plant yourself by the river of truth and tell the whole world, no, you move. He was silent for a moment. So you are determined to continue on this course? I have to do it, I said. And not just for the Muggleborn. Every half-blood has dealt with the casual racism the purebloods spew without even meaning to. You won't be able to stop that, he said. No one can. Maybe, I said. But I can try. With that, we didn't have anything else to say. That night I slipped out of my rooms and headed for the room of requirement. I'd had enough of the humiliation of being a failure with the patroness charm. I needed to master this if I was going to protect my friends. I had no illusions that the ministry wouldn't hesitate to send the Dementors to find us and kill us and worse, devour our souls. I found myself in a small room. It looked like any other classroom, except that the door behind me was closed and would not open until I allowed it. I didn't want any witnesses for my failure. I tried the spell again. Expecto Patronum. I'd tried every memory I could think of. Mom, Dad, the Undersiders, my times with Emma before everything had gone wrong. I'd been surprised at how few good memories I'd had. I'd always thought that I was a happy child until Emma had turned on me, but even before that I'd lived in a city on decline. Seeing the sadness on my father's face had affected me even as a child. Flitwick had told me my wand work was impeccable. My pronunciation of the spell was perfect. The only flaw was the emotions that supposedly fueled the spell. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. Expecto Patronum. There was never even a hint of silver emerging from my wand. I wasn't sure why I'd expected anything else. Every other spell had come relatively easily for me, why was this spell different? Over and over again I tried to cast the spell, and always it failed. I found myself getting angrier and for once I couldn't offload my emotions into my bugs, because this spell required that I actually felt my emotions. Was that the problem? Had I offloaded so many emotions that I was no longer even capable of feeling anymore? Expecto Patronum. I yelled, frustrated. My anger kept growing. Voldemort, his Death Eaters, the Ministry, the bullies, the more I thought about the people who had done all of this to me, the more angry I got. Scion, Cauldron, Contessa. I felt rage filling me, anger and even hatred. Expecto Patronum. I felt a sense of wrongness explode from my wand, as a wave of black bugs exploded from it. I could feel the malevolence within them, the desire to devour everything, but most particularly me. They resisted as I took control of them, they wanted nothing so much as to devour me and destroy me. I pushed them away from me, and they hovered, a malevolent man-sized cloud. What were they capable of? I couldn't tell, they were the manifestation of my anger and rage, just as a normal patroness was to be the avatar of my hope and joy. A hole opened in the wall, the room was responding to my unspoken need. A mouse stumbled out, looking scared. A moment later my cloud lunged at it, and in the space of seconds all that was left was a small skeleton. It took me a while to figure out how to dispel it, but then I had some thinking to do. Something like this I could use. I hadn't even been aware that the patroness could be perverted like this. What was this called? A dark patroness. It had taken my bugs days to devour Filch. With this, I could do it in less than a minute. If it hadn't been for my control of insects, it would have turned on me, and I'd have been dead. Luna Lovegood's mother had died during spell research. Had something like this happened? What other spells could I pervert? Surprise was a force multiplier, and I doubted that Voldemort or anyone had an easy counter to a dark patroness. Even better, ordinary patronuses were known to be used to send messages. Would I be able to send my patroness out to seek out and find people? It might make for the perfect assassination tool, although if it was discovered it might make people start to take precautions against insects. Still, it was another weapon in a toolbox that was woefully empty. Everything was stacked against us, and we needed every weapon we could get. A few school children wasn't going to be enough, we needed allies. The goblins had a history of revolution. Could I somehow subvert them? What about the werewolves? The Death Eaters had control of some groups, but they were humans before they were werewolves, and I was willing to bet that not all of them were willing to follow a mass murderer. There was so much to do, and there was so little time. Radio. The Muggleborn are evil, the man on the radio said. Most people just aren't willing to come out and say it. The Muggleborn were all around me, listening to the radio. We'd known this broadcast was coming, but we'd wanted to judge how bad it was for ourselves. How can you say that? The host asked. I'd listened to him before, and he was blandly pleasant, but he wasn't exactly known for asking the hard-hitting questions. Aren't they just our brethren? We've gone to school with them. Some of us have married them. You can't just make a blanket statement. Look at the statistics, Harold, the other man said. The Muggleborn are only 20% of our population, but they commit 80% of our crimes. I was willing to bet that a large part of that was because the Muggleborn were targeted. The purebloods probably made deals behind the scenes that kept their precious children out of the crime listings. Without connections, the Muggleborn went straight to jail. They make up more than half of those incarcerated in Azkaban, the man said. And they commit the majority of the misuse of magical objects violations. These are serious issues that endanger us all. But ultimately that's what they intend. The purebloods probably didn't even know what Muggle items did. Of course the Muggleborn and Half-Bloods had more of that type of interactions. What? The host asked. The Muggleborn agenda is to have us reveal ourselves to the Muggles and to subjugate ourselves to them. They'd tear down everything we've tried to build, and they'd bring every wizard down to live like animals, to live like Muggles. You think Muggles live like animals? The host asked. They spread across the world like an infestation, the man said. Breeding to the point that they do not have enough food to feed their children. Then you know what they do. What? The host asked. He sounded suspicious. They breed some more. Then they start fighting among themselves. Muggles are murderers who destroy entire peoples. In the Muggle Second Great War, 85 million of them perished, and it wasn't a drop in the bucket compared to their numbers. In the last century they have killed over 123 million of themselves. I can only applaud their initiative, and I would hope for them to get even more efficient in murdering each other if it weren't for the fact that sometimes good, honest wizards are caught up in their wars. There have been some deaths, the announcer said cautiously. And what do you think will happen if they learn about us? They will attack us with bombs and fire legs, with everything they have, because ultimately they are unable to face the fact that we have souls and they do not. That hasn't been established, the announcer said faintly. They do not produce ghosts, the man said. What more proof do you want? Once a muggle dies, that is it, but a wizard lives on. We have proof that they are nothing more than smart apes, and the thought of the vast nothingness that awaits them will infuriate them. Muggles can't stand to see others having more than themselves. Surely you can't think that the Muggles could defeat wizards? The announcer asked, incredulous. Even ants can kill a Muggle if there are enough of them. There are 6,000 Muggles for every wizard, and while most of them are idiots, there are occasional Muggles with a low, animal form of cunning. I wondered for a moment if he was talking about me. I was famous enough now that he might have been. We were talking about the Muggleborn, though, the announcer said hastily. There are those who say that they are essential for the survival of wizard kind. The dangers of inbreeding alone. Inbreeding? The man interrupted. You're talking about that discredited Muggle science claptrap. You don't believe in the science of breeding. The announcer said, sounding surprised. Haven't you ever bred dogs or maybe nibblers? Wizards aren't dogs. The man snapped. The only way to keep our species strong is to keep it pure. Diluting our blood with Muggle filth will only lead to more squibs. Back in my day, families knew how to deal with squibs. I heard a slight gasp from behind me. The older students knew what the man was talking about, even if the younger ones looked confused. There had been a time when squibs were simply disposed of. Not all of them had been sent out into the Muggle world. Some had simply found their way into an unmarked grave. If it had been up to me, I'd have used squibs as spies into the Muggle world. Put them in the military, in coroners' offices, in positions that real wizards would feel were too demeaning, but that would be a step up from where the squibs were now. I'd have then given them an honored place in wizard society to keep their loyalty. It was almost as though the wizards were trying to get groups to revolt. I saw a third year whispering in a first year's ear. The first year looked like he wanted to cry. Turning the radio down, Hermione scowled. They played this interview yesterday, they go on like this for the next 30 minutes. They won't even admit that the radio came from the Muggles, and now they're using tape. They're probably stupid enough just to go over the whole thing again line by line. I've got a transcript of the rest of it if anybody wants to hear it, Hermione said. It's even more disgusting than this was. Everyone was looking at me expectantly. What do you want me to do about it? I asked. I'm not exactly in a position to get rid of some ministry stooge. You think he works for the ministry? Hermione asked. You don't think it's convenient that they're trying to drum up hatred toward the Muggleborn just as Umbridge's Muggleborn protection law is stagnating in the Wisengamot? Harry asked. For all that he hadn't done well as a first year, he wasn't stupid. Wouldn't that just make more families unwilling to take us in? She asked. She'd been really upset when she'd first heard about the law. She felt that her family would rather move to Australia than have her taken from them. I had advised caution. The minister wasn't a king. She had to get support from the ministry, and at least for the moment she didn't have the votes. Harry had wondered if he could get himself reclassified as a Muggleborn. Apparently his family life wasn't happy. He'd likely have been happier in an orphanage than at home. Unfortunately, that wasn't true of most of the Muggleborn. They loved their families, and the thought of being separated from them wasn't just painful, it was terrifying. It doesn't matter if the law works, I said. It just has to look like it's working. They'd be happy to shove us all into an orphanage somewhere, with signs leading the Death Eaters right to us. So what can we do? She asked. I don't know, I said. Killing Umbridge wouldn't necessarily kill the bill, not unless we were sure of who her successor would be. The fact is, nobody knows. It was one of the things that was keeping me from going after her myself, the possibility that whoever came after her would be far worse. She was at least not in the Death Eaters' pockets, even if her policies were favorable to them. 6 weeks ago they would have been horrified at my causal mention of killing the Minister for Magic. Now, nobody around me gasped or even looked surprised. Some of them even looked a little disappointed. A lot of kids had taken the proposed law very personally, and I suspected that if Umbridge were to meet some of them in a dark alley, it wouldn't go well for her, especially now that I'd been training them. Also, if we tried and failed, or even if we succeeded and were caught, how much would the ministry blame us and punish Muggleborn who never even thought about going against them? You think it's bad now? So it's hopeless? I heard a boy ask from the back of the room. I shook my head. We've got to watch for our opportunity and then do whatever is best for us. Nobody else is watching out for us and so we have to do what's best for each other. That may mean sitting this out while the Ministry and Death Eaters destroy each other, and then killing whoever is left. It may mean stepping in before that. There had been a time weeks ago that this kind of talk would have shocked them, horrified them even. But I'd been working on them a little at a time, pushing the boundaries of what was acceptable just over the line often enough that this became the new normal. Then I'd pushed the line even farther. It wasn't brainwashing like the slaughterhouse had used, that had required constant exposure to horrors that would break a man's mind. I'd just been running them through scenarios that were disturbing while convincing them that this was what the Ministry and Death Eaters had planned for them. Sometimes I wondered if what I was doing was all right, but I didn't do it very often. Putting them in stressful situations together would improve unit cohesiveness. It would save lives. The fact that it tended to isolate them from the other students wasn't really my concern, not when lives were on the line. Listening to broadcasts like this had only made my job easier. They had to believe that I was going to improve their lives. They had to believe that not joining me was going to make their lives measurably worse. The first Dementor attack had established that without my having to do any work at all. The deaths of the ones who had tried to leave had cemented the idea that they were alone and helpless. I was just giving them a way to take control over their lives, to feel less afraid. The fact that I actually intended this to improve their lives was irrelevant. This only proves what I've been telling you, I said. We can't trust the purebloods, not the adults at least. We can trust some of the half-bloods, but knowing who to trust is hard to tell, unless you are Harry Potter. Everybody chuckled. All we've got is each other, I said. And we have to keep our eyes on the long-term goal. They claim that we want to burn down the old order and create something new. Are they right? Pretty much. Neville asked timidly. We won't stop until every wizard has equal rights, I said firm. Until they leave us in peace. We aren't against the purebloods, or the half-bloods. We just want what's ours by right. If that means access to computers and telephones, who's going to tell us no? I had other plans, but they weren't ready for those yet. This is what we're up against, I said. Why I've been teaching you tactics all this time. Against a trained Auror or Death Eater, we don't have a chance, not one-on-one. As a group, it's possible that we might be able to bring him down. They'd seen how that worked when I'd had a group of second years take on a sixth year. It hadn't been pretty, but the older boy had eventually gone down. Has anyone learned the anti-apparition jinxes? I asked. Several of the older students nodded. They were beyond my current level of understanding, but we needed the ability to trap wizards if we were to ambush them. I had a team of sixth years working on writing up a book of curses and jinxes to be used in warfare. My contribution was to be Muggle tactics. It would be our version of the anarchist's cookbook. We've sat around long enough, I said. Let's get back to work. I think the headmaster approves of us, Hermione said as we left the room. He's got to know that we're involved in something, but he hasn't investigated at all. We've cut down on discipline problems, I said. Which means less of a headache for him. He doesn't want to know. The Muggleborn had been walking with a lot more confidence since I'd started training them. They'd taken my anti-bullying message to heart, and they'd started to speak out against it wherever they found it, not in the presence of teachers but on their own. The other students had learned that trying to bully a single Muggleborn meant facing upwards of a dozen, and so they'd stopped even trying. The fact that I was their leader was an open secret around the school, and I'd been getting looks from the students who weren't in my group. I doubted that Tom Riddle's group had been anywhere nearly as large as mine when he was in school. Of course, the Ministry had practically thrown them in my lap, and I was never one to turn down an opportunity. I've got the reports on the new Aurors at school, Hermione said. I'd been developing quite the intelligence network. Having the Muggleborn students asking classmates might seem to be primitive, but we didn't have the kind of family connections that the pure and half-bloods did. We had to take whatever information we could get. They'd also taken to casually asking vendors at Hogsmeade, professors, and anyone else they could corner, including the Aurors themselves. I glanced at the papers. As usual, Hermione had annotated the sources for the information at the bottom of the paper. That way, if we got bad information, we could figure out who was responsible, and we could begin to work out whether it had been an accident, or if it was the result of malice. She's a metamorphmagus? I asked. She's barely out of school, Hermione said. Some of the students knew her from last year, which is why her file is thicker than some of the others. I said, reading halfway down the page. That's embarrassing. Hermione flushed. She was a bit of a wild child. Maybe it was something we could use, but the impression I got was that this Tonks wasn't easily embarrassed. I'd seen her around, but she hadn't approached me yet, even though she always seemed to be watching me. And the others? I asked. Some of them are Ministry plants, Hermione said. They aren't here to help us, more to gather dirt on us to use to help Umbridge's campaign. I didn't have to ask how she knew that. The Aurors had rooms in the castle, and we'd run an operation where our best stealthy students had gone through their rooms while the rest of us had worked at distracting them. I'd supervised both ends at the same time. I'd already had the information through my bugs, but it had been real-world practice, and a way to bring some of them further into the fold. They'd committed an actual crime now, and it was human nature to feel that you were committed once something like that happened. They'd used Colin Creevy's camera to take pictures of the documents in question, and they'd barely gotten out undetected. The excitement of their first real operation had buoyed them up for a week. "How's morale?" I asked. Again, I knew, but I wanted to make sure that Hermione had a grasp on it. In a war like this, no single person could be irreplaceable, not even me. It was entirely possible that I might die, and I wanted these kids to have a chance to make it on their own if I was no longer around. It was low after Umbridge's announcement, Hermione said. "But people are feeling better about things now. They have confidence in you and they believe in what we're doing." The youngest of the Aurors stepped out from behind a suit of armor. "And what exactly are you doing?" she asked. I'd known she was there, of course. She'd been trying to follow the students to the room of requirement for the last 3 weeks. I had teams whose whole purpose was to frustrate her in her attempts to do so. She'd been getting closer and closer. "Study group," Hermione said smoothly. "We're trying to prove that the Muggleborn aren't as helpless as the Ministry likes to think. That was the official reason that we all met. I'd taken Snape's advice to heart, and I'd officially registered us as a school group with roll. Officially we were the Muggleborn Against Discrimination." Harry had liked the acronym, and it was scads better than what I and Hermione had come up with. Somehow Muggleborn Under Discrimination being loud out of desperation hadn't gotten out of committee. The older students had thought that MUDBLOOD would have been somewhat offensive. Simply being MAD had been thought to be the better alternative. "That's a revolutionary idea," Tonks said. She looked at me. "People are saying you are the person to ask if there are any questions about what's going on in the school." I looked at her, then shrugged. "What do you want to know?" "Normal. Do you really believe that what you are doing is right?" Tonks asked. We were standing out in the hallway, and most of the others were dispersing quickly. The Auror hadn't seen the room of requirement or how to enter it, and that was the most important thing. Still, I was unhappy that she'd managed to get as close as she had, and we were going to have to work on some different procedures in the future. "Advocating for Muggleborn rights?" I asked mildly. I'd think that wouldn't even require an answer. Officially we were just a student group just like any other. I wasn't sure how much stock in it people gave, but as long as the fiction kept the administration off our backs I didn't care. "I've spent much of the last year training with the Aurors," she said. "There's a way that dangerous people move, and now I'm seeing it everywhere that I look in this school. Curiously, it's only the Muggleborn students." She was a little more perceptive than the others. I doubted that the other Aurors had even noticed. Of course, my information suggested that Umbridge had made sure not to send the cream of the crop to guard the school. It was considered scut work by the Aurors, and the better Aurors were out looking for werewolves and Death Eaters. "Well, that's a little racist," I said. She stared at me. "What? Saying that Muggleborn move like predators? Are you sure that you aren't projecting your own insecurities on us?" "No," she said. "And you know what I mean. Maybe people are just copying me," I said. "I seem to have become a lot more popular since your ministry tried to exterminate us." She flushed. "That was a mistake. You're naive if you think that it wasn't deliberate," I said. I tilted my head and I looked at her. "My only question is whether you agree with your leader's agenda or not." She frowned and then leaned forward. "Let's say you are right," she said. "What do you think someone like that would do if she thought that a rebellion was brewing in this school?" "She'd come in with jackboot thugs and try to restore order," I said. "Throw the leaders into Azkaban, maybe have a few of them accidentally kissed." "You know that and you still?" she asked. "She tried to murder every one of us," I said. "And she's going to keep doing it until someone stops her." "Are you threatening the Minister for Magic?" she asked disbelievingly. I shook my head. "Hopefully that will be when she's voted out of office, in which case we just have to stay alive until then." "And if that doesn't happen?" she asked, watching me closely. I shrugged. "We'll have to cross that bridge when we come to it. My job is to keep these kids alive." "I'd have thought that you'd have been happy with anything that furthers that, unless you see your job as something else." "I uphold the law," she said. "They rushed your training, didn't they?" I asked. "It's normally 3 years and they pushed you out into the field in 1. Why is that, do you think?" "The ministry needs Aurors," she said stiffly. "They've been dropping like flies," I said. "And the ones who are left aren't exactly people you can trust. They've put you in a job you are barely qualified for, because they think that you can be trusted." "Can you?" "Can I what?" she asked. "Be trusted to follow the ministry line," I said. "Even if they tell you to line us up against a wall and murder every last one of us? You know half the kids here, do they really look like revolutionaries to you? If they aren't, why are there a half dozen of them hiding in the shadows watching us?" she asked. She'd missed half of them, which I was pleased about. It meant that my training wasn't entirely in vain. Letting some of them be seen would sometimes make the mark overconfident. There's been attempts on my life on multiple occasions since I've been here, I said. My friends worry. Right. She said, her tone disbelieving. Let me turn the question around, I said. Are you sure that you are the one who's doing what's right? Working for a ministry that would happily murder children in the interest of expediency. That was an accident, she said, although her voice didn't sound completely sure. Ask the Dementors, I said. You've got the authority. Find out who ordered them to kill us. Maybe then you'll have something I'm willing to listen to. With any luck she'd ask while on Hogwarts property and I'd hear the answer as soon as she asked the question. But be careful, I said. If your bosses find out that you are asking questions, well, if they're willing to kill kids, then a full-grown adult would be nothing to them. She stared at me, and she looked a little pale. You aren't a child, she said. I shrugged. I'd think that I'm the perfect child, I said. I smiled at her, but it didn't reach my eyes. Children are willing to do things that adults would never believe them capable of. The morals aren't fully set yet, you see. Even if I were to find out something incriminating, Tonks said in a low voice, you've already explained why I couldn't do anything about it. You could tell Moody, I said casually. And he could tell Dumbledore. She stiffened and stared at me. I'm a seer, I said, lying through my teeth. I hadn't been sure until I'd seen her reaction, but it had been an educated stab in the dark. Her profile didn't fit with that of the other Aurors here. They were washed-up has-beens, incompetent clods, or people whose careers had stalled and were entering a death spiral. She was considered bright and an up-and-comer. She didn't fit, and with her mutation she'd have been perfect for undercover work. She was exactly the kind of Auror who would be wasted here unless she'd been put here for some other reason. I couldn't be certain, but I suspected that Moody reported directly to Dumbledore, and his people reported directly to Moody. That was why they'd been so successful against the Death Eaters last year, because the leaks in the department were somewhere higher in the chain. I don't know what you mean, she said stiffly, but she looked around to see if anyone else had heard. There were no paintings here, and everyone else including Hermione were out of earshot. What do you think he could do? She asked finally in a low voice. He's struggling as it is to keep the Muggle protection bill from passing. He never should have let Umbridge in office in the first place, I said. An actual Death Eater would have been more competent and more circumspect, and would have been easier to remove politically. I'm here to discover the truth, she said after a long moment. Whatever it may be. If that's true, you'll find that you have a lot of friends here, I said. I glanced over at the visible students and gave a quick nod of my head. They began vanishing into the scenery. She started as disillusioned students began appearing all around her. I was watching in case she had an unfortunate reaction, but she managed to restrain herself. On the other hand, I said. We at the Muggleborn Against Discrimination take it very poorly when people try to threaten us. Are you trying to threaten me? She asked incredulously. I shook my head. I'd never threaten a duly appointed officer of the law, I said. I'm just saying that it's the right of every wizard to defend themselves and their families. It's just that my definition of family is a little larger than that of most purebloods. If she'd been a ministry stooge I'd have never bothered giving her a warning. As Dumbledore's agent, she deserved a little courtesy. Dumbledore was apparently better at politics than he was as a headmaster. He was the one who'd almost single-handedly kept the Muggle Protection Act stalled, and I'd heard rumors that he was involved in secret activities with the Aurors. I had a suspicion I knew what that was. At the very least he was useful in that he drew attention away from us. The Death Eaters undoubtedly considered him enemy number one, which took some of the pressure off me and allowed me to concentrate on training my people. We weren't ready yet for a skirmish, much less a war. But eventually we would be. Hogwarts was one of the most defensible positions in all of Wizarding Britain, and I had a team working on a defense plan. They were learning as much as they could about the castle defenses. I'd had Fletcher bring us books on strategy and tactics, supposedly for a game that was becoming popular among the Muggleborn. We'd even set up tabletops with wizarding chess figures charmed to do battle without the chessboard. The fact that the tabletops looked just like Hogwarts hadn't seemed to occur to anyone, and there was a faction of Muggleborn who had even grown enthusiastic about our fake strategy game. I'd based the rules on vague memories of a game Greg Vadar had prattled on about. I'd been only half listening, so we'd had to fill in the gaps ourselves. I was satisfied that we'd done a pretty good job though. Seeing the battlefield from above was something I could do with my skills, but I was teaching the others to think strategically, and not just tactically. It was also a good way to disguise any strategy discussions. We'd cloak them in the guise of being a silly geekish game. Weirdly, we'd had requests from some Ravenclaws to join in. They wanted to be seen as the smartest kids in the room so strongly that they had to join in. Some of them had even come up with strategies that hadn't occurred to the rest of us. We had scenarios in other places too, Diagon Alley, the Ministry, the houses of people that were suspiciously similar to those of certain Death Eaters. I'd used my connections to find out as much as I could about those households, and we'd run scenarios in the Room of Requirement, with teams acting both as guards and as infiltrators. We'd play through the scenarios on the board first, and then in the room if we thought we had a winning strategy. Sometimes we were surprised by things that hadn't appeared on the board, other times things went swimmingly well. The game was getting more and more popular among the students. I'd planned on it being an esoteric game that no one would pay attention to, but we were getting more and more spectators all the time. It was the novelty of it, I suppose. Wizards seemed starved for entertainment, given their lack of mass media. There were only so many games of exploding snap you could play, after all. I'd seen Roll wandering through the gaming rooms, looking over people's shoulders. He never complained, although he sometimes looked thoughtful. Snape hadn't seemed interested, but Flitwick had been enthusiastic, suggesting the idea of gaming leagues. I'd have objected, but cloaking training in the guise of play actually tended to motivate children better than almost anything else. If they approached this with half the fanaticism they did Quidditch, we'd be an unbeatable army in the space of 2 or 3 years. Even better, despite what I had told my people, I knew that we were going to need the help of at least some of the half-bloods before everything was over and done. I'd have to be very careful in evaluating who to let in, and at least this fostered a sense of camaraderie between them and my people. Ideally, I'd have had some 7th years entering the Aurors next year, but I had a strange feeling that this administration had no plans to hire mudbloods. That meant that I need to suborn some half-bloods and then work to get them into positions where they'd be able to help the rest of us. The ministry was already riddled with Death Eaters and presumably with Dumbledore's people. Why shouldn't I have my own pieces in place? The most frustrating thing was that some of my plans were going to take years, and part of me was afraid that we wouldn't have that long. The wizarding world was in a state of Cold War at the moment, but it was like a zit that was pulsating and ready to explode, sending infected pus everywhere. All it would take was the slightest pressure in the right place, and everything would be terrible. Most Muggle revolutionary groups were utterly dependent on money. Money was needed for ammunition, for food and shelter and training facilities. That wouldn't be as true for us, except for the trace. A competent wizard could supply himself with everything he needed, with the exception of food, and that we could steal from the Muggle world and then duplicate it. But the trace was going to be the one thing that kept us from being a viable fighting force. The only solution, of course, was to get rid of it. I'd been trying to find out as much information about it as I could about the ministry department that ran the trace, and about the mechanism that it used to keep track of all the children. Hopefully the spell had some sort of physical focus. If it did, I'd simply have to either steal it, or destroy it. That would involve a raid on the ministry itself, which was part of the reason we were running all these scenarios. The ministry table games were not open to the public. The last thing I needed was for a curious Ravenclaw to ask the wrong questions. Running a student organization in a gaming league, Tonks said, almost as though she was reading my mind. You are staying busy these days. The gaming thing isn't mine, I said. I play sometimes, but I don't have a lot of time for games these days. Oh. She asked casually. What are you spending your time doing? Plotting the overthrow of the wizarding world. I said. She stared at me, and I grinned. I've got school and friends, I said. All the rumors about me being some kind of boggart queen are total exaggerations. I'm a totally normal kid. Right. She said. I could tell that she didn't believe me. Ask any of my friends, I said. I gestured for Hermione to come over. Hermione, wouldn't you say that I'm a totally normal kid? Well, she said slowly, then glanced at me. Normal. Totally normal. See? I said. And Hermione should know. She's totally normal too. Tonks stared at me like I'd grown a second head. I remember what it was like to be a second year, and I'm not sure you even know what normal is. Normal is trying to protect the people you care about, I said firmly. It's standing up against people who would try to hurt you and fighting for what you believe in. That's not normal at all. Tonks said. And that's the problem, I said. If the adults would stand up for what's right, we could just play Exploding Snap and go about our day learning to turn turtles into teacups or whatever. I'm just worried that you are going to get these kids into something they aren't ready for, she said. If kids fight, kids are going to die. And what happens if they don't? I asked. Even more of them would die. She shook her head. Personally, I wish that Aurors were teaching us defense, I said, and that they were actually teaching us how to defend ourselves. She stared at me silently. But as long as the adults plan to leave us to our own devices, we're sitting ducks here, I said. The Death Eaters and the Ministry know exactly where we are, and the Ministry knows how to sidestep the school's defenses. I let that sit in her mind. I doubted that I'd accomplish anything today, but the Ministry had made a mistake sending an Auror who was so recently a graduate. She knew too many of these kids, which meant that she was likely to be sympathetic to us. It was possible that Dumbledore had meant for this to happen when he'd had Moody send her to us. He'd always been sympathetic to our cause, in a patronizing way, and he probably saw this as a way to keep a spy in the school. If I could subvert her, I might be able to get a spy in both Dumbledore's camp and in the Ministry. I've got to get to class, I said. But I'd be perfectly happy to talk to you again. The first step in radicalizing someone was to take them away from their normal environment. The longer she was at school, the more her loyalties would begin to switch back. It was only a matter of time until I had her, and through her, I'd have a foothold in the Ministry. Work. It makes sense really, I said. Remember what happened to the kids that tried to go home? Hermione was upset. Apparently she'd been looking forwards to going home with her parents for Christmas. They can't do this, she said. They say it's for our protection, and for the first time, I think I kind of agree with them. What? She stared at me disbelievingly. The Death Eaters know where our families are, I said. And they don't seem to care enough about Muggles to bother with them unless we are there. This keeps your parents safe too. She scowled. They're just trying to get us used to it in case the bill passes, she said. That's probably true, I said. But this way we'll have more time to get ready. You don't think there will be another attack? She asked, suddenly concerned. A castle filled with mudbloods and free of almost all of the important kids. I said. They're going to attack and they'll blame it on the Death Eaters. The only thing I'm not sure of is how they're going to get rid of the staff and the Aurors. They have to make it look like they weren't involved. They'll use the Dementors again, won't they? Hermione said. I nodded. Most of us can't cast a Patronus charm to save our life, Hermione said. And those who can barely manage it probably won't be able to do it when they face real Dementors. I want you to get a list of all those who have the strongest Patronuses, I said. Everyone else is to stay near one of them at all times over the holidays. It'll be inconvenient, but better than having your soul removed. I'll get right on it, she said. I'd been working on a conventional light Patronus for weeks, but I still wasn't able to create even a single wisp of silvery light. Sometimes I wondered if it reflected some kind of fundamental flaw in me, that I was unable to call up a single happy memory without pairing it with something bad. In that respect, someone like Neville, innocent as he was having a much easier time. I'd been working on some plans to defeat them, although I couldn't be sure how they'd work until I tried them, and if I was wrong the results would be disastrous. Still, I wouldn't have any choice but to try if the attack happened like I expected. We'll need to work out different sleeping arrangements over the holidays too, I said. I wouldn't put it past the Ministry to have the Dementors attack when we are asleep. If we are in our own rooms, that would mean that some kids who can't create Patronuses will be left to their own devices. Maybe we should all sleep in our common rooms, Hermione suggested. Possibly, I said. I still don't like the fact that we'll be separated by house. It splits our forces in a way that's unacceptable. Well, I don't see what else we could do, unless we all sleep in the room, she said. And I doubt that the professors would agree to that. We'll table it for the moment, I said. But let's keep looking for solutions. If we can get at least one of the professors to believe us, then they might agree to something a little more creative. The room would be ideal, if could be locked from the inside, and I doubted that the Dementors would be able to find us. However, it would raise alarms with the professors, and it would be likely the end of our using the room once it was discovered. Maybe the Great Hall, I said. Convince them that we're looking for a slumber party or something. That would keep us where we could all fight. If the attack happened, I'd have to figure out an appropriate counter-response. Simply allowing ourselves to be attacked until we all died off from attrition wasn't acceptable. I didn't say anything to Hermione, because I suspected she'd be distressed by what I planned to do. She was a lot more ruthless than I would have thought when I'd first met her, but she still had some moral reservations about the things that we did. How have the experiments in forging the Dark Mark gone? I asked. They're almost ready, Hermione said. It's been a little harder than we thought at first, requiring some tricky spell work, but I think that as long as nobody looks at the wands they'll have no idea that it's not the real spell. We had some 7th years working on it, and they'd done some excellent work. It was a sign of the trust the others had in me that no one asked why I needed it. I hadn't told them either. Being able to commit atrocities and then blame it on an enemy was going to be very useful in the long run. I might not have to use it at all, but I'd rather have a weapon I didn't have to use than not have a weapon I needed. Have the others been making the purchases I asked for? Hermione nodded. We've had some success in buying Peruvian darkness powder through Owl Order. Mr. Fletcher has been helpful in getting some of the other items, especially the ones too large to be transported by Owl. By splitting the orders up among more than a dozen buyers, I was hopefully keeping people from seeing the patterns in what was being purchased. The orders had been sprinkled in among more conventional contraband being bought, Muggle magazines, hair care products and the like. Fortunately, the others had been willing to lend their money toward the endeavor. The money I had from selling Millie's parents' jewelry was a lot for a first year, but it wasn't anything when it came to the needs of an organization. We needed a way to make money, and I wasn't quite sure how we were going to fund things. It wasn't like Brockton Bay, where you could always raid a merchant safe house and steal a few $1,000s in drug money, or raid an Empire 88 base for weapons and equipment. Even if I knew where the British equivalent of the criminal gangs were, the trace would reveal us before we got very far. Our number of 7th year members was limited, they might be able to take the risk, but I hated the idea of them being shot for a few British pounds. A better idea would be to have our enemies fund our organization. Raiding Death Eater houses and robbing them appealed to me, but we weren't to the point where we could even contemplate such a thing. If it weren't for the trace, there would be all sorts of ways to make money. I'd heard from Lupin, and he'd managed to put my car repair scam to work, buying totaled cars and repairing them, then selling them to muggles for a large profit. He'd already made enough money to buy himself a house if he wanted, although he was apparently busy in France trying to drum up foreign support for Dumbledore. Take care of all of it, I said. We want to be ready for when it happens. How will we know? She asked. When it will happen, I mean. They'll start pulling Aurors away, I said. Most of the Aurors here are ineffectual, but they'd never let children be attacked. My guess is that they'll send a lot of them home for the holidays under the guise of there being less children to protect. The ones who are left will be called away on one pretext or another, maybe a distraction on one end of the castle. It was what I would do, if I was determined to wipe out an entire generation of students without being blamed for it. They'll blame the Death Eaters for it if it happens, I said. And they'll use it as an excuse to say that it's too dangerous for the Muggleborn to go to Hogwarts. They'll try to send us away, either to an orphanage, or out of the country. Maybe that would be for the best. Hermione asked. Leaving until this is all over. There will be more Muggleborn coming to Hogwarts next year, I said. And the year after that. Are we going to leave them to be slaughtered, either by the Ministry of by the Death Eaters? She shook her head. This won't be over until all of us are safe to live our lives, I said. And even if we leave, what guarantee do we have that it won't follow us? Do you think the Death Eaters will be content with just Britain? I wouldn't be. I'd be trying to expand a little at a time, just slowly enough not to alert the larger wizarding world until it was too late. They say that he's trying to become immortal, Hermione said. Which is why he chose his name. If he lives long enough, he might be able to take over the entire world, I said. Which mean that no place will be safe. I was being a little disingenuous with her. I doubted that Voldemort was competent enough to be a worldwide threat. Even Grindelwald hadn't been all that successful, and he'd been a lot more competent. Still, there was always the possibility that he was smarter than I was giving credit for. He still had access to a seer of unknown ability, and he'd been modestly clever in trying to infiltrate the Ministry. Hermione nodded, then said, I'll get right on it. I'm going to talk to Lockhart, I said. Hopefully he has some advice. She looked at me incredulously. By now, it was clear to everyone except a few of the most infatuated girls that Lockhart wasn't nearly as competent as Travers had been. Some people wondered if he was even as competent as a 6th year. He's pants as a wizard, I said. But he's great at public relations. We've got a public image problem, and hopefully he might be able to give me a few ideas about how to deal with it. She frowned, then nodded. If she'd met Glenn Chambers, she'd have understood just how important public perception could be. Killing people and destroying things could only take you so far. The only way to truly win a war was to either get the support of the people, or to simply kill everyone and burn the earth. I was hoping to avoid that second option, which meant that I needed all the advice I could get. I left Hermione and made my way up to Lockhart's office. Professor Lockhart. I called out. Miss Hebert, he said. He looked a little nervous. He always had since that first day when I'd been overly enthusiastic in disposing of the pixies. I stepped into his office and I sat down. I need some advice, I said. He relaxed a little and sat down himself. How can I help you, my dear? You've heard about how the Ministry is painting the Muggleborn as terrorists, I said. Making people think that we are all out to kill everyone. He looked strangely uncomfortable for a moment before composing himself. It's a pity, yes. I was wondering how we fight that? We've got the Quibbler on our side working full-time, but it doesn't seem to be moving the needle much. He frowned. It's a troubling question. I could tell you how to improve your own personal reputation, but improving the reputation of an entire group of people, that would be a challenge, especially considering your limited resources. Any help that you could offer would be appreciated, I said. Well, you have access to a public paper, he said. Which is a good start. You don't want articles that are obviously pro-Muggleborn, people will see through that and will discount it. You need to be more subtle than that. Oh. People believe authority figures, he said. Which is part of your problem. When the Ministry has people like the Minister saying that Muggleborn are dangerous, it's hard to have someone of similar authority saying that she's wrong. I'm not even sure the whole Muggleborn resistance thing is real, I said. I think the Ministry is making it all up. It doesn't matter, he said. All that matters is what people believe. If a false terrorist group scares people into pushing legislation through, does it matter that they aren't real? So how do you fight that? I asked. Get people's emotions involved, he said. People aren't impressed by numbers, they can't really care about more than 100 or 200 people. Tell them that 1,000 African wizards got killed by a Nundu, and they'll shrug their shoulders. Make them care about one child, and they'll get all up in arms. He was right. It was why all those animal welfare ads on television showed pictures of dogs in cages, why people sent millions of dollars to charities that showed a single suffering child. I needed a child who was photogenic, one who'd been harmed by the Ministry or the Death Eaters, a Muggle-born poster child. That couldn't be me, I already had too much baggage. I needed someone who had lost their family, someone preferably who was good-looking with big eyes and a terrible sob story. I needed to make the wizarding parents see their own child in that Muggle-born kid, and I needed a story that would incite the people. The Ministry is trying to tell people that the Muggle-born are different, that they are the other. You have to remind them of how similar they are, he said. Make people think of them as the people next door. I nodded. Ultimately, it's not your responsibility, though, he said. It's not as though you are the representative for your entire race. Were the Muggle-born a race? I wasn't sure of that. I've heard an interesting theory, he said. That the Muggle-born are all descended from squibs who intermarried with the Muggles. If that is true, then the Muggle-born are actually just as related to everyone as the rest of us are. It would make sense. Whatever mutation had created the ability to do magic, it had probably arisen in a single person and then spread throughout the population. How would we prove something like that? I asked. Trace people's ancestries, he said. If you can find even a handful of Muggle-born who are related to squibs, you might be able to make people question if it is true. If they came to believe that the Muggle-born were like everyone else. It wouldn't even have to be true. All it would have to do would be strong enough to pass casual scrutiny. Wizards tended to be gullible, a product of depending on state-sponsored newspapers and not having competing media. They'd never learned critical thinking, in part because magic made so much of life easy. I'd read that life as a hunter-gatherer had been relatively easy, with people working an average of 4 hours a day to provide everything they needed in life. Human history had gone on like that for hundreds of thousands of years, and the pace of innovation had been incredibly slow. Why innovate when you had everything you needed? Life as a farmer was much harder, and human innovation had sped up considerably once people had to work long and horrible hours. Better communication had sped things up, the printing press had led to an explosion of creativity and innovation, and the internet even more. Wizards had stagnated in part because they had things too easy. The average wizard didn't have to work much to keep food on the table. If he wanted, he could simply steal Muggle food and expand it over and over until he got tired of it. Without the trace, the only reason a wizard would need money was for things that were made by other wizards. It boggled my mind that they even had an economy. Muggles had had to work harder, and that meant that they'd had to work smarter. More importantly, numbers mattered. There was a reason that rural high schools with few students didn't have the same caliber as large schools with 3,000 students. Truly exceptional people were rare. If 1 in 10,000 people was a genius, and you only had a population of 10,000, you weren't going to be able to compete with the geniuses in a population of 10 million. The entire population of Wizarding Britain would have fit in a very small town. They simply didn't have the numbers to have the kind of exceptional people the Muggle world had. You've been very helpful, Mr. Lockhart, I said, rising to my feet. I'm always happy to help my most enthusiastic student, he said. His smile looked a little strained. He always looked a little uncomfortable around me, I wasn't sure why. However, he actually had been helpful and so I was willing to overlook it. Now it was time to get to work. Challenge. This is a little like a, what do you call it over there, a slumber party. Hermione said. I'd laid my bedroll near hers, Harry's and Neville's, and we were near the center of the Great Hall. We'd carefully arranged the children who were best at Patronuses near the entrance, with the younger and weaker children near the center. I was in the middle because I couldn't cast a decent Patronus to save my life, or anyone else's, but also because I was the last line of defense should the Dementors get through to attack the weak and helpless children in the middle. Every slumber party I've ever been to was a lot more fun than this, I said. There was a general aura of unease in the students. Everyone was on edge, and even the youngest children weren't laughing or playing. I'm just glad you were able to talk Professor McGonagall into letting us sleep like this, Hermione said. She's not entirely against us, I said. And telling her that it would be easier to keep an eye on us this way probably helped. Headmaster Roll was away for the week and McGonagall was in charge. Apparently Roll had been called out of town for a ministry meeting. That had been our first clue that the attack would happen soon. Maybe we should do something to calm everyone down, Hermione said. A game or something. Looking around I could see the fear on everyone's faces. Half the Aurors had been pulled away from the castle for the holidays, and half those who were left were asleep in their rooms. We did have one, Tonks, who was sitting and watching us from a bed she'd made where the professors usually sat. We've got caterwauling charms on all the entrances, I said after a moment. So it's probably safe. We could have gone with simple intruder charms, but they weren't nearly as loud, and there was a chance that some of us might not wake up. The caterwauling charms would wake up the entire castle. There was no telling how long it would take before the attack happened. If I'd run things, I'd have had it happen in the middle of the night, when people were less able to defend themselves. Letting the children be in a constant state of fear and anxiety until then would only exhaust them more quickly. Furthermore, I had my bugs actively looking, and more importantly feeling for the Dementors. The cold they exuded would be obvious long before their physical presence was noted. "Hey guys," Hermione said. "Do you want to tell ghost stories?" Everyone turned and stared at me, and I felt myself flushing. I won't be telling them," I said. There was an almost universal sigh of relief which I found vaguely insulting. I was capable of telling a ghost story that wouldn't give children nightmares for the rest of the year. Of course, I had some that would. "How would you like to hear a ghost story from a real ghost?" Hermione asked. Myrtle was sitting at the edge of the wall, staring at us. We had to be the most entertaining thing that had happened to her in a while. "What, me?" she asked. Hermione nodded. Most people hadn't had much to do with Myrtle, finding her a little too grating, but Hermione had gone with me a couple of times to talk with her. I'd done it because I'd promised I would, and because a ghost was an excellent scout, not being stopped by walls and all. "Are you sure?" she asked. "As long as it's not about how you died," Hermione said firmly. "These are small children and that story might be too scary for them." Myrtle looked like she might protest, but then her chest swelled up with pride. Apparently having her death be too scary was a good thing. She tended to get upset and started crying when she talked about her own death, the last thing we needed right now when everyone was on edge. I glanced at Hermione, who looked all too pleased with herself. She was getting better at manipulating people since she'd been working as my second in command. "Well," Myrtle said. "There is a story that I don't hear anybody telling anymore. In my day they talked about 5 hidden rooms in Hogwarts, each protected by a different curse. She had everyone's interest with that one. Nobody knows where they came from. Some people say it was Salazar Slytherin, other people say they were built later by a headmaster who'd gone a little mad. Some people say that they were built around something so dangerous that it could not be moved." I could hear some of the younger children oohing and ehing. I hadn't seen anything like that in my explorations of the castle, but then I hadn't seen the room of requirement either. "Have you ever seen one of the rooms?" one of the younger first years asked. Myrtle shook her head. "Nobody has ever come back from one of those rooms alive, and no ghost has ever come back from them either. There have been children who went looking for them, but they were never seen again." The younger children looked impressed, although the older ones looked like they'd heard it before. What other rumors hadn't I heard about? The castle was 1,000 years old, and there were undoubtedly all sorts of things that no one knew about. I stiffened as I felt an overwhelming wave of cold spreading throughout the northwest quadrant of the castle. "They are coming," I said, standing up. "Everyone knows what they are supposed to do, right?" I heard whimpers from the first years. They hadn't joined our group and so they didn't have any of the training. When overwhelming terror fills the human brain, the higher brain functions shut down, which is why people are often stupid when they are terrified. For most of human history the ability to run fast was more important than the ability to think well. Training helped to combat that tendency. Those who were trained enough would fall back on their training when they could no longer think, hopefully doing the right thing. Still, would a few weeks' training be enough? "Where are the professors?" Tonks asked. There was a look of panic in her eyes as she looked around at the students around her, doubtlessly thinking that she'd have to protect all of us at the same time. "Half were sent home for the holidays," I said. "Some new cost-saving measure of the ministers. Some of them are asleep. Send a message to Professor Snape," I told one of the 7th years. "He'll alert the others." He wasn't actually asleep, but it would take time for him to come from the dungeons, especially if he waited to summon the others. I'd had the portrait of Norval Twonk moved from the 5th floor landing on the staircase to the Grand Hall. My excuse had been that he could watch over the boys and girls to make sure that they behaved themselves. My true motives had been different. The man whose portrait he was based on had died saving a Muggle child. He'd been granted the Order of Merlin posthumously. He'd died sometime in the 50s. "Mr. Twonk, could you please alert the deputy headmistress and as many of the professors as you can?" I'd hoped that he would be favorable to our cause. The look in his eye proved me right. "I would be honored, Miss Hebert," he said. "Bring out the mirrors," I said. As it turned out, I wasn't the only one who'd had communications mirrors. Most Muggleborn didn't, of course, but we'd begged, borrowed and stolen every one we could find and had set them up in unobtrusive places, usually in the ceilings and the corners of the hallways. We'd only managed to steal 5 sets, and now the images flared into place. I didn't have to remind everyone to keep quiet, we'd gone over this at least a dozen times. The Dementors were blind, but they could hear just fine. I could hear Tonk's indrawn breath beside me as we saw at least a dozen Dementors gliding silently through the hallways, hovering only a couple of feet above the floor. They moved with purpose, as though they knew exactly where we would be. Given that we were the greatest source of good feelings in the castle, doubtlessly they knew. They were coming toward us from at least 3 directions, there had to be at least 50 of them. If they'd caught us sleeping, they could have finished all of us off and been hungry for more. Once they'd all passed, I quietly shut the mirrors off. Front lines, to the doors, I said. We have 5 minutes until they are here. Prepare your Petronuses appropriately. If they manage to push past them, fall back. We will leave no man behind. The problem was that of the 30 of us who could cast Petronuses, only 3 were able to cast corporeal Patronuses. We closed and locked the doors, of course, magically. I wasn't sure how good the Dementors were against physical barriers, but I didn't want to chance it on the kinds of dodgy Petronuses we could cast. Block the doors, I said. And set up the tables. They quickly moved the tables we'd shrunk earlier against the doors, and they set some of the others in the center of the room, tipped over to provide at least a little cover. Mr. Creevy, I said. You know what you have to do. He nodded, his face resolute. I wondered if he would be able to do what had to be done, but there wasn't time to change the plan now. Boom. The door near where the professor's table usually stood shook as something hit it from the other side. Some of the younger children screamed in terror. Boom. The main entrance doors shuttered. We could hear pounding as the monsters within tried to get in. Maybe the doors will hold. Harry said. The large window behind the professor's usual dining spot exploded, shards striking several children, and I could hear screaming as row after row of the monsters floated over the lip of the window and into the room. Expecto Patronum. Tonks yelled from beside me, and suddenly a silvery white jackrabbit appeared between us and the monsters. Retreat to the center, I yelled, and I was gratified to see that they followed my lead. I could hear the spell being cast over and over again, until a silver haze surrounded us, even as the monsters continued to fill the room. The Petronuses of the 3 who could cast them, along with Tonk's jackrabbit, were circling us, stopping the Dementors from getting any closer. There was a leopard, a boar, and a white poodle. I could see some of the white haze vanishing as the pressure on our minds grew with the presence of more and more Dementors. I shoved my emotions into my bugs as hard as I could, and my mind cleared. It was time for my backup plan. I'd been working on it for weeks, and then it had taken longer to teach the others. I'd hoped not to have to use it, because it was sure to raise questions I couldn't answer. There were 7th and 6th years who couldn't raise a patroness, they could do this. It's time. I shouted. Spanam in eloquence. The first of them shouted. A familiar yellowish-white foam prayed from his wand, it hit one of the Dementors, and it hardened suddenly. Seeing that it worked, other voices rose and foam was suddenly being sprayed in all direction. It had taken me weeks to transmute ordinary water into containment foam. I'd worked with it for years, and I'd been intimately familiar with its taste, smell, and even some of the basics of its constructions, even though others were trade secrets. Despite my familiarity, it hadn't been easy figuring out how to make it. It was a little humiliating that it had taken a team of 6th and 7th years half the time to come up with a spell to conjure it from nothingness, modifying a basic water conjuring spell. I sometimes thought that our greatest contribution to the wizarding world was going to be group spell research. Edison had done something similar. Before him, researchers were essentially single guys in their basements. Afterwards, it was done almost like an assembly line. The expansion of human knowledge had grown exponentially. The white mist around us that had been fading brightened suddenly. Hope was apparently helpful in casting a patroness. We were surrounded now by a wall of containment foam, with baleful faces staring out at us filled with hatred. More were behind them, but if I was right. Expecto Patronum. I heard 2 voices call out. A doe and a cat appeared, brighter than anything our people had been able to create, and the Dementors were suddenly fleeing through the windows. Snape and Professor McGonagall were at the entrance. They'd managed to open the doors and move the tables while we were busy fighting the Dementors. I looked over at Colin. He'd been busy snapping photos throughout the entire event, just as I'd asked him to. He hadn't cowered, even when the other children his age had. He'd known just how important what he was doing was. Wars had been considered good sport in the old days. It wasn't until pictures and movies of the real thing had brought the horror into people's living rooms that attitudes had changed. This was going to be in the Quibbler tomorrow if I had anything to do about it. Seeing the Muggleborn as heroes might not be quite as good as seeing a pathetic, dying child, but it might begin to change people's minds. A series of moving pictures, of Dementors menacing cowering children? They say a picture is worth 1,000 words. A moving picture had to be worth more than that. What's going on here? McGonagall asked. She looked flustered. The Ministry tried to kill us again, I said, standing up. From where they were standing I couldn't be seen, all they'd hear was my voice coming from behind a wall of containment foam. Getting us out was harder than I'd thought. I had a lot of experience with containment foam, but my experience with the stuff they used to dissolve it was much less. I hadn't been able to create the counter, and we were completely surrounded. We eventually had to settle for McGonagall transmuting a section of the wall into pigs even as Snape and Tonks drove the Dementors within away. Even so, we had to file single file past Dementors who were uncomfortably close. We all ended up in the hospital section while Aurors began to appear at the edge of the lawn and moving in to investigate. As I drank hot chocolate along with the rest of them. I didn't need it, but chocolate was chocolate, I spoke in a low voice to my inner circle. They'll try to pin this on the Death Eaters, I said. If we wait, they'll sweep this under the rug and when summer comes, we'll all be dead. We have to move tonight. They stared at me, and they nodded grimly. There had been a time where the 6th and 7th years would have been reluctant to follow my lead. That time was long past. We'd been planning on dealing with the trace all semester, and the best time to do it was tonight. No one would expect us to do anything while we were recovering from an attack, and they'd be busy dealing with the aftermath of what had happened here. With any luck, we could be there and back before anyone knew we had gone. I'd known that we'd end up in the infirmary, and so the plan had been based around that. The Aurors were guarding the doors and they were heading for the windows outside. Brooms, I said. There were going to be 7 of us, me and 6 7th years. All of them were older than 17 and the trace wouldn't apply to them. I was the only one who couldn't cast any spells once we got outside of all wizarding areas. Our brooms had been magically shrunk in our pockets. The 6th years were already transfiguring copies of us and putting them into bed. Hopefully the Aurors wouldn't try to question me before I got back. Pomfrey had given me a sleeping draught, which I had spit out when she'd been distracted by someone else. All of us leaped onto our brooms and disillusioned ourselves. One of the 6th years transfigured the window above us, and we were out. A moment later, the window was replaced. As we flew into the night air, I couldn't help but grin. I'd been passive the whole time I'd been here, responding to attack after attack, but never being proactive. Now, finally, I was ready to take the fight to the enemy, to do something that fundamentally changed the equation. Without the trace, we'd be able to hide in the Muggle population. Unlike the purebloods, we knew the Muggle world like the backs of our hands. They wouldn't find us until it was too late. All we had to do was get through the security at the Ministry, destroy the source of the trace, and get out while pinning the blame on the Death Eaters. I'd never backed away from a challenge. Ministry. Hogsmeade was only a mile from the outskirts of Hogwarts. It took us less than a minute to get there. Here I was at a disadvantage. Unlike the older students, I'd only been to Hogsmeade once, although I'd looked at maps provided by the other students. I had bugs on all of the others, so even though they were disillusioned I knew where they were. We all landed, and I called out softly, "We're all here." Right then, I heard Thomas Cooper mutter. A moment later, the door in front of us clicked. The older boys had learned to cast soundlessly, something I still hadn't managed. We all slipped inside the shop, and a moment later the fire in the fireplace at the back of the room flared up. A softly muttered command, and the fire flared, once, twice, finally 6 times. I stepped up, grabbed the powder and tossed it into the fire. We were using the flow network because none of the boys knew the Ministry well enough to know how to apparate there, and because we weren't certain whether they had anti-apparition charms in place. "Ministry," I said. A moment later I stepped through. I stepped into one end of a long and beautiful hall, with a highly polished mahogany floor. There were golden symbols on the peacock blue ceiling that were constantly moving and changing. The walls behind me were paneled in dark wood, with gilded fireplaces. This was the atrium, designed to welcome visitors to the Ministry of Magic. At this late hour, no one was coming through the fireplaces. It was after midnight. There was a large banner with a portrait of Umbridge on one wall. It had probably been intended to make her look heroic, instead it made her look smug and self-satisfied. A golden fountain filled the center of the hall, casting shimmering spots of light over the polished wood of the walls. The fountain had golden statues, a majestic-looking wizard, a witch a little lower than him, and a centaur, goblin, and house elf looking up at both of them adoringly. Placing it here, right in the entrance was a sign of their belief of the order of the world. Wizards were on top and the other races were below them. Muggles weren't even in the picture. Their worldview was so deeply ingrained that it never even occurred to them that it might be offensive. We were on the 8th level below the surface. The trace was administered from the improper use of magic office, which was on the 2nd level. That meant we had to move through 6 levels of the Ministry undetected, through whatever defenses that we hadn't heard about, destroy what we had to destroy and then return. There was a guard at the security desk. He'd looked up at the sound of the fireplace flaring. "Confundus," I heard a soft voice say, and the guard looked suddenly confused. We were all moving past the desk a moment later, ignoring the weighing of the wands. That was a security measure designed to check for polyjuiced imposers. Most wizards would use a different face, but they'd keep their own wand. Presumably they had a list of wizards and their wand characteristics. If they didn't match they'd look into it more closely. Why no one ever simply presented a second wand, I wasn't sure, there seemed to be a cultural blind spot about that. The guard was carrying a probity probe, a device used to detect concealment spells and hidden magical devices. It was flashing now, but the guard was staring slack-jawed, not paying attention to it at all. There was a small food stand nearby, but it was closed at this hour. We were headed for the elevators at the far end of the hall. They were located behind a pair of golden gates. There were 20 elevators behind the gates. I saw the button being pushed several times in quick success. It doesn't make it go any faster, I murmured. Stay calm. Although I couldn't see any of them, the bugs could detect the stench of their fear. This was something that could get all of us put in Azkaban, or given the current political climate, kissed. I had gotten a good look at much of the ministry when I'd been incarcerated here, 3 days to look over things and to get an idea of the way that people moved. I hadn't seen everything, there had been some areas outside of my range, and those were the ones that worried me the most. Worse, I hadn't understood everything that I'd seen. There were magical devices that I'd had no idea what to make of, if they weren't used when I'd seen them, I didn't know what they were for. As we stepped into the elevator, I grimaced. The elevators here didn't just go up and down, they went side to side. As a result, they had golden ropes hanging down from the ceiling, handholds that I was still too short to reach. During the day, they had an elevator attendant, but by this time at night, he'd gone home. Are you ready? Thomas Cooper asked quietly. I'd warned them about this part. I quickly wedged myself into the corner of the elevator and pushed my back up against the wall, hopefully I'd be able to avoid falling down. The doors closed, and the elevator jerked. Despite my determination, I felt myself thrown forward, and I felt a steadying hand on my arm. A moment later, the door opened, with a woman's voice calling out, Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a messy-looking hallway filled with posters of Quidditch teams tacked on the walls. The next level was the Department of Magical Transport, and we all froze as something white and fluttering entered the compartment. The Ministry sent interdepartmental messages like this, apparently using owls had been unsanitary. The door opened again to the Department of International Cooperation. The memo left, and I could hear several sighs of relief, even though I'd never seen any indication that the memos had any sort of sentience. We reached Level 4, the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. From what I'd heard, they kept a list of the names and addresses of all known werewolves in the country. Umbridge was using this to put werewolves in Azkaban, and there had been deaths already as they resisted being evicted from the nation. Level 3 worried me, it was the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes. This was where the Obliviators were based. Those were some of the most competent Aurors in the entire ministry, they'd been the ones who'd kept the secret over the past several hundred years. It made sense that they were the best of the best, arguably, their department was the entire reason for the ministry. Without the statute of secrecy, wizards might barely need a government at all. Finally we reached Level 2. Second only to the Obliviators, the Aurors here were the best. They were the ones who went after the dark wizards, the ones who kept the peace. They were the gloved fist of the ministry. It was the largest of all the offices. We stepped out into a corridor lined with heavy oak doors on both sides. Moving quietly, we moved down the hall and around a corner. There, a heavy set of double doors led into a large open area divided into small cubicles. I froze, and then quietly said we have 2 Aurors, in cubicles 2 and 17. Those weren't the actual names of the cubicles, as far as I knew they didn't have names. But in our simulations we'd named the cubicles for exactly this sort of reason. There wasn't another way to get through to the improper use of magic office except through here. One of the Aurors was faced away from us, he likely wouldn't be a problem. The other had a desk that faced the door, and he was looking right at it. If it had just been me, I probably could have slipped through the door when the man looked away. 6 of us would require the door to be open for longer, long enough that the Auror would surely notice. Worse, with us invisible to each other, there was a chance that we'd run into each other in the attempt. I'll let one of you in when he looks away, I murmured. Get close and confuse him. When that's done, I'll let the rest in. This was a dangerous step. It depended on the Auror not hearing a shoe scuff on the floor, and not sensing that something was wrong. I'd intentionally had all of them scrubbed clean of any colognes or scents of any kind. The last thing we needed was to be outed because a teenage boy thought he had to bathe in cologne. I waited, and it seemed to take forever, but finally the Auror looked down. I slipped the door open and I felt Thomas Cooper slip through. I watched with my bugs and listened until I saw the Auror look up with a dazed look on his face. Did you say something? His mate asked from the other desk. I opened the door, and a moment later I felt several of the others slipping through. The Auror leaped back, his wand coming out and his chair falling behind him. He stumbled and fell, and that was all it took. Invisible hands set the chair back up and placed him back in the chair. Both Aurors looked confused, and a moment later, I heard a pair of quiet obliviates. A moment later, we were through, moving through other hallways. This part of the ministry was a maze. It was enough of a maze that I'd struggled to remember the exact layout, which meant that our training wasn't as on point here as for the rest of the ministry. Worse, the office we were looking for had been outside of my range when I'd been imprisoned here. Let's go, I murmured. Grabbing several small pieces of string from my pack, I attached the string to the left wrists of each boy. I found them by the bugs I had on them, but as far as they knew I could see them despite their being invisible. They were all tied together, wrist to wrist. If they needed to fight, their wand hands were free, half the boys were left-handed, and they were attached by their right wrist. One of our greatest dangers was in losing track of each other as we ran through the corridors invisibly. I heard a sound of screaming from a room in the distance. Umbridge was in a room with a pair of Aurors, a man was tied to a chair. I don't know anything about the Muggle-born resistance. The man in the chair insisted. There was blood on his face and he looked terrified. Clearly you do, Umbridge said sweetly. Otherwise you would call them terrorists, like every good, decent wizard. Instead, you claim they are a resistance. As though there is something to resist. Why would people resist their rightful government? Before the man could speak, one of the Aurors, a thuggish-looking man, pointed his wand and electricity shot out of his wand. The man screamed and his body jerked. It's a pity that the time is not yet right for the unforgivables to be used, Umbridge said. A simple Imperio and this could all be over. Instead we are forced to resort to cruder methods. I don't know anything. The man said. After a moment, he began sobbing. What do you want me to say? Just the truth, dear boy, Umbridge said. That you were part of the cell that killed my predecessor, and that they are the ones who have been targeting the poor, dear children in Hogwarts along with the werewolves. As far as she knew, most of the Muggleborn had already been slaughtered. The man would think that he was admitting to an attack that had already happened. Undoubtedly she planned to have him kissed shortly after his public confession so that he couldn't be questioned. She leaned forward. All of this can go away, you know. Simply admit the truth, and we can find you a nice, comfortable cell somewhere, with decent food, a nice, warm bed. All you have to do is tell the truth in front of an audience. Will my family be all right? On some level, he had to know that this was the end for him. The fact that he was even asking was a sign of his desperation. My dear boy, we aren't barbarians, your lovely children will be safe, provided that you keep your end of the bargain. The man was silent for a long moment, and then he nodded. You will sign this document, she said. One of the two brutes with her already had a sheet of paper with everything written out. The other waved his wand, and the ropes fell off of him. He staggered, but they put a quill in his trembling hand, and he sobbed as he signed his name. Take him down to his cell, Umbridge said. And get him cleaned up. We want him looking his best for his speech to the papers tomorrow. The Aurors grabbed the man, one under each arm, and they began dragging him down the hall. I stopped. Aurors are coming, I said in a low voice. I pulled them all into a side room and gently closed the door. I waited until the Aurors dragged the sobbing man past us. I then pulled them toward the office in question. A quick spell unlocked the door. I wasn't sure why anyone in the wizarding world even bothered, really. A moment later we were inside. 2 more doors, and we reached what I thought had to be the source of the trace. I'd come across a historical record of the Ministry stealing an analytical engine. It had been created by Charles Babbage in the late 1830s as one of the world's first computers. The official, Muggle record was that it had never been completed by funding issues, but the truth was that he had been confounded and obliviated, and the engine had been stolen. The Hogwarts Express had been acquired in a similar way, stolen from the very Muggles that the wizards determined to be inferior. The engine was really nothing more than a primitive calculator, but my guess was that they wouldn't have kept it here for that. They wouldn't have enchanted it if they didn't need it, and the timing. It had been stolen shortly before the trace had been implemented was suspicious. You know what to do, I told the boys. Blowing it up wasn't going to be enough. If enough parts were left, the technicians could simply repair it and start all over. Blowing it up might interfere with the magic, but we couldn't be sure. The only way to be absolutely sure was to cut it up, shrink it, and then dispose of it in different places. This was going to take a while. The engine was larger than I would have thought. There was a bowl next to the engine, and I looked through the papers. There were lists of the underage wizards, the spells that had been cast near them, and their location. There weren't that many right now. Presumably all the spells that had been cast during the day had been taken care of by the day shift, and these only represented those that had been cast tonight. Once the engine was disposed of, we'd create an explosion to make them think that it had been vaporized. Quiet rage had been growing within me since I'd listened to Umbridge's little torture session. Getting rid of the trace was all well and good, but not if Umbridge simply escalated even more. She was a problem that had to be dealt with, and I would likely never get a better chance. It would put this operation at risk, but the potential rewards were enormous. I have other business, I said after a moment. I'll be back. If you finish before I do, I'll make my own way out. What? Thomas asked. He sounded anxious. We've been over the escape route 1,000 times. If I get caught, it'll just be a single crazy girl who did this. If you get caught, it's every Muggleborn who will be blamed. I could hear some distressed murmurs from the others, but finally they agreed. A moment later I was out the door, and I was heading up a set of side stairs. Umbridge was in her office talking to someone through a flow connection. Everything in her office was a horrifying shade of pink. There were portraits on her walls with moving pictures. All the portraits seemed to be those of cats, though. I'd have to make sure that none of them were able to talk. Everything is going according to plan. With any luck, our Hogwarts problem will have solved itself by tomorrow, and we'll be able to get on to more important matters. I hope so, the man in the fireplace said. You should remember who helped place you in office. We do not look kindly on failure. You should remember who I am, Umbridge said sweetly. One does not threaten the minister, not if one wishes to continue breathing. The fireplace blazed and the fire returned to normal. I stepped into the room, and I pointed my wand. Exiliar miss. I said. She whirled around and stared. I allowed the disillusionment to drop as I closed the door behind me. Miss Bear, she said. Give me back my wand. I think we have some things to talk about, I said. Prophecy. You recognize me, I said. I'd have thought that all Muggleborn looked the same to you. They kept playing that same picture in the paper over and over, Umbridge said. As though hitting a majestic creature like an animal was something worthy of praise. The picture of me fighting the Dementors in the paper. It must have infuriated her, knowing that I had stopped her planned massacre. We stared at each other. Why are you here, Miss Bear? Umbridge asked. Do you really think you can make a difference? The tide of history is inexorable, and it is flowing against your people. The natural, rightful order is re-establishing itself, and those who do not fall in line shall be trampled. You've been working for the Death Eaters, I said. I want to know everything you know about them, especially about where they live. Miss Bear. She said, sounding shocked. There's no point in being rude. I would never work with the enemies of the state. I sighed. You know, I said. It's too bad that the unforgivables aren't allowed. This would be much easier if someone had showed me how to use the Imperius. I'm going to have to use cruder methods. I'd suspected that she'd used torture not out of fear of using an unforgivable, but out of sheer enjoyment of breaking the man. There had been something in her eyes. Her face twitched. You wouldn't dare. She said. I'm the Minister for Magic. I'm a barbarian, I said. A sociopath. You've heard what I did to boys who tried to bully me, what do you think I'll do to someone who tried to have me and all my friends kissed? She backed up a little. This is unconscionable. She said. What will it gain you? Even if I lied and gave you a list of false names, what would it get you? A list of people to kill? I asked. That would be priceless. I don't know if you've heard about my boggart. There were rumors, she muttered. My greatest fear was that I was going to have to murder all of you, destroy the entire wizarding world. The problem we're having is that I'm getting less and less afraid of that. She frowned, so I explained it to her. It's actually starting to sound like a good idea, I said. And that's going to be a problem for everyone if things don't change. I'm sure we can come to some arrangement, she said hastily as I lifted my wand. She was stalling. I could see it in her eyes. I didn't see anything with my bugs, so. Did they tell you they'd be coming for me? I asked. The Death Eaters. They had a seer, furthermore, they'd had almost a year and a half to get a grasp of my personality. They had to know that sending Dementors to destroy me and my friends would warrant immediate retaliation, most likely on the very ministry that had issued the order. If you surrender, I can grant you protection, she said. You are of more value alive than dead. Showing the world that you are no hero would be worth a little disagreement with my benefactors. So she thought that I'd become a rallying point for the Muggles, a symbol that resistance was not futile. Having me in prison would demoralize the rest of them, make them easier to round up and deport, or worse. So you admit it, I said flatly. You won't get away, she said. Whatever else happens, you will be found. It would be better if the ministry administered justice, rather than the Dark Lord. I understand that some of his punishments can be rather creative. She didn't know about the boys. I could see it in her eyes. She believed that I'd broken into the ministry on my own. It made sense that she'd think that it had been my modus operandi in the past. I'd never really used allies in the past, and the seer had probably focused completely on me and ignored any images of the others. Switching wands took me only a moment. What are you doing? She asked, as I held her wand up and pointed it at the wall. Mors Mordrum Maxima, I said. The cats on the wall screamed as the wall bulged, twisting and changing into the shape of a familiar, green-hued skull. What? She asked. We need to get the ministry back on track, chasing after the real enemy, I said. That's only going to happen if there is a crime big enough to shock the entire country. I could see it in her eyes. Now Miss Bear, she said. There's no need to be hasty. She was reaching behind her, my insects could see something on her desk. She had another wand hidden under her papers, likely the wand of the man she'd just sent to the dungeons. Expecto Patronum, I said. There was a moment of confusion in her eyes, followed by a lot of screaming. I watched dispassionately, despite feeling a little impressed at just how effective the spell was. It didn't last long, just a minute or two, but her pain was indescribable. She didn't scream long, her voice box was eaten through after only a few moments, but she was alive throughout most of it. Dismissing the patroness was harder this time, but I managed to do it. All that was left of her were bleached bones and the remains of her clothes. Apparently the patroness had a preference for living flesh. Immediately I was out the door. I reached the boys, and I saw that they'd just finished disassembling the machine and had put it away. Get out. There are Death Eaters coming, and they only know about me. I'll try to draw them away. Get back to the school, and I'll meet you there. I heard them protesting, but I didn't bother to listen. We'd gone over several escape scenarios extensively, and they knew what to do in a situation like this. I disillusioned myself and I sprinted down the hallway. Voldemort had gone all out this time. I could sense them now in the atrium, there were more than 20 of them, and they were spreading out. They were wearing their full outfits, masks, and everything, and as I watched, they killed the guard. Being disillusioned wouldn't help if they used the human revealing spell. The spell didn't reveal identities, and it only revealed the general location, which gave me some wiggle room. Still, fighting 20 Death Eaters with no time to prepare was probably beyond even me, unless I was willing to reveal all my trump cards. They were coming up the elevators. I followed the boys through my bugs as they rushed down one set of stairs. I went down the other. The sheer size of the ministry was to our advantage. The fact that the seer had given them information was not. On level 3 I paused. It looked like the boys might run into Death Eaters. I scowled, opened the door next to me, and pointed my wand. Bombarda Maxima! I shouted. The explosion in the room next to me was satisfying, and more importantly loud. I could sense the Death Eaters who had been going up the stairs turn and head back in my direction. Rain began to fall in the room almost as soon as the flames erupted from the furniture, despite there not being a visible sprinkler system. I slipped back into the stairwell and slid down the steps as quickly as I could. There were alarms going off all over the building, which was only to the good. It would take the Aurors some time to arrive, but once they did, things would start looking more in my favor. A woman in her early 30s with prematurely graying hair was looking out of an office. She looked confused. If she wasn't careful, she was going to be murdered before she had a chance. Putting my wand to my throat, I shouted, "The Death Eaters are attacking the ministry. Evacuate." I tried to make my voice as deep as possible, hoping it didn't sound like the voice of a child. It was incredibly loud. I was disillusioned, so she didn't see me, but I ran past her. Undoubtedly her ears were still ringing. The Death Eaters were closing in on me more quickly. I had to find the route with the fewest Death Eaters between me and freedom. It took me a moment, but, there. I ran, and I cast the spell to silence myself. It might not help if they tried the human revealing spell, but they couldn't keep that up constantly. 2 Death Eaters emerged from a stairwell. I pointed my wand and said Bombarda Maxima. The spell bounced off a shield being used by one of the Death Eaters. It exploded against the wall beside them, sending out splinters of wood. I slid to the floor as beams of greenish light flew over my head. They couldn't see me, but they knew my general location. They probably hadn't disillusioned themselves for fear of friendly fire. It would have been difficult to avoid attacking each other if they didn't know where they were. Darkness powder from my pack flew through the air. Neither one of them was holding a hand of glory, although one of them had one on his belt. It would take precious time for him to reach it, by which time I could cut their feet out from under them. The shield didn't reach the floor, so I used a cutting spell, putting as much of my will into it as I could. It sheared through muscle and bone, severing the man's foot. He screamed and fell, and the shield vanished. The other man was fumbling with the hand of glory. He looked up, but it was already too late. Bombarda Maxima, I said. He exploded, and as I ran past the other, screaming man, I pointed my wand at him and put him out of his misery. Running down the stairs, I realized that the atrium was still guarded by several Death Eaters. The boys had reached it by now. The Death Eaters were firing at the spots where the sounds of apparition could be heard, but no bodies hit the floor. It looked like they'd gotten away. Good. I'd had a plan, just in case all of this went sideways. All I needed to do was reach an elevator. A Death Eater was guarding the elevators. His head snapped around, and a flash of green light flew past my head. They weren't trying to save me to be tortured by Voldemort, they were just trying to kill me. It was a lot more pragmatic than I would have expected from them. The fact was that some of the others were distracted by fighting ministry employees. Maybe this wasn't entirely to catch me. Having the ministry attacked wouldn't have been in the interest of their puppet, Umbridge. Maybe they were finally making their play for control of the ministry. I blinked as I realized that Voldemort was in the ministry. He was headed down to the bottom level, which is where I needed to go. He was taller than I would have thought, his skin chalk white, and in my old world I'd have thought he was a case 53. A group of 5 Death Eaters were fighting Aurors in the next room, near the elevator. I dropped to the floor and crawled as spells flew over my head. They'd be too busy to use the human revealing spell, not while they were in the middle of combat. I reached the elevator and I slipped inside. Pushing the buttons, I pointed my wand and spoke in a low tone. Bombarda Maxima, I said. It was enough that one of the Death Eaters heard me. He whirled around, but died as he was hit in the back by one of the Auror's spells. The man beside him exploded into a shower of guts and viscera, and that distracted the others enough for the Aurors to take them down. The door closed and I grimaced as the elevator almost shoved me to the floor. These things handholds for a reason. They didn't just go up and down, they moved from side to side and back and forwards, and they did so unexpectedly. I was heading for the bottom floor, and the elevator was likely to open on the first floor before it continued on. Moving as far as I could around the edge of the door so that I'd have cover for most spell fire, I spoke the words of the shield spell, expanding it as wide as I could against the doorway. It wouldn't protect me against the killing curse, which is why I had cover, but it would keep someone from simply creating an explosion inside the elevator and easily killing me. The door opened and I felt something massive explode against my shield. I heard screams as the blast rebounded on the people who'd cast it. A moment later the doors closed again, and I heard soothing elevator music. I was on the 9th floor. This was the place where the Department of Mysteries resided. There were things here that I'd puzzled over for days, rooms filled with brains. The doors opened into hallway with plain, black-tiled walls. There were no doors to either side, only one at the end of the hall. It led to a circular room that moved. It had taken me hours before I'd figured out the trick to it. I didn't have long before I was followed from one of the other elevators. I sprinted down the hallway, reaching the entrance chamber just as the doors behind me opened. Spells flew over my head and I dodged to the side. The entrance chamber was a circular room with a dark marble floor that looked almost like water. As I closed the door, the walls seemed to rotate. In truth, it was the chamber that was rotating with magic used to keep the people inside from realizing it. Voldemort was in the prophecy room, presumably that was part of the reason he was here. Time, I called out, and a moment later a door opened up. I was in a long, rectangular room filled with beautiful, dancing lights. There were strange devices everywhere, including clocks of every description. On one wall there were numerous devices that looked like hourglasses on necklaces. Hermione had tried to get the ministry to loan her one, they hadn't, saying she was too young. When she'd shown me a picture in a book, I'd realized where I'd seen them before. I began scooping as many of them as I could into my fanny pack. Grabbing one, I began to twist it, just as the book had said. Voldemort had taken up a globe, and it was speaking. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. I ducked as green light sprang up over my head. For once my shortness was an advantage instead of a disadvantage. Bombarda Maxima, I said, but this time I didn't aim back at the people who were attacking me, instead I began to run, and I targeted the wall that held the time turners. The explosion was quite satisfying. The only thing almost as good as gaining a new assert for your side was denying one to the enemy. I pulled my power in as much as possible, until it just covered the area over my skin. Time changed around me. Even better, the time turner didn't just return you to the same place you'd left in the future, it brought you to the place you had been at the time when you arrived. I was disillusioned and I had the sound dispelling spell on me. The worst thing that could happen would be for my former self to sense me when we fought to control the same bugs. Everyone was in the Great Hall settling down for bed. Remembering what had happened, I waited. I have to go to the loo, a first year said. Take someone who can manage a patroness, my past self said, irritated. I'd told everyone to go beforehand, but anxiety had given some people nervous bowels. I waited until a 5th year escorted the first year out the door. From there it was a matter of avoiding the Dementors. I slipped into the infirmary, presuming that the Dementors had been told to avoid the adult staff members. I could hear the sounds of battle from where I was, and I hid as all of the crying students filed into the infirmary. I watched myself talking to the 7th years, and then I waited as they all escaped through the window. Slipping into the bed was easy while everyone was busy reconstructing the window, and I disillusioned myself. I think I'd fallen asleep when the 7th years returned. The window above us disappeared suddenly, and the disillusioned boys dropped exhausted off their brooms. The others replaced the window before the Aurors outside, who were looking outward, noticed that it was gone. As they reappeared, people burst into confused murmurs. Death Eaters showed up at the ministry, one of the boys said. Taylor led them away from us. There were dismayed cries from everyone in the crowd. I sat up in bed. What took you guys so long? Warlords. What happened last night was a crime and a travesty, Roll said. You never should have been put in that situation. He looked like he'd aged a decade overnight. He'd returned overnight as soon as he'd heard about what had happened, although it had been far too late to do anything. Nevertheless, I am proud of all of you, he said. You protected yourselves and each other, and you went beyond what students of your age should ever be asked to do. The professors had all returned overnight, likely due to the multiple emergencies. This will not happen again, he said. As of this morning, the Dementors have all been returned to Azkaban. There will be an investigation, given the circumstances, it may take time, but I assure you that I will demand an accounting. The ministry was in disarray. Dumbledore had arrived at the head of an army of Aurors, and he'd driven Voldemort away. The Daily Prophet was screaming about how he'd saved everyone, and there was growing pressure that he should become minister now that 2 ministers in a row had been assassinated. I still wasn't sure he would do it. He seemed afraid of power, afraid of himself. Perhaps he feared power would corrupt him, although I didn't really see what he was worried about. He already held half the high offices in the government, would minister actually make him that much more powerful? People listened to him, and if he really wanted something, he'd be able to get it, assuming he was willing to set aside his morals. Hermione leaned next to me. Luna and her dad did a good job, didn't they? The Quibbler was spread out in front of her, and the entire front page was covered with pictures of us battling the Dementors. They'd missed the attack on the ministry, and I was afraid that story would overshadow ours, but the Quibbler's audience had grown to a point that it had to make a difference. The Prophet hadn't even mentioned the attack, which didn't surprise me. What they wrote was pretty good too, I said. I didn't know Mr. Lovegood, and a lot of his articles seemed strange. He reminded me of an American conspiracy theorist writing an underground newspaper. I'd have preferred to have had this published in the Prophet, but that wasn't going to happen. I'd hidden the time turners, some were in the Chamber of Secrets, and some were hidden deep within the air vents, carried by my bugs. The last thing I needed was for an Auror to come and look through my bag and find any damning evidence. I also wanted them in different places so that if one stash was found or broken, I'd still had a reserve. It had been stupid for the ministry to keep them all in one place, unless they were simply considered so dangerous that they hadn't wanted to separate them. If that was true, they should have protected them better. The Aurors are here to take your statements, Roll said. Giving honest and true answers will be the first step in getting justice for what happened. Right. Considering that the ministry had been attacked, I was surprised that it was happening this quickly. It seemed likely that someone was suspicious, and they wanted to find a way to point blame at me, or at least at the Muggleborn. I'd worked with the boys on interrogation techniques, but I couldn't be sure that they wouldn't break. To that end, I'd be listening in on their interrogation sessions. If they did break, I'd enact the second part of my plan. Now that the trace was gone, I needed to get the entire group of Muggleborns out of the country. I'd found a flow location near the ferry, we'd have to disillusion all of us, which wouldn't be easy and would take time. Getting everyone through the secret passage to Hogsmeade would be a nightmare, but I'd practiced the plan with them. The only ones I was worried about was the first years who hadn't joined our group. They hadn't had the training and were the most likely to give us away if something went wrong. The complicated thing would be surviving in France. Feeding this many children would be difficult by itself, without the extra challenge of hiding in a foreign country where most of us didn't even speak the language. Miss Hebert. I heard a voice say. I looked up, and I saw a young Auror standing behind me. I'd sensed him coming, of course, but I didn't want to look like I knew too much. So I'm first, I said. You lead the defense, the man murmured. So it would seem that you have the most to discuss. I followed him through the doors of the Great Hall. There were still traces of the containment foam on the floor, it hadn't dissolved as well as the genuine foam would. It was possible that my transfigured version wasn't perfect, and that there were some differences. I was led into an empty classroom, where I saw Moody, Snape, 2 Aurors I didn't know, and what looked like a ministry employee. They were sitting behind a long table that looked familiar, it was the one the professors usually ate at. A chair had been placed sitting directly across from them, clearly it was designed to put whoever was in the chair at a disadvantage. Was this an inquisition? I sat down in the chair, and I pushed my emotions into my bugs. I'd need to be clear-headed and focused. Miss Hebert, the ministry man said. He didn't bother to introduce himself. Maybe he assumed that I'd already know who he was, either through some outsized sense of his own importance, or because of my purported seer's ability. We are here to discuss the events of last night. I nodded calmly. What do you want to know? First, we need to have a timeline of events, the man said. When did you know that the attack would happen? After the first attack, it was obvious, I said. The ministry wanted us dead, and they were going to keep attacking until they were successful. The ministry did not want the Muggleborn dead, the man said sharply. Those are unsubstantiated rumors. Calling the people who were supposed to protect us away, that couldn't have just been the minister, I said. That had to involve other people in the ministry cooperating with her. Coincidence? The man snapped. It was obvious enough that I didn't need to be a seer to know when the attack would happen, I said. Anybody with half a brain could have seen it, which is why I have to wonder why the people supposedly trying to see us safe didn't, unless they wanted us all dead. The man's lips tightened. He was thin, with a face that reminded me a little of a rodent's. It's clear that this line of questioning will get us nowhere, he said. How did you get a group of school children to defend themselves from the Dementors? Training, I said. People think that Muggleborns can't do magic, but we're just as smart and magically gifted as the rest of you. Smarter sometimes, although I didn't say so. So you deliberately created an army. Were you intending to overthrow the ministry? I hardly think I'd need to, I said mildly. You lot seem to be doing an excellent job of it yourselves. His face turned red. The answer is no, I said. I wanted to protect my friends and classmates, and that was the best way I knew how to do it. Arming them. The man said. As though every wizard, down to the smallest first year, wasn't armed. The only question was whether they knew what they were doing. When government won't protect people, it's up to them to protect themselves, I said. And your government doesn't seem to be doing a very good job of it right now. Do you know who I am, Miss Bear? The man asked, angrily. I shrugged. Nobody I'm particularly interested in knowing, I said. I am Roland Harrington, the Senior Undersecretary for the Minister of Magic, the man said. And you will speak to me with respect. Miss Bear, Snape drawled. You will give this man the respect he deserves. There was something about his expression that indicated that he didn't think any more of the man than I did, but that I had best at least give the appearance of respect. We did what we had to do, I said. Where did you learn to make that substance? The younger Auror asked enthusiastically. He'd been looking like he wanted to speak the whole time. I call it containment foam, I said. I stumbled on it by accident, while trying to transfigure something else. I got help from the senior students to refine the technique and make it better, so I guess you'd say it was a group effort. And what are the qualities of the foam? He asked. Living creatures can breathe in it, I said. Although you probably wouldn't want to. We'd tried the foam on rats and other pests, and eventually on Ron Weasley. His brothers had said he'd volunteered, I hadn't found out until afterwards that he hadn't. Apparently he was a little claustrophobic, and hadn't appreciated being trapped inside at all. This could be a breakthrough in Auror's defending against multiple attackers, the man said. The Department of Mysteries will be very interested in. We aren't here for that, Mr. Harrington said sharply. We are here to determine Miss Hebert's role in what happened last night. I thought you knew, I said. I led the others. I can't cast a patroness myself, too young and all. Considering that there were a few others my age that could generate at least a silvery mist, it was a little humiliating to admit. So why would the others listen to you? The man almost sneered. A disturbed second year. Because they didn't want to die, I said simply. And I knew how to keep that from happening. Moody leaned forward. Were you at the ministry last night? What? I asked, pretending to be startled. I could tell that Snape at least didn't believe me, but I couldn't be sure about the others. There was a young girl's voice that warned the members of the ministry that the Death Eaters were attacking, Moody said. And none of the employees had brought their children with them. Am I the only young girl in Wizarding Britain? I asked. Are you sire? It was even a child at all? Some young women have childish voices. Answer the question. Harrington demanded. Your own Aurors had me locked in the infirmary until this morning, under guard. How could I have possibly been at the ministry? And you were here at the time of the attack on the ministry? Harrington demanded. Absolutely, I said, looking them each in the eye. It even had the advantage of being true. As long as they didn't ask me about the stolen time turners, I would be fine. Are you a member of the Muggleborn Liberation Front? Mr. Harrington asked suddenly. They were changing subjects quickly, almost like they were wanting me to lose my composure. Snape and Moody knew me better than that, but Harrington apparently expected to be able to browbeat me like he would any other 12-year-old. I'm not even sure that's a real organization, I said. After all, the ministry covered up the attack on the train at the end of the last school year and said it was werewolf terrorists, when we all know it was Death Eaters. We do not, Harrington said. He sniffed. I do not know what kind of training Muggles give their children, but it is clearly inferior in manners. His manners didn't seem particularly good to me either. The man was easy to antagonize. The more I kept him focused on his own outrage, the less likely he was to ask questions that I did not want to answer. As a government official, he was undoubtedly used to people bowing and scraping before him. The fact that I was a child had to make it worse. Disrespect from a child was a button for some people, apparently he was one of them. The problem was Moody and Snape, with the other Aurors an unknown quantity. They were the ones more likely to see through my act, the question was whether they would attack me for it. The youngest Auror probably wouldn't be a problem, he seemed to want to talk to me desperately. He was probably a spell research nerd, likely someone who wanted to be transferred to the Department of Mysteries. He was as young as Tonks, which meant he was probably inadequately trained, and he likely hadn't gotten into his preferred department because the Ministry was hemorrhaging Aurors. They might have done a better job if they weren't dead, I said. Miss Bear, Snape said warningly. I'm not a member of the Muggleborn Liberation Front, I said firmly. I have never been, and do not have any plans on joining. Are you a Dark Lady? Harrington asked. I stared at him, and then I laughed. I'm 12 years old. If you want to know who the Dark Lady was, ask your old boss. She was working with the Death Eaters to kill all the Muggleborns. Unsubstantiated paranoia will not be tolerated, Harrington said. If, and I do mean if there was a conspiracy, it originated from lower in the organization. Madame Umbridge was a paragon. So it could have originated from the office of the Undersecretary. I asked. Harrington's face reddened and he stood up. You dare to accuse me? He sputtered. I am a member of your government. I could have mentioned that he wasn't a member of my government, but that might encourage him to threaten to have me deported. Umbridge was responsible, I insisted. An Auror stepped into the room and stepped up to Moody, whispering in his ear. Moody's normal eye widened. Apparently Dumbledore has found documents linking Dolores Umbridge to the Death Eaters, he said. He turned to Harrington. Which brings up questions about your involvement. Only my emotion suppression kept the surprise off my face. I strongly doubted that such documents existed. It was more likely that Dumbledore had manufactured them as a way of swaying the Wizengamot in his direction. It was a risky move. If the counterfeit was discovered, then his whole plan would fall apart, along with his credibility. If it worked, then it, along with the attack on the Ministry, might push those who had been on the fence in his direction. That's what they've been trying to do, I said. Push responsibility off onto the werewolves, onto the Muggleborn, anyone they can to hide their corrupt activities. Who else would want the Muggleborn dead other than the Death Eaters, and who would have had to give the orders? Miss Bear, Snape said. It might be best if you were to stay outside. Harrington leapt to his feet, grabbing for his wand, but he fell back as I hit him in the face with a stunner. He was going for his wand, I said unnecessarily. The others had seen it as well. Although it happened to be true, only Moody had managed to get his wand up in time. The others stared at me. I'd had bugs on him, and they'd felt his muscles tensing, so I'd had ample warning. Still, I imagined that it looked pretty impressive. They all looked down to where his wand had fallen. Constant vigilance, right, Mr. Moody? I asked. With that, I left the room. I regretted the fact that I'd pushed my emotions away, because I imagined that I'd have had a strong sense of satisfaction. The interviews took the rest of the day, but Harrington wasn't involved in any of them. The boys managed to get through the interviews with flying colors, most likely because Moody had left before they were interviewed, as had Snape. Their own heads of houses were the ones who oversaw their interviews. Given Snape's predilection for mind reading, I was glad that I was the only Slytherin involved in all of this. Ultimately, it was decided that we would continue to stay in Hogwarts over the holidays. As racist as Umbridge had been, she was right that going home would have led to us being picked off one by one. I was worried about what would happen during the summer. A lot depended on who succeeded Umbridge in the government, and what policies the new minister would enact. Would they be favorable to us, or would they be our enemies? The last thing I needed was to have to assassinate yet another minister. For one thing, I imagined that security would be better the next time, and for another, I doubted that the ministry could survive one more assassination. The government was on the brink of collapse at the moment even without that, and I'd seen what happened in my world when governments collapsed. Warlords took over, and battles and skirmishes became the order of the day. We wouldn't just be dealing with a single Dark Lord, we'd be dealing with a dozen. Without the government, the wizarding world would be revealed to the Muggles. There'd been a time where I'd thought that the wizards were silly to hide themselves away. My world had dealt with capes just fine. However, my world had had the Protectorate and Cauldron managing the reputation about capes, framing them as superheroes so that they were popular. If the Muggles of this world were as bad as the wizards, there really would be witch hunts, and I wasn't certain that the wizards would be smart enough to survive. As I went to bed that night, I saw the bodies of everyone I'd ever known piled in the corner. Ridiculous, I said, pointing my wand. The boggart skittered away and I went to sleep. My dreams weren't good. Protocols. Today we are going to talk about operational security, I said. When we'd first started, some of the older children had questioned how I knew things. By this point, they no longer bothered. They didn't even ask what I meant, they already knew I'd follow up with an explanation. In Muggle military organizations, operational security is a way of trying to see through the enemy's eyes, to anticipate the things that they might do to try to steal that information from you, and then figuring out ways to stop them from doing that. It's difficult in the Muggle world, it's harder in this one. Why might that be? Anybody can be Imperio D, Colin Creevy said. Even if they don't want to be. Can anybody think of a way to combat that? I asked. Everyone looked around, and nobody said anything. Finally one girl raised her hand. The Fidelius charm. That can work for some kinds of secrets, I said. Personally I would have loved to master that spell. I'd have had it cast on Gringotts and held the entire bank hostage until the wizarding world gave in to our demands. Unfortunately, it was considered such a difficult spell that even our 7th years couldn't manage it, although they might have been able to if they'd been better educated. I'm looking for something simpler, though, I said. Nobody raised their hands. You can't give away a secret if you don't know it, I said. Imagine that we were a group of strangers, and that at every meeting we came in wearing robes and masks, with only the leader knowing who we all were. Would controlling any one person make that much of a difference? They could give away the meeting place, a boy said. And then they could pick us all up. There are ways to deal with that, I said. Among which is to never actually meet. Split us up into groups of 5, the members of each group only know the people in their group, except for the leader, who knows one person from another cell. Couldn't you just go from one cell to the next? Colin asked. You could, but each time you do, there's a chance something might go wrong, maybe the person fights back a little better than you thought, maybe they die, maybe your own cover is blown, alerting the other cells to your existence. Compare that to the Aurors all showing up to this meeting right now. Everyone nodded slowly. It's too late for us here, we already all know each other, and even if we didn't, Muggleborns in Hogwarts is a pretty limited group. Didn't we sign a contract? Harry asked. He'd been forced to go home for the holidays, much to his dismay, but he was back now. It helps, I admitted, but you could Imperio someone into taking the consequences, and there wouldn't be a lot we could do. That seemed to reach them, and they all looked at each other uncomfortably. It's not the only risk, either. You all know what Polyjuice Potion can do. How would we defeat that? Passwords? A boy asked. I'd seen him reading spy novels in his room, so he probably was familiar with at least some of this. Also, eyes on, I said. If you suspect that someone is going to try to replace one of your members, it helps if everybody keeps their eyes on each other at all times until the operation is over. Polyjuice wasn't usually that fast, but I needed them to get used to thinking tactically. If you faced 2 versions of me, and you couldn't tell which was which, what would you do? Ridiculous you both. Colin asked. And if that didn't work? Hit you both with a stunner, Thomas Cooper said. The one that knocks us out is you. Everybody laughed. He's right, I said. You are better off stunning both people and figuring out who is the imposter later rather than letting one of them betray you. After this was all over, I wondered if I might have a career in teaching, maybe I could teach at Hogwarts, or train Aurors or something similar. It was optimistic of me to think ahead, I'd spent the last year and a half focusing on survival. It's time to go back, Hermione said, pointing at her watch. I nodded. Finding a time where everyone was able to get together was a challenge, we were no longer the secret we once were, but the others were still bound by the contract they had signed. Also, the room of requirement was our trump card, the place where we would retreat to in an emergency. To that end, we were holding this meeting in one of the classrooms. We reserved the room for times when we had to do more hands-on training. Roll had given his approval to our club and the other professors sometimes listened in. I allowed it only when the sessions were about more innocuous subjects. I was reserving the room for when I had to teach them to stab people under the armpits. I somehow thought McGonagall would frown at that. As everyone began leaving the room, I waited. Snape had been waiting outside, listening in. He stepped out of the shadows when the last of them had left, stepping into the room. The things you know, he began. Tough neighborhood, I said, shrugging. It was my standard reply to questions of that sort, yet he occasionally chose to ask. Maybe one day I would actually tell him, possibly after I got really good at the Obliviate spell. I once asked you not to start a revolution, he said. I smirked. Is it a revolution if you change the way people think? It's the only kind of revolution that actually means anything, he said. Most simply replace one set of rulers with more of the same. He'd felt the sting of being a half-blood in Slytherin. I had a sense that he at least tacitly approved of some of the things I was doing, although he has suspicions that I had been doing terrible things, or that I was going to do them. I suppose I have your organization to thank for your classmates' improved performance. Some of them are, almost passable. Unlike the pure bloods. I asked. He didn't say anything. He just stared at me. Why are you here? I asked. The new minister would like to speak to you, he said. And as your head of house, I am to escort you there. As it turned out, I had been wrong about Dumbledore forging the documents linking Umbridge to the Death Eaters. The papers in question had been released upon her death, apparently part of an insurance policy Umbridge had to keep herself from being assassinated. She'd named the heads of a dozen prominent families as members, and with them under investigation and unable to vote in the elections, Dumbledore's party was able to elect their candidate, Amelia Bones. According to the older Muggleborn students, Bones' parents had been murdered by Voldemort during the First War, along with her brother, his wife, and their children. As a result, the consensus was that she was very unlikely to communicate with them, at least voluntarily. She was considered strict, but fair. I was a little less enthusiastic. She was the head of magical law enforcement, and she had been unable to clean up her own department. How competent she would be as minister still remained to be seen. However, it seemed unlikely that she would be actively trying to kill us, so even if she was incompetent, she'd be better than her predecessor. This isn't a trap, is it? I asked. Like telling a criminal that they've won a prize just so you can trick them into turning themselves in. Do you consider yourself a criminal? He asked. I've done some things, I said. Necessary things, although some people might disagree. I think you'll find Minister Bones to be, somewhat more agreeable than the last minister. A honey badger in a sack would be more agreeable than Umbridge, I said. Do I need to dress up or something? He shook his head. Just come along. I followed him to the headmaster's office. Apparently we were going to use the fireplace there to flew out. That could only be done with Roll's permission, which eased my mind slightly about this being Snape forced to take me to the Death Eaters. It didn't mean that it might not be a trap. There very well could be a circle of Aurors waiting for me on the other side, ready to take me in because they'd listened to Pensieve memories and realized that the voice they'd heard had an American accent. I didn't relax until we were through and into the ministry. We were back in the atrium. The poster of Umbridge had been taken off the wall, and it wasn't empty as it had been the last time I'd been here. People were coming and going through the fireplaces quickly enough that there was always someone entering. There was a line waiting to go through security. Instead of a sleepy security guard, they had 5 Aurors working. These men looked grizzled and hardened, and they kept their hands close to their wands at all time. They watched each person coming through the line carefully, apparently looking for any signs of suspicious activities. I stepped into line and I was soon followed by someone else. Snape stood beside me, waiting patiently. I kept a careful eye on the people around me, just in case. It would be just my luck to have an assassin attack me here when I was in public. I suppose I should have asked if you had any contraband on your person, he said quietly. I'd have asked to use the restroom first, I said. I didn't even bring my second wand. Of course he didn't know about any of my other wands, the ones I'd taken from Death Eaters. I'd found that some of them worked better for me than others. Some of them seemed like they were actively resisting me. I'd still kept them, hidden all over Hogwarts in places I was likely to be just in case I was somehow caught without my wand. I hadn't kept Umbridge's wand. It would have been damning evidence, and likely would have led to me being in Azkaban or worse. I'd dropped it at the scene near her body after wiping it off. I didn't think wizards knew how to do fingerprinting, but I couldn't take the risk. I felt a tap on my shoulder. Looking behind me, I saw a young wizard. He was staring at me. I tensed up, but felt Snape's hand on my shoulder. Are you Miss Bear? He asked. My mind saw an image of his shoving a knife into my stomach. I slipped my hand on my wand, and I stepped back. Yes. The hero of Hogwarts? He asked. He grinned like a maniac. I don't call myself that, I said cautiously. I wanted to thank you, he said. I've been dating a 7th year there, Gracie Hawkins. She says you saved her life. He was young. Had he been at Hogwarts last year? I couldn't remember. In any case, 17 was considered of age in the wizarding world. Still, dating a schoolgirl seemed a little sketchy to me. Gracie is a great girl, I said. I've learned a lot from her. I'm surprised that she would consent to spend any time with you, Mr. Brooks, Snape said. As I recall, she was the only reason you managed to graduate at all last year, and she was a 6th year. Brooks flushed, and stared at the floor. Apparently Snape flustered him almost as much as he did some first years. All I wanted you to know was that you have people rooting for you, he said. He leaned forward. Not everybody in our world is a tosser. Speak for yourself, Mr. Brooks, Snape said. And remember that despite her accomplishments, Miss Bear is still a child. I allowed myself to grin at him, and he flushed. He didn't seem as creeped out as most people. Maybe it was because there was the beginnings of something genuine in my smile. We turned around and didn't speak again, although I did catch several people in line staring at me. My picture had been in the paper often enough that I was a sort of minor celebrity. They seemed to take a long time running the dark item detector over me and Snape. I was reluctant to give up my wand. That would be an ideal time to capture me after all. I did, though, and it was wait and return to me. I followed Snape to the elevators. There were lift attendants now. Apparently working the elevators was too hard for some wizards. It wasn't as though elevators hadn't been invented long before most of them were born. You seem familiar with this place, Snape said. I was dragged through here when they threw me into a cell, I said. The elevator attendant gave me a strange look and I smirked at him. Hopefully an experience you aren't eager to repeat, Snape said. I'd imagine I'd be a little harder to catch this time, I said. Maybe I should introduce some of those Death Eater wands into the ventilation system here. If I was ever caught again, I'd be able to summon a wand, and I'd be able to escape, unless Dumbledore used the Fidelius spell again. Being prepared was the best form of defense after all. We made our way to the minister's office. I had a moment where I wondered if the cat portraits on the walls would give me away, but as the two guards outside the door let us in, I saw that everything had been cleared off the walls, leaving the room Spartan and plain except for the desk and the fireplace. There were guards in the corners of the room staring at me and Snape with suspicious eyes. They had the same look that the guards at the front had had, except they looked even more dangerous. Apparently the ministry was taking the assassination of 2 ministers seriously. Amelia Bones wasn't an attractive woman. She was square-jawed with close-cropped grey hair. She was wearing a monocle and sitting at her desk. There were stacks of papers covering her desk. Umbridge hadn't had a tenth of the paperwork. Miss Hebert, she said, looking up. I stood up straight. This woman might actually be able to make the lives of the Muggleborn better. My usual tactic of annoying and angering ministry officials until they lost their composure wouldn't work here. Minister Bones, I said respectfully, nodding my head. She looked at Snape surprised. Apparently she'd expected something else from me. Was I developing a reputation in the ministry? You've done this country a service, she said. Prevented an atrocity and protected our greatest asset, the next generation. I stared at her, then frowned. Was she trying to butter me up for something? What do you know about the Order of Merlin? She asked. Shrugging, I said, nothing much. I wasn't exactly brought up here, and it hasn't come up in wizarding studies. It was originally created by Merlin to promote laws benefiting and protecting Muggles. Over time, the awards that were granted changed to recognize outstanding wizarding accomplishments. Why are we talking about this? I asked, suspiciously. I am planning to nominate you for the Order of Merlin, first class, she said. This will have the benefit of being well-deserved, while being a slap in the face to certain members of our society who hold antiquated views. You expect the Death Eaters to attack the ceremony, I said. Thereby using me as bait. Does that bother you? She asked. Given that the offer is genuine. It will enrage the partisans, but they already want you dead. You'll be the youngest recipient in history. Norval Twonk, whose painting I'd used to warn the professors during the Dementor attack had received the Order of Merlin posthumously for dying while saving a Muggle child. It was why I'd thought he would be loyal. The sooner we can eliminate the Death Eaters, the happier I'll be, I said. Although I'll want to look at the security precautions. You'll have that, she said. She hesitated. I've heard that you have some interesting ideas about how to tell whether people have been controlled or not. I'd told that to Snape in confidence. I glanced over at him and saw that he was studiously staring at the fire. Most likely he'd told Dumbledore, who undoubtedly was the one pulling this woman's strings. Minister Bones leaned forward. I'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts about that. She was in the middle of trying to clean up her department. Getting rid of the compromised Aurors was the single greatest thing that could be done to strengthen the ministry right now. Yet I hesitated. Would it be easier to let the ministry fall and then rebuild it from scratch? Everything I'd heard about this woman suggested that she'd been known for unstinting fairness and honesty throughout her career. She hadn't adorned her office with superfluous decorations, instead she was here, presumably hard at work. Was it possible to rebuild the ministry without destroying it? I'd give them a single chance. All right, I said, sitting down. You might want to write this down. I like to call these master-stranger protocols, and they aren't an easy solution. But if you want to weed out the bad apples, you have to start somewhere. She started writing. It goes like this, I began. Then I told them.